American girls and American guys, we'll always stand up and salute. We'll always recognize when we see old glory flying. There's a lot of men dead, so we can sleep in peace at night when we lay down our heads. That daddy served in the army, we lost his right eye, but he flew a flag out in our yard till the day that he died, enabling my mother, my brother, my sister, and me to grow up and live happy in the land of the free. Now this nation that I love is falling under attack. A mighty sucker punch came flying in from somewhere in the back. Soon as we could see clearly through our big black eye, man, we lit up your world like the 4th of July. Uncle Sam put your name at the top of his list, and the statue of Liberty Star is shaking her fist, and an eagle will fly, and it's gonna be you when you hear Mother Freedom start ringing her bell, and it'll feel like the whole wide world is raining down on you. Oh, brought to you courtesy of the red, white, and blue. Oh, and justice will meet third, and the battle will rage. This big dog will fight when you rattle his cage. You'll be sorry that you mess with the U.S. of A. We'll put a boot in your ass. It's the American way. Hey, Uncle Sam, put your name at the top of his list. And the statue of Liberty started shaking her fist. And an eagle will fly, and it's gonna be here when you hear Mother Freedom start ringing her bell, and it'll feel like the whole wide world is raining down on you. All take courtesy of the red, white, and blue. All the red, white, and blue. That's right, lady. Let's go. Praise down, baby. Rest in peace, Toby Keith. Courtesy of the red, white, and blue Hank Pecker cover. What's up, folks? I'm live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and Evvies are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today's actually kind of a sunny day. Finally a sunny day here in Los Angeles, California. We're live, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one. I don't know why. God, I love Toby Keith so much. God, I love racism. It's my favorite thing. Oh my God. It's so, especially the Islamophobic variety. Fuck, man. That shit is so funny. I don't know. I think it's awesome. It's so stupid. It's so funny. It's not awesome when it like kills people, obviously. Like it leads to people being killed. But it's like funny and awesome outside of that, when it's like robbed of its context and power. Have you ever heard Toby's The Taliban song? No. It's so fire. To the black chatters in this community, do you guys have like I don't know, what is like a racist ass like anti-black song, aside from like anti-blackness is really very holistic, you know what I mean? It's like baked into every part of the American society. But like, is there like a particular song that's just like very openly, I guess, like try that in a small town, kind of like my question would be like, do you ride for that in the same way? Because like there's no way that like I doubt black people are listening to songs about like lynching and being like, that shit's funny as fuck, look at these dumb racist hicks, you know what I mean? It's definitely a little different, because it's so much of a permanent staple in American societal development. Toby Keith did also have a lynching one, to be fair, from what I understand. The Taliban song, yeah, I saw there was a live hate crime. Speaking of hate crimes, speaking of hate crimes, Fox News showed one. Anyway, but before we get into all of that, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, about what's going on in my life. Okay. In the world of Hassan Hassan Ivy Piker, and not much is going on. Obviously, I'm like very invested. I'm very invested in One Piece. Kai's so orange today. Maybe it's because like she's losing her fur, her undercoat or her overcoat. I don't really know. Looking extra intellectual today. I feel like I'm very Oibrov coded today. Yesterday was disheartening to see you get yelled at from both sides. Tankies call you libtard for calling out fascism in the right, and trans libs call you. No, Tankies don't call me libtard for calling out fascism on the right. That's silly. Nobody does that. But trans libs called you Tanky for calling fascism on the left. No, that person wasn't even trans. They were just like, they're like a LARPer. Anyway, whatever. No one teaching us about society, hating us single men. I got my merch. Hell yeah. Congratulations. Cola with a jumper is a classic look. Yeah, he's very Oibrov. I don't know what Murat's doing over there. But anyway, I watched 1,100 episodes of One Piece in 5 months, and I'm finally caught up, and I don't know what to do with my life. Life feels empty. Yeah. I am legitimately worried about that. So, wait, what? Patrick bet David on Billy and Mar? Oh my God. Two goats. My two goats. I love my two goats getting together and just doing goat activities. You know what I mean? That's so sick. Patrick bet David. Read the manga, come join us. Kyle looking so regal, 100%. Will I have Brendan James and Noah Colwyn on the episode to promote Blowback? The answer is yes. Okay. You found the best red pill channel, Entrepreneur. Is anyone selling Cali flood water bottles as merch yet? The water bottle, I mean, not the water bottle, but the Cali flood is over, is done. There's no, I mean, it might come back, but for the time being, it's done. Also, here, you might be flooding after I show you this video all the way back from 2018 when I was able to dunk and have not been able to ever since.
We got the Turkish Delight, aka the Turkey Club, no mayo, sriracha on the side. Oh! We got the
That's right, dude. That's that real Turkish Delight shit right there. You Tom Segura yourself now? Yes. Patrick Bet David has become a vocal stem. What have you done? Patrick Bet David. Back when bro was hot. Thank you. You have to jump 2 centimeters is not impressive. That dance proof you're white. Oh my God. I know. I can't dance. I know. Not a dunk, sir. You need to slam your hand on the rim, sir. Okay, shut up. Hassan runs out of moves and starts dancing zesty at Summer Jam. I used to be real zesty with it. 2018 was 6 years ago. I know, man. I know. It's been a long time since I've been able to dunk. That was a soft dunk to begin with. I was never like a yammer. Okay. I was never able to yam it. But I certainly was definitely able to dunk it more convincingly than I can now. Now I can't dunk it at all. So, anyway, did Sydney Sweeney, wait, what? Sydney Sweeney was telling the truth about being employed at Universal Studios? What? I don't care about this. Why is this news? I don't really understand. Is it, dude, hot people have everything. It's crazy. Okay. Like hot people make the news when being like, I used to work at a shitty job. And then people will just be like, oh, I don't know if she actually did work at a shitty job or not. Like, how is this news? I don't understand. Just like, it's just hot people shit. Charles Barkley's epic statement on DeAndre Jordan in 2012. If you locked him in a gym by himself overnight and told him he couldn't dunk, he'd have 6 points. He'd have 6 points in the morning. Wait, what? That's pretty funny. It's not only, it's like a convoluted roast that at first I didn't understand because I was still in the same mind frame of like, in the same mindset of like not, me not being able to dunk. There was a viral TikTok because she said she was a tour guide and somebody tried to call her out on it. I mean, I'd rather be able to only dunk than not be able to dunk is what I mean. Okay. I think I respect it. A lot of people called her out. I don't even know what this is. Okay. Well, you know, maybe we'll look at it. This seems like culturally relevant. Zoomer News. Zoomer News is like TikTok call outs, dude. TikTok call outs. Drake's penis. Aiden Ross got scammed. On God W. That's hello. I'm Hassan Piker and this is Zoomer News. Are you ever work on your passing NBA game? Some drunk guy is trying to climb the sphere in Vegas. Oh no. Oh no. All right. Anyway, let me blast off real quick. Let's get started. Personal news wise, I just worked out this morning and I felt good. You know what I mean? That's it. There's like literally nothing else going on in my life other than the fact that I worked out. There's going to be a hashtag ad campaign coming this week for a video game. So gaming is back. So fear not. Whatever happened to your wide view camera? I don't usually use it. Why would I use my wide view camera? I don't have guests. And when I do have guests, it's like much easier to use the camera that I currently have. So are you skipping Pal World? I'm not skipping Pal World. For me, it's literally, it's will, dude. Will brought me into the world, and he like went and he got a server, and I got excited, and then he just didn't do anything with it. He just left to do the OTK stuff. So too famous now. The Pal World meta is over. What hair products do you use? I have nothing in my hair today, which is why it's like frizzy. But usually the only thing I put in my hair is Rogaine. But this morning I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm not even gonna put Rogaine today. I mean, that's why it's like fluffy today. But the Rogaine that I use, I think usually makes my hair not as fluffy. It's Enshrouded meta now. We have Poopy Playtime that I haven't played as well. So there's that too. We got Poopy Playtime. Poopy Playtime. But yeah, let's do it. Rogaine can fuck up your heart. Be careful. Good. Mayorka's impeachment. L. Nikki Slaley loses to none of the above in... Dude, there's some really funny and really dumb. There's some really funny and really, really, really stupid fucking news out there right now in the world. Okay. Like, I don't know how to describe it. Oh, ceasefire terms and conditions too. We'll talk about that too. Them still trying to lose regardless. Israel, Hamas, negotiations. The libs of TikTok reaction is fucking hilarious. What do you mean? What? Fox News shows hate crime live. Variety is back. Gaming is back. Get in now. JPL is laying off 8% of their employees because they haven't been able to secure funding for the fiscal year. Shit. Murat. JPL 8% because they couldn't secure funding. What do you think about that? Not touching the Misgift Mitch Jones drama. Probably smart. Bro, what is there to touch? In the history of drama, has there ever been a moment where Mitch Jones actually came across as like correct? Like, I've never seen a person come out and be like, I was assassinated, and then make himself look horrible in the process, and then have every single person collectively turn around and be like, even people who are like, I hate Misgift, but holy fuck, dude, you're such a dumbass. Like there's no one else that is as consistent as Mitch Jones at like seemingly finding a way to make himself look like the responsible party in every situation, because he is. Honestly, because he is. That's it. It's like there's not even drama there, because it's literally like where's the drama? It's such a funny moment, because like what happened with the Mitch Jones drama here? I mean, we can talk about that as well. We can start with that one if you want. What happened with the Mitch Jones drama, as far as I understand it, is like almost identical. It's an almost identical parallel. Bro, it's like how even your haters championed you when you debated Tate. Yeah, dude, there's an identical parallel to Mitch Jones last year, or like 2 years ago at this point. I don't even remember. Here, we're blasting off, by the way. A couple years back, Mitch Jones, 2 years ago, last year, I don't know how many years ago, time flies when you're having fun, was like, oh yeah, like Hassan is like trying to eat my clout. Like, he was just trying to like clout ride me, and then he like stopped fucking, he would like constantly hit me up to like get clout from me, and it's like so weird. And then people, for a brief moment, because everybody was on their fuck Hassan boner, they were like, oh yeah, is this correct? So I looked back at our fucking DMs, and when I say our DMs, I mean, that doesn't even really do it justice. It was mostly his DMs, and there was not even a single moment where like he was just I literally was so confused about what the fuck he was just saying, and it was the exact opposite of what he was saying. He was like constantly DMing me, and I was just like not really responding. So yeah, I mean, here, this is the Austin Ox. That's Mitch Jones edit.
He was talking like, I should show you my DMs with him fucking, you know, in 2019 or whatever the fuck. Like, dude was like literally like just begging to be a part of the scene, you know what I mean? And then it's just like,
oh man,
yeah,
and I fell for it.
He just switched up real quick.
Oh my god. Okay, that. The funniest part about this is also like Destiny's voice in the background being like, oh man, and I fell for it, and everyone probably spamming like, yeah, that's right, you did, lol. And it's like, no, dog, ain't nobody was falling for nothing. Like, you know, it's just two fucking clown asses is and one. Wild. Our DMs, as I showed earlier, is literally him reaching out to me in 2019. Yo, let's chill soon. How long are you out there? Week. Yo, you ball? Yeah, I'm down for whatever. I leave Saturday. I'm definitely trying to chill soon. Yo, if you're bored and need content, peep my dumb music. Happy for you, bro. You grind way too hard. Aha. Man, maybe don't watch that one. Dropping ep in a month or so. Maybe you peep. Yo, how you been, bro? I was wondering if you're down to hop on a call sometime this week. I'm dropping my album on my birthday and need a little help. Yo, Hassan, get back to me. Yo, bro, I'm streaming a 20-minute segment on July 23rd, 3 days, 3 p.m. Central. Would be dope if you watch party this. It would. Bro, I think I have like real and legitimate brain rotted people in this community. Like, are you condoning physical assault? I don't understand this argument. So the argument here is it's okay for Miz to beat the shit out of Mitch because he lied about your DMs. This is not an argument, okay? Not everything is a fucking argument. Why is your life so full and so convoluted? It's just always like, are you making an argument? Sir, there is no logical conclusion to this. Sir, I have bested you in the marketplace of ideas. Like, shut the fuck up, dude. Jesus Christ. They want drama where there is none? Yeah, dude is like 36 months subscribers, just dick hard, ready to fucking go, cocked and loaded, and is like, wow, dude, it seems like you want Mitch Jones to die. Like, no, man. I don't, okay? I want Mitch Jones to get better. But every single time he comes out with some new shit, it's always a continuation of the classic Mitch Jones struggle, okay? And it feels like because of the way that he operates on low intensity lying and like things that are completely irrelevant, even in like smaller circumstances, like what I'm talking about in a joking manner, all the way to like much larger issues, he always portrays himself as the victim for some reason, and then fails to do so, except for this one random 36-month subscriber who literally thinks that like Miskiv killed him or something. Will be good content for you and mean the world to me. Yo, happy birthday, man. I don't know how old, but we're like 2 days apart. Hope this year is the best, G.
He was talking, like, I should show you my DMs with him fucking, you know, in 2019 or whatever the fuck. Like,
this is what I mean, though. This is like a classic saga, okay? The thing is like, he's the Rat King, gonna assume he's lying and try to get a laugh out of it. Yeah, I just like, I feel like he's just looking for an opportunity to get like, get something off of all these people that like, I think hold on to him and try to help him out, regardless of him being his own worst enemy. And honestly, at this point, it's like, that's what you got to do. You just got to you got to dial it in. Okay. You got to dial it in. You got to lock it in, Mitch Jones. You're fucking 32 years old, dog. Dial it in, lock it in, fix your life a little bit, fix your mentality a little bit. You know, that's my perspective on this. Okay. Like, I don't even know the full details as far as what I saw is like, Mitch Jones came out and was like, Miskiv assaulted me in the middle of the day. Out of nowhere, out of the blue. Here's a video. And then the video was like heavily edited. Okay. And it's funny because everyone was like, wait, you got assaulted? Like, let's see the video. And he was like, I'm not going to reveal the video. And then the video got revealed anyway, I think. And it turns out he like pulls Miskiv out of the car. They're like having an altercation. He openly admits that he's like both high and drunk, if I'm not mistaken. Okay. I might be getting some of these details wrong here. But it's literally like, what are you doing? Okay. This happened in like September and he's like, I'm coming clean. I'm coming clean about my life, about what happened. Like, I don't want Miskiv to do this to anyone else. And it's like, what do you mean? You think he's going to be running around fucking running around giving rides to people that are just like fucked up, zooted, trying to fucking fight him? Like, what are you talking about? Yeah. Anyway. Be careful or Miskiv will beat you up. First of all, on that front, I think y'all know what happened last time Miskiv and I fought as a joke. Okay, so I don't think I have issues on that front. I'm just kidding. Miskiv is a good wrestler. He probably wrestled the shit out of me. Probably fucked me up if we wrestled. Miskiv took an arrow to the knee, or rather a knee to the chest. But to be fair, I think getting into Miskiv's car is the real present danger to your life. I'll be honest. It's like the way that motherfucker's driving. Like, I think that's way more dangerous than him like beating the shit out of you. Apparently, in a fight, you got so much mass on him. Is there he could have killed him. That's pure out of control rage and violence. They've heard a million jokes about them in the last 3 decades. They are not freshmen in the world of Twitch and comedy. He lost his mind. I love that. That Judd Apatow tweet after the slap, after the Chris Rock Will Smith slap lives in my mind permanently. I can never stop. I think about that all the time. But yeah, I don't know. Does anyone have the fucking video or whatever? Like this is the video of the altercation. It's iconic. What is this? This one?
Yeah. You want to know a kick?
A kick? Yeah, sure.
Lift up your legs. You're gonna lean back and extend your foot.
Like that?
Ooh.
You kind of want to push it. Aim a little bit more.
Wait, no. Teach him again.
Oh, yes.
I want you to come right here. You're gonna weigh heavy on him.
Uh-huh.
You're gonna go.
I've never done this before.
This is gonna be
So,
good.
I'm sorry.
I knew
Is that okay?
I knew that was gonna be good.
Miskiff allegedly drama alert. Miskiff allegedly beat up Mitch Jones bad. Mitch Jones made a video accusing Miskiff of physically abusing him into a concussion while Mitch was drunk. Bro, look at how fast that car comes. Wait, what? Wait, what? Oh God. So this is the video and it's like heavily edited, I guess. It's just like drama alert. Here.
You said you could take me 7 you listen cocaine. Shit. You think you're gonna kill my you.
I just want to point something out here. Mitch Jones is the person that cut this. Okay? He's the one who subtitled this. Okay? So I want you to understand something. Like this is supposed to be like Mitch Jones is like, "Oh, you fucking killed me, Miskiff. Like how dare you kill me? Like I'm murdered. I've been murdered by you." He edited it, subtitled it, and in the subtitles like he's openly showing like I can't tell if Miskiff paid him for the good press or if this is another designated classic Mitch Jones moment. Which, like, how were you typing? Like, he was typing in the subtitles, not realizing, like, this I don't think makes me look good. Okay? You're going to get banned for showing this? Wait, why? Like, how is it that in no moment, wait, why would I get banned for? There's nothing TOS in this. I genuinely don't understand. I genuinely don't understand how he, like, basically he fucking cut this video, edited it, shortened it to like show all the good stuff, I guess, subtitled it, and at no point did he fucking realize like, shit, man, maybe this should stay in the fucking drafts because like I feel like this doesn't make me look good. Like he subtitled, "You're fucking drunk and off cocaine" in the middle of the day. Okay, this is midday shit. There's a subtitle that he typed in to the fucking footage that he released personally, voluntarily, that shows that he is in the middle of the day, 2 p.m. on a fucking Tuesday, drunk as fuck and zooted. You should have used AI to make Miz say something else. It's a filter. It's actually the middle of the night. Wait, what? No, it's not. What do you mean? What do you mean it's the middle of the night? You think you're gonna, what? There ain't no filter like that.
Shit. You think you're gonna kill my shit. You said, come on. You can't say let's go.
And
Yeah, it's like why did he release that video? Especially that part of the video where like it literally feels like this is like PR, this is good PR for Miskiff almost. Like the way he released his footage makes it look like here's all the reasons. I won't show you what happened. I won't show you like what led to the altercation, okay? And the video that I will show you doesn't even show the fight. Okay, doesn't even show the assault. I'm just gonna tell you that I got assaulted. Okay, while also simultaneously the only footage that I will release on it is still going to somehow make me look bad. If cops operated like Mitch Jones, we would have abolished the police by now. Okay, imagine like every body camera footage very clearly is like I am doing this. Like if cops wanted to release this kind of footage, okay, and then like basically every single time they showed their footage of like someone maybe even resisting arrest, it showed that like the cops were in the wrong every single time. It makes no sense. Anyway, so I don't really understand. I don't really get it. I don't know. You guys wanted me to fucking address the drama, but it doesn't seem like there's anything serious happening here. But I do look, this something that I'm mentioning here, it is definitely something that I think this is the real part of this conversation, I guess. Like, look, a lot of people are really fucked up. Okay. A lot of people in the Twitch space are really, really fucked up in the brain. Not me though. Okay. But everybody else. And to them, I say, get better, get help. BetterHelp.com. If you use my code word, no, I'm just kidding. No, but seriously, dude, seriously. I think that there are just a lot of people with like really toxic ass fucking behaviors that run rampant in the scene. And I don't know what to say other than, and to all the people that are just like basically looking at this at face value and being like, oh dude, like even people saying like, oh, Miskiff is like defending himself in this situation, or all the people that are saying, well, you don't defend yourself by going ape shit and like beating the shit out of someone or whatever. You just don't know anything about this circumstance. Okay. You don't know anything about this situation. You don't know anything about the background of these people. You don't know the relationship or the dynamic of these people whatsoever. And even in that altercation that like is supposed to make Mitch Jones look good, like he doesn't even do a good job of presenting the case where it looks like he was, attacked unjustly by a dude who is giving you a ride back home in the middle of the fucking day when you're literally coked out and fucking drunk. Okay. Which is very odd. Twitch chatters absolutely think they know these people. Yeah, but if they knew the people or if they knew the background a little bit better, they would not be saying the things that they're saying. It seems to me like they just read something or just have like a perspective that they're leaning on heavily. But yeah. Yeah. The problem is he keeps mentioning he was punched multiple times, strangled and beat down while being knocked out, but in the video he clearly just holds his face because he probably got punched one time. Yeah, I don't know what happened with the altercation. Like, I don't know what happened. I don't know what the extent of it was. But like for me, Mitch Jones is like the IDF. You know what I mean? After the 8th time that someone says something and it comes out to be like the exact opposite of the situation, I'm probably not going to fucking immediately take you at face value. You know what I mean? I'm not going to be like, okay, I agree with you. You know what I mean? All right, I guess you're right on this one. Even though all of the other like 40 different instances, you were just like completely misrepresenting the situation in a way that is literally the exact opposite of the situation and like makes you look bad as a matter of fact. And if you had not revealed this about yourself, it literally, no one would even know about it. Like, that's why I started off the conversation with like, that's why I started off the conversation with the classic Mitch Jones Austinox edit. Like, even when it's something super low stakes, when it's just like lying for no reason about being like, Hassan hit me up all the time in 2019 to like link up with the crew. And he was just trying to like farm my clout. And it turns out it's like literally the opposite, straight up the opposite situation. It's like, no one would have known about that. No one would have known about how embarrassing that is for you. You voluntarily chose to fucking lie for no reason. You know what I mean? And that's my thing that like, that's the reason why it's like a little bit harder for me to like immediately listen to what he has to say and be like, yeah, I'm sure he's in the right here. You know what I mean? The real danger I think that Miskiff put Mitch Jones in is the fact that he was driving. I'll put it back to that.
That sounds like a scam. Sounds like a scam. It most likely is a scam when it's Mitch Jones. I can guarantee you he has
done several things.
Yeah, he has lied over and over again.
So then we don't care. We support Miskiff on this.
This guy's the most Norwegian man I've ever seen in my life. We don't care. We support Miskiff on this. I love him. What the fuck? Oh, it's so cute that Knut misses Tectone so much that he has a Norwegian version of Tectone. Okay. Like, does he have like a Norwegian version of Miskiff and a Norwegian version of like Wake? Like, does he have everybody but in Norway with like their own versions? They're all like, that's right. I'm here, Knut, to farm the lulz. You are very funny, but I'm funnier. My view count has been lower. My view count has been lower than Extra Emily this week. I don't like it. That's Norwegian Miskiff.
Of course I would have done it. Even if it beat him up, it would have been well deserved almost. Just kidding. Sorry for that joke.
Good joke.
Anyway, like I said, I wish him well. I wish Mitch Jones well. Bro, please get help, dude. Dog, you gotta go to therapy. What the fuck? What the fuck's going on? Just go to therapy. It's not a one-stop shop. It's not gonna save everything, okay? You know, That's my suggestion. Everybody, go subscribe to the Hassan Abi broadcast at the top of the hour to avoid the 3-minute ad break, and also go get therapy, okay? And try to fix your life a little bit. He could have, if you gave him your BetterHelp link. Yeah, go to betterhelp.com and use the code word Hassanabi for 50% off your first therapy purchase. Just kidding. I don't have a betterhelp.com sponsorship, but I do have a 3-minute ad break coming for you at the top of the hour. Okay? Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Alaska is planning on deploying their National Guard to the southern border in 2025. Hell yeah, brother. They should worry about the Russian border, dog. What the fuck? With how many haters you have, you really should get a sponsorship with them. Dude, imagine I get all my haters to get therapy and then they're no longer so mentally ill and stalk me. That would be sick. So, what was I gonna say? Yeah, therapy can't fix them haters. There's another thing that could fix them, but I won't say it. Yeah, I hope that was a little bit more eye-opening for those who are watching, or if you want to know what my take is. I feel like it's not like a very serious situation in and of itself, but the way that Mitch Jones tried to present it, he tried to make it seem like it was a super serious situation. I didn't know Mizkiv had that dog in him. What do you mean, bro? Of course he has that dog in him. He's 1, from New Jersey, okay, and 2, from New Jersey. That's it. You automatically have that dog in you. If you are from New Jersey, you got that dog in you. It's barking all the time, okay? Yeah, and also he wrestled too. BetterHelp offered free therapy to IDF soldiers, so maybe don't get a sponsorship from them. I love that that's the reason why you think I wouldn't get a sponsorship from BetterHelp, okay? That's pretty funny. Dude, BetterHelp offering free therapy to IDF soldiers is basically BetterHelp being pro-Hamas, okay? Fuck you mean, dog? Oh, no, dude. After lasering my 11th 7-year-old Palestinian child, I called up my BetterHelp therapist to cry on a telehealth situation. Turns out it was artificial intelligence on the other side. And now I'm killing myself, okay? That's like, what do you mean? The fuck do you mean, dog? That's the least worst thing BetterHelp has done. Yeah, exactly. They're like, BetterHelp secretly pro-Palestinian emancipation. One Israeli occupying force guy at a time, okay? I'm pretty sure there are other reasons you shouldn't work with BetterHelp. Yeah, like as though I was working with BetterHelp from the jump. So, yeah. All right, let's move on. This is a crazy situation. I didn't even know this was a real problem, but I got to show this motherfucking video to you. It's
when your
wild.
name is James Bond and you have encounters with the police, it's a good idea to have your ID with you.
So he's flashing light on my face, and he goes,
You. And I'm like, yes, sir. He's like,
what's your name?
Tell me your name.
When it got to me, I'm like, shit.
oh shit, I'm about to die. So I tell him, James. And he says, do you got a last name there, James? And I said, Bond.
James Bond.
James Bond.
My name's James Bond.
And they'll just think I'm a cocky little teenager giving them some flack.
And so he reached through the window of the car and grabbed me by my shirt and said, you f***ed with the wrong guy on the wrong day, and proceeded to pull me through the window of the car.
He looked at me like, I'm gonna give you one more chance to tell me the truth.
I'm telling the guy, please, 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 my name really is James Bond.
My name is James Bond.
Man, my name's James Bond.
That right there was enough to get the guy to draw down on me. Up from the holster and right in my face.
Dude, cops are so insane. Okay, like the story gets way worse. Just wait. But like the fact that this is just a normal altercation, like we expect this in the United States of America, is so unimaginably, unconscionably psychotic. It's like, yeah, dude, you pissed me off now, boy. It's time to die. Like, imagine pulling out a fucking piece because you're pissed off. You're just having a bad day. No other job gives you this allowance, dude. Even if he was fucking with them. Even if his name is not James Bond and he's like, yeah, my name's James Bond, bitch. You think it's like, you think you should like pull out your fucking service weapon on him? Fuck! Hey, Cap for Cutie, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. It's just like, God, Americans are so goddamn cucked too, because like policing as an organization, as an institution is like, you know, relatively popular in this country in spite of all of these very obvious issues. It blows my mind.
And he's like, you're right, and I'm Donald f***ing Duck. Get on the ground, get on the ground. he sort of calmed down, had me stand at the back of the car, went back to his car, ran my driver's license, came back and said, "That's a cool name, son," and went ahead and let me go.
I did get convicted of that. Do you believe that? I did get convicted of that because the
This part's even more insane because, like, at least the white guy gets let go.
judge said that I was obstructing the police officer from doing his job by me saying my name in a jokingly manner. I looked at the judge like, "Are you serious? How can I say, James Bond in a jokingly manner? I just said my name." And yeah, I had to do like 60 days in the county jail for that.
60 days.
60 days. That right there at that instance made me look at them at a different way because I knew that I had a long way to go with them, by my name being James Bond and I'm black.
This dude went to jail once again for 60 days because this is the new thing. This is the new meta, I guess. Having a name that's weird while being black. Because, like, driving while black is obviously a felony, okay? Walking while black is obviously a felony. Being black across the board in many different circumstances have been a felony for a very long time. But I had never seen having a weird name while black to be a legitimate indictment on a person. 60 days he was robbed of his freedom. How crazy is that? Yeah, the black James Bond that got sentenced for 60 days in county jail years later got accused of murder, exonerated, but apparently a different James Bond in the same town almost went out of business because of the reporting of the name. That Bond's case is paradigmatic at a police checkpoint. An African-American telling a police officer his name is James Bond got him 60 days of jail time, regardless of the fact that it was indeed his name. Sometime later, he was accused of murder. He was later exonerated in his city, South Bend, Indiana, by the way. South Bend, Indiana, by the way, very famously had a white supremacist police force, by the way, which was actually whistleblown on. And then, if you recall, our current transportation secretary, Pete Buttigieg, was the mayor at the time and absolutely destroyed that entire situation. Like, straight up, genuine white supremacist corruption within the South Bend, Indiana Police Department. And it was brought to Pete Buttigieg's attention, and he was like, "Nah, what are black people to do? What are you supposed to do? You live there. What are you going to do? Where are you going to go? Where are you going to live?" Anyway, a town of just over 100,000 inhabitants where, as unlikely as it may seem, another James Bond lived, this one white, whose business almost went belly up when the television news reported without a picture of the defendant, that was a James Bond from Indiana, was incarcerated for murder. The Norwegian Tecton answers you.
We meet in the future. Tell you that. The Norwegian version of Tecton, I heard. What the fuck, dude? Come at me, Hassan Abi. I'm gonna beat you down at Iron Force Gym, okay?
God, I love the Norwegian accent so much.
Yep.
Why is everyone so upset? He literally has a license. As crazy as the story is, how are we going to convince people that a state called Indiana exists? That's true. Unfortunately, it does. Okay. I lived in Indiana my whole life. That's how all cops are in the state. My family would avoid driving through Elwood, Indiana, because we were dragged out of the car and forced to sit on the side of the road while hogs searched my dad. Yeah. Yep. These guys named James Bond getting in trouble, but this woman is allowed to sell houses. Robin Banks. Yeah, white women on top. Okay. Fucked up. Well, at least she's not working at the bank. Okay. At least she's selling houses and not working at the bank. Because if she was working at the bank and her last name is Banks and her first name is Robin, I feel like that's a little too much. Okay. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, someone did climb the sphere. That's right. Metro Police responds to the person climbing sphere. Turns out, Maison Deschamps, also known as Pro-Life, is the individual climbing the sphere. Photos posted to his Instagram story suggest he climbed the sphere. What an ironic name. His name is Pro-Life, and he tried to kill himself by climbing the sphere. That's great. Deschamps was previously arrested for also climbing the Aria in August 2021. The public is advised to avoid the area and expect closures due to emergency vehicles responding to the scene. Just the most normal pro-lifer, okay? The most normal pro-lifer, okay? This is probably the most sane pro-lifer. Pro-lifers can never get it right. They're just never, they keep dying, okay? They claim they're pro-life, they keep dying. They claim they're pro-life, they keep trying to kill themselves. I don't know what the fuck's happening. It's pro-life Spider-Man. The article author typoed. Oh my God, he has a YouTube page. This is him. I climb skyscrapers to raise money and awareness for women in crisis pregnancy. Very special thanks to Conservative Dad's ultra-right 100% woke-free American beer. Oh God, I can't watch these videos, man. It's just like makes my hands feel weird. My hands get tingly whenever I watch videos like this. Hassan, he dies in this one. Don't watch. First of all, we know he doesn't, okay? Because he's at the fucking Sphere today. His hoodie isn't Trump. It's a ultra-right beer hoodie.
A lot more bicep than I thought, honestly.
Isn't this super illegal? Like, how does he not get into trouble? I'm pretty sure you can't just climb.
Hey, stop.
Wait, what? Huh?
Hey, stop.
Bro, a dude straight up tried to kill him, dog. Yeah. Yeah. That's crazy. That's crazy. Oh my God. Oh my God. Dude, what the fuck, bro? Imagine you bang on the glass and you make him fall. That's oh no. Oh no, dude. It's a cop too?
Don't do that. Hey, don't do that.
What do you mean don't do that? Bitch, get off. But like, how do you get off at that situation? Look at this one. God, I hate that. I can't look at that. I can't look at that. That one's too much.
I hate stimming. Oh my gosh.
His head's spinning? Oh God, my hands are so tingly. My hands are so tingly. My hands are so tingly. I can't watch this. Bro, stop. Oh my God. I can't look at this. I can't look at this. It's really fucked up. It's really fucked up. Oh my God. Oh, that's so scary. That's so scary. I don't know how people do that. I'm not even like afraid of heights or anything, but this kind of shit, whenever I watch this, like I don't give a fuck about like being high up in like a skyscraper or like looking down usually. But for some reason, when I see like GoPro footage like this, no, it's not even a bullshit thing. I don't care. I don't care at all. Why would I lie? I'm openly telling you what I'm afraid of and what I'm not afraid of. This is something I never understand. When people are like, no, I'm actually going to debate your fears here. Okay. Like while I'm in the process of describing what my fears are. I don't know what it is, but like this kind of stuff, it makes my hands tingly. And like right now, it's like my hands are so tingly currently looking at this. And I get really uncomfortable about this kind of shit. Even though I'm not personally afraid of heights at all.
It's really physical.
Wait, you have thalassophobia, fear of deep bodies of water? I am afraid of the depth of the water for sure. But that's because like, I don't know. God damn, son. Oh my God. Oh my God. How is he doing this?
Praise the Lord.
Has he changed your mind on abortion? Bro, I don't even know what the point is supposed to be here. Like, I genuinely don't understand what his point is supposed to be. This chatter worked in the building he was climbing and took a photo of him. Oh my God. That's so funny. Chatter, you were in direct contact with greatness. So explain it to me. Did you feel like it changed your mind? He says it in the video, shaking my head.
Hey guys, I'm here on top of the Sphere. I guess they're going to make me go through the top, but I just wanted to say that we are doing this today to raise money for a mother named Isabel. She is homeless and pregnant and needs help, guys. So go over to letthemlive.org or the link in my bio to go.
It's so gross that like the only like he's pro-life, obviously, as his name openly states. And I feel like it's so gross to be like, oh yeah, I'm raising money for pregnant homeless mothers. And it's like, no, you're raising money for an anti-abortion operation. Like, you fucking freak, you little shit.
Go support this woman. Big thanks. Praise be to God. I will talk to y'all later.
Just so you know, over the past 2 minutes, I tried to understand what the fuck a climber has to do with abortion. Thanks for explaining it. No, it doesn't. He doesn't. He just likes climbing shit. Okay, he just likes climbing shit illegally and like raising money for pro-life anti-abortion charities. Okay, that's it. Oh my God, this is my favorite kind of hogwatch. We're gonna talk about Toby Keith death conspiracies. I got in trouble when I lived in Scott AFB because I climbed 80 feet into a tree at 8 years old and they didn't even have a ladder tall enough to get me because I was because it was Southern Illinois. I love heights. I should start climbing behind this guy and call myself the aborter. Yeah, just climb up behind him and try to do the 2-finger punch in Naruto into his butthole every time to see if he can actually fucking fall or not. Just like pull on his leg and shit, okay? And you're like, I'm the aborter. I'm the aborter. I'm the Democratic aborter, baby. Listen, you're just playing on extra difficulty. If God is on your side, you won't fall. Yeah, 1,000 years of pain jutsu. He's not even good. This is easy Gumby nonsense. Get on something real like a 5.13 on lead. Okay, dude. Okay, dude. All the fucking climbing Andy's like, bro, I would solo this. I would solo this so quick, dude. This fucking Gumby. It's the shoes that are doing half the fucking work for him. You know what I mean? Goddamn grip. I love bouldering, guys.
Oh, good. I'll meet you at the top. If you pop this out, you can knock me off.
What?
No, you'll knock me off. Don't do that. Mason, I'll just meet you at the top. I got it. Don't worry.
Mason.
Yeah.
We're gonna stop you before you can get to the top. I know what you're trying to do. You want to make your message. We're not gonna bother you, but we're not gonna let you go all the way up to the top.
Why? But I'm worried you guys are gonna pop these off and then you're gonna knock me off. Trust me.
Well, we're getting above you, and we're gonna knock off the one that's closest above
Well,
you.
I'm telling you, if it comes down and hits me, I'm gonna die. I can easily get to the top. This is nothing.
No.
I'm a professional climber.
It doesn't matter.
Okay, okay.
Doing right now is you're putting our lives at risk, and you're putting your lives at risk. I'm okay with the message and the attention you're trying to grab, Mason. I get it.
He's like, bro, I hate abortions. Okay, I think women should not be able to have abortions. Please get off the fucking building.
We've done this before.
I know, but I've seen it's way safer to just meet me at the top. I'll do whatever you guys say, but it's way safer. Trust me. Yeah. Okay. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, he's saying he's anti-abortion across the board. He's like, I will not abort this climb. I will never abort. Okay. You will never get me to abort anything. I will not abort this climb. I will not abort the babies. I am here on a strict anti-abortion message.
It's way safer. Trust me.
One day, though, when he does inevitably fucking slip and fall and turn into a pancake splatter on the side of a fucking street, it will be a very funny ultra late term abortion joke that basically wrote itself over the course of like the last however many years he was in operation. So when people are scraping him off the sidewalk, okay, and trying to power wash his like his brain matter off the goddamn sidewalk, it'll be like, yep, I guess he got an abortion, a late term one.
Yeah. Yes, sir. To the top. Yeah, I can stop at each one like I've been.
Okay, how about if just so we talk to you?
It's like, how do you Ice-T on these guys? Easier ways to impress women and get pussy, homie. Just saying. I don't like this. I don't like this at all. Ice-T is so right about this. He's right about a lot, and especially this. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Like a fucking angsty teenager. He's like, oh man. Like his hands are in his pockets, like he doesn't even care. That's so dangerous, dude. Fuck. God, Ed Sheeran is wild, and yeah. Ed Sheeran is gonna stop making music, and this is what he did after he stopped making music. Are you happy? You bullied him. You bullied him into stop making music, and this is what he does now. At least a few Russians have died doing shit like this. At least for Russia, I understand it. Okay, I get it. They have literally, this is their economy. Okay, this is their economy, dog. They don't have anything else. They got dash cam videos and parkour videos. That's it. They don't have anything else. And weird versions of heroin laced with paint thinner. But like for them, they got nothing. They got nothing. But if you're in America, it's like you got a lot of stuff. You got a lot of stuff you can do. Be reasonable. They have porn. I mean, okay. Why is he dressed like this, dude? He's he's an angsty teenager. That's why. This is literally cultural appropriation from us Slavs. That's what I'm saying. If you're Slav, then I get it. Like, you got nothing else going on, brother. This is it.
2 floors, and you leave for a few minutes.
That works for me, man.
All right, my name is Mike.
All right, thank you, Mike. Sorry for...
The funniest thing is having a conversation with pro-life Spider-Man on the ledge. It's like he has to technically talk to him like as though he's talking to a jumper, right? And because his worldview is so broken, okay, because his worldview is so busted, how can you decipher whether or not he truly is a depressed person who wants to kill himself or simply just a normal Republican, the most mentally sound Republican? All matter of conservatism is just mental illness. So clearly, there's no way to decipher. You have to be there and talk to him the entire way and be like, no, dude, I fucking hate abortions. Okay, please don't jump. Please don't fucking jump and turn into splatter. It's like, because you can't tell. You can't tell if he is like truly there as a jumper or if he is just a pro-abortion activist, because both circumstances are pretty fucking, you know, in both circumstances, your brain is not doing all right, okay?
Putting you at risk. It's not the goal here. All right.
Promise.
Yes, I think that's safer.
Okay, we'll do that.
How do they hear him down there? Am I stupid? No, dude. They're like, they popped their head open from like one of the fucking floors, I think, like from one of the windows or whatever.
All right, cool. Thank you.
Here in New York City, a jumper from a building landed on accident on a lady on the street. She died, but she cushioned his fall, so he ended up living. Jesus Christ. He was on Tucker Carlson. Oh, my Lord.
So the so-called pro-life Spider-Man Mason Deschamps completed his most daring climb yet. We are mesmerized by these, and they're legitimately dangerous. On Tuesday morning, he free climbed, in other words, without ropes,
I have to pee.
the tallest building in Arizona, the 40-story Chase Tower in downtown Phoenix. The climb received much more media attention than many of his other climbs. He was arrested after getting to the top, as he often is, but he's out of jail now, and he joins us to explain why he once again risked his life. Mason Deschamps is the pro-life Spider-Man. Great to see you, Mason. Thank you for coming on tonight. Congratulations on surviving yet another. It's incredible. Well, tell us why you did this.
Yeah, thanks for having me on, Tucker. I climb these buildings because I want to show people how to have faith over fear. Abortion is murder, and that's the truth. Yet so many people my age are scared to speak the truth. They're scared to offend. They're scared to lose friends, but we can't be scared. Abortion is just like climbing a skyscraper. It's a matter of life or death, and we don't have time for fear. That's why this time around, I'm raising money for a woman named Hope. She's 22 weeks pregnant, and she is partially disabled, and I want to show her that she doesn't need to have an abortion, and she doesn't need to live in fear.
Did you raise money by doing this?
Yeah, I raise money every time, especially by coming on your show, Tucker.
Well, I mean, it's just such an amazing story because, you know, on the one hand, your athletic ability and your bravery is just remarkable, and the fact that you're doing it in support of the single most unfashionable position in the United States of America, and you don't care, is even more inspiring, I would say. Have you talked to Hope?
I have personally not talked to Hope. She works with counselors, but I'm praying every day for her that she can receive the help and care. And I know that, like, what I do is risky. And I know what I do is dangerous, but it's something that needs to be done. And like I say, not everybody can climb a skyscraper, but everyone can speak out, and everyone can help save a baby at a time by going to letthemlive.org and helping Hope, receive the support and care that she needs.
Yeah, I mean, raising money for a woman who's pregnant and doesn't want to be, and you're trying to help her, I can't imagine anything more virtuous than that. You'll be attacked, but not in my house. Mason Deschamps, great to see you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tucker.
Subscribe to the Fox News YouTube channel to catch our nightly opens, stories that are changing the world.
Yeah, the best thing to do in the situation is, like, if you, for the record, here's a trick for all the ladies out there who want to get an abortion, but actually legitimately have or want to get an abortion or want to know that they're actually pregnant, right? But the MRA is going to cost a lot of money. If you go to one of these fucking crisis pregnancy centers or family crisis centers or whatever, where they like lead you down the path of like becoming a baby incubator for some fucking like right-wing Christian family, you can just go in, right? And be like, hey, I need an MRI. They'll give it to you for free. Like, it is actually, or not MRI, sorry, ultrasound. Yeah, a lot of those places offer free healthcare, unfortunately. So if you already know you want to fucking get the fetus yeeted out, but you want an ultrasound first, or get like tested and stuff, get some healthcare done, you can get that free healthcare and then go and get the fucking fetus yeeted anyway. Another one. Yes, I know this is the guy who just climbed the Las Vegas Sphere, chat. That's why we're watching this. It's so funny that chatters are like, don't do it. They will keep you there for hours. They don't have trained techs. They will harass you the entire pregnancy. Don't do it. I don't know. I mean, I've heard this I've heard this from people who don't have money to get like the actual ultrasound, so they just go in and get their checkups done there, and then they go and get the fucking they go and get the abortion anyway. We are right, Hassan, but they will lie about how far along you are. Oh, that part too. That part too. That I mean, yeah, you're just gonna get the fucking fetus yeeted out anyway, though. Who gives a shit? Yeah, don't believe anything they're saying though, because they legally lie to you, as I've explained. They literally legally are allowed to lie to you. Hassan is a piece of shit. Hassan is a loser. No, don't ban that guy. Come on, he's got some good ideas. So fucking sad, man. It's beyond traffic, man. I'm a level Latino immigrant and catch racism here in the South. Wait, what? Seems like Juicer Nation is unfollowing, unsubscribing from all No Pixel streamers. Thoughts? Thank you for always standing strong during unfounded social unrest. What the fuck? Yo! My man went from 2021 RP Juicer, 2021 RP Juicer to being like Trump 2024, baby. Listen, I unbanned him because we need more incredible content and incredible commentary like this. Okay, we need him. Yeah. Okay. How the fuck did this guy go from thanks for always standing up against racism to being like, I am the racism? Okay. He got banned for being too based. Yeah, dude, we love based people here. Okay, we love based and red pilled people, don't we, folks? Go ahead, Azan, defend XQC. Wait, what? No. Would you grab on when you're climbing the sphere? I'm too high for this. I have no idea. Wait, did XQC do something? I don't think so. I don't think he did anything other than just like being XQC. I don't know if there's anything new here, XQC wise. All right, here's a fun little here is a fun little moment. Wait, what? Now check mines. It's unhinged. Might get banned. What? As a Latino, a lot of Latinos have this weird mindset where the racism they face is because of liberals and not Republicans. Shit is wild. I am 4 beers deep into the stream right now. I watched a video about New York City migrants, and I would love your thoughts on it. Bro, every single one of these videos is so fucking reactionary for the most part. I don't know if this guy's like cool or not, but I feel like New York is not all right. But yeah, we can watch it in a little bit. Okay, so here's a React playlist for you as promised. Come dine with me. Full episode, East Oxfordshire, so loser. Yeah, we'll do this later. So, Cash Jordan is like Lib Tyler Oliver. Oh, he's a lib? Okay, we love our libs. We love our libs, folks. Don't we love them, folks? I'll take like any fucking old school liberal who's like, I think migrants are good and cool. Okay, any day of the goddamn week, because I feel like so many people are like, I'm apolitical. And then it's like, and then their politics actually are just Hitlerian. You know what I mean? Apolitical YouTubers coming out as like having the most Hitlerian politics when it comes to like immigrants and shit. It has been so constant and so consistent. Anyway, speaking of Hitlerian politics, the Republican Party once again doing their very best in their race to the goddamn bottom as they try to show the rest of the world that like, no, actually, we are both incredibly racist, still significantly more racist than the Democratic Party, even though the Democratic Party surely is trying to say, no, we are the racist party now. But also that they're incredibly incompetent. What did they do? Well, they wanted to, the Republicans in the House, wanted to impeach Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. Okay? And some really funny things happened in this impeachment process, which I personally think is awesome and hilarious. And so let's get into it. First of all, why are they doing this? Well, because, you know, they got nothing else going on.
And with the political confusion on Capitol Hill, all of it tied to immigration, after weeks of threatening to impeach DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas for allegedly ignoring the border crisis, GOP lawmakers did not have the votes to make an impeachment stick. And at the very same time, some of those same Republicans, apparently spooked by a warning from Donald Trump, worked to kill a bipartisan Senate bill that might have addressed the very same immigration problems Mayorkas is accused of ignoring. Nicole Killian is on Capitol Hill for us, following it all. People want to know what is going on there. Nicole, good morning.
Hey, good morning to you, Tony. House Republicans haven't ruled out holding another impeachment vote against Secretary Mayorkas, which would mostly be symbolic, even though last night's vote failed. In fact, the margin was so close that 2 members who were recovering from serious medical issues had to come back.
in a nail-biting vote.
The resolution is not adopted.
An attempt to impeach Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas was rejected Tuesday on the House floor.
I would say it's a clown show, but that would be a disservice to actual working clowns.
One of the deciding votes was Texas Democrat Al Green, who surprised colleagues when he showed up unexpectedly from the hospital after a recent surgery. He spoke briefly with CBS News from his hospital bed following the vote.
Nobody on the Hill pressured me. I went there to help a good man keep his reputation. What they did was wrong.
Dude, it's such a funny thing. This dude literally got wheeled out of the hospital to cook the Republican Party, okay? Which he did. Which, I mean, it's a sham anyway.
Republicans broke ranks, joining the Democrats, including California's Tom McClintock.
You're not concerned about any political consequences from your decision?
When you're an outlier on a subject, you better be damn sure you're right.
The defeat marks a stunning blow for House Republicans, who filed 2 articles that allege Mayorkas willfully refused to comply with the law and breached public trust. A DHS spokesperson called it baseless.
What the hell just happened?
In the Senate, negotiators of a bipartisan border compromise tried to resuscitate it after Senate Republicans torpedoed the package.
The idea that we committed to supporting whatever came out of this.
Yeah, one of the funniest parts about this was also Marjorie Taylor Greene coming out. She had some choice words on this. Wait, does anyone have the link? Does anyone have the clip of Marjorie Taylor Greene talking about the vote process and how, like, let's see if I can find it real quick, because this is fucking awesome. Okay. Oh, here it is. I think this is it. Wait, nope. Is this it? Reminder that Republicans, particularly Abbott, are the lawless ones refusing to follow the Supreme Court's ruling. Yeah, it doesn't really matter. This C-SPAN clip has like 7 minutes of it. I want like the actual juice though.
Look at this as a game, unfortunately, and their strategy. And they hid one of their members.
Oh my God, I'm so good. I'm so goated. 7-minute video, instantly fucking clicked on the actual timestamp. That's insane. How did I do that? How does he do it, folks? How does he do it? Sorry, let's continue.
Waiting to the last minute, watching to see our votes, trying to throw us off on the numbers that we had versus the numbers they had. So,
Hassan, did you want juice or Jews? What do you think? The juice and the sauce. Anyway, it's so funny that she hit the they were hiding votes.
Waiting to the last minute, watching to see our votes, trying to throw us off on the numbers that we had versus the numbers they had. So yeah, that was a strategy at play tonight.
So do you essentially see this as an attendance issue, and you're confident that when Scalise is healthy to come back to the Capitol, you'll bring this back and you will be able to impeach Mayorkas?
It's basically 2 issues. It's several of our members need to think about things over the weekend. And then secondly, we look forward to having Steve Scalise back.
And do you think that there's a chance that you can flip some of those GOP no votes? I mean, they went on a limb tanking this thing today. You think that they're going to change it?
I would really love to see them go home and talk to their voters, the people that hired them to come here. I know that several of them have very strong Republican districts. And I also look forward to seeing.
Yeah, when she says they're hiding votes, she's talking about the dude we just showed who came back from the hospital specifically to vote no on this. From, I think, like he has cancer treatment or something. He literally fucking left the hospital specifically to come in and pull a last second no vote on this and just dump the impeachment process entirely.
This negotiation is pure, unadulterated bullshit.
And declared it dead.
I hate this argument from mainstream media, liberals, and like obviously the liberal organs of information that the Republicans don't care about the border. It's like, yes, dude, we know they don't, but also they don't care about it because it's not a real problem. Okay? The notion that there's a real issue at the border should have never been adopted by the Democratic Party. That is not a position that the Democratic Party can ever win arguments on regardless, and it now looks extra stupid.
No real chance here to make a law.
At the White House, President Biden made a last-ditch appeal, and
I've already yelled about this for like the past week, and especially so yesterday and the day before.
Pin the blame on.
But I think this is the dumbest thing that the Democratic Party can do. Okay, And it is very obviously a classic move that Macron did. It's a classic move that people are doing. It is a classic move that European center left and center right parties have done as well in order to maintain their power, in order to maintain their influence. Here's a tweet I made about it. Biden's task between now and November will be to convince an angry electorate that he's more serious about fixing the border than Trump is. Turns out, though, copying the far right doesn't help mainstream parties, but it can boost the far right. Oh my God. Shocked to find out. Surprise Pikachu. Fascism is on the rise. Okay. U.S. Dems, along with center right and center left neoliberal parties in Europe, are leaning into reactionary politics with the hopes of staying in power. All this does is normalize right-wing positions built on lies that they spent years supposedly combating. It's a massive failure and grown the right. And they've been doing this, and they've gotten worse at doing this. Okay? If you just adopt the furthest right position on everything, okay, then why should anybody vote for you? You have now openly admitted that there is a problem where no such problem existed. And if there is a problem, I'm going to go vote for the guys who are the solution, the final solution, as a matter of fact. That's what the Democrats are doing. Okay? That is precisely what the Democrats are doing. They're like, no, you don't understand. Like, liberals are basically looking at Nazi Germany and being like, no, we hate the Jews more. Okay? We are the ones who are going to put the Jews in the Constitution comes first. Okay? Vote for us. Not the Nazi party. We'll do it. Okay? We'll do it ourselves. But vote for us because that's like, that'll be, it'll be better. We'll do it, but we'll do like 50% less Jews in concentration camps than the Nazis. So, vote for us instead. It's so bad. This time I'm not talking about juice like the drinkable. I'm talking about Jewish people. Okay? A lot of independents and centrists now at least see how much Republicans don't actually care about the number one issue they scream about. I don't agree with the border bill at all, but this worked in the favor of the Dems, in my opinion. No, my friend, that is 100,000% copium. Here is why. Okay? Even if you look at this from a purely apolitical process, all you have done, one, is fundamentally change the Democratic Party's outlook and strategy with a singular person, Joe Brandon. I don't think the rest of the Democratic Party is like this on board with a reactionary border bill. They're just kind of biding their time right now, no pun intended. Okay? But this is an executive decision. Okay? This is their strategy, which is a failure in general, in my opinion, for the 2024 election cycle. So let me tell you something. Here's why this is a massive failure, because to the independents, to the centrists, you now have openly admitted that there's a massive crisis at the border. That is a fundamentally right-wing position because there is no massive crisis at the border. It is perfect. It's made up. It's concocted. That's why you only hear about it every fucking 2 years around a midterm or around a general election. It's not a real issue. Okay? So now the Democratic Party has basically said, you know what? We do believe this right-wing framing. They did this with crime as well. They did this with policing as well. Okay? Where they took on the right-wing position and recognized that there's a massive crisis, but the Republicans don't care about solving that crisis. Well, guess what, dude? It doesn't matter because to the Republican base, they don't give a shit. They are not going to be like, oh yeah, that's right. The Republican Party or Trump is not going to solve the border. Pff, whatever. Shut up, pussy libtard. And to the centrists and the independents, they now believe that there's a crisis at the border. Do you think that the Democratic Party, which now just showed through a failure in leadership, was simply unable to pass a border bill? Okay? They were simply unable to pass it, even though it was a pure, complete right-wing border bill. Do you believe the independents and the centrists, who now believe, because they listen to the Democratic Party, they listen to liberal mainstream media, that there is a crisis at the border, do you think enough of them are going to go, no, the Democrats are the party that will solve the crisis? Or do you think enough of them will actually go, well, I know Trump will solve the crisis. It felt like Trump had solved the crisis at the border when he was president. That's it. It's just, centrists and independents, the supposed moderates, will look at the situation and go, well, this only reaffirms my position that I already held. Biden is so incompetent that he is seeing that there's a crisis at the border, which I also see in mainstream media nonstop. Okay? There's an asylum crisis at the border, but the libs want to pretend that's not happening either. No, the real asylum crisis at the border is because we are not adequately funding processing and we're focusing on detention and criminalizing asylum. But that's the real crisis. The crisis, the humanitarian crisis at the border, is that we're trying to kill asylum seekers. Okay? We're trying to detain asylum seekers. That's the real crisis. Instead of working on creating a shit ton of new jobs for building houses, building more roads, teaching, new teaching jobs, educational opportunities, language opportunities, interpreters, and processors, lawyers, paralegals, and more courts. Instead of seeing this as a problem to solve with a peaceful through peaceful means that allow these asylum seekers to immediately get integrated into our workforce and get the proper documentation, we are creating a crisis. Okay? Now, look how easy it is to solve this communication problem. Okay? It's super easy to solve this, at least on the messaging front, because if Democrats were to say this and also openly admit that this is a violation, a direct violation of international law, because asylum seeking is protected under international humanitarian agreements. Okay? If the Democrats turned around and said, hey, by the way, we care about this from the perspective of morality, and we care about this from the framework of like international law. Okay? I think it's ridiculous that we're not helping these people. I think it's ridiculous that we're not even like working on integration, okay, which would create a shit ton of job opportunities. Instead of working on that messaging front and pushing for better positions, saying like the real issue is that when we make this border crossing illegal, okay, when we criminalize border crossings, we actually create a multi-billion-dollar cartel operation for coyotes, which is actually dangerous. When we understand immigration as a national security phenomena instead of like an issue that could very easily be beneficial to the United States of America, okay, if we were to look at it from a humanitarian perspective, when we don't do those things, okay, we are creating a crisis. Don't accept the racist framing and say that there is really a crisis and we have to stop these fucking people from coming in. The only difference between you and Donald Trump in that circumstance is that Donald Trump says immigrants are poisoning the blood. Donald Trump says Hitlerian immigrants are poisoning the blood of Americans. You say, well, that's racist, but also I agree with it. Tucker Carlson says great replacement is happening. You say, well, great replacement is happening, and we need to stop it, but without, I guess, adopting a more openly racist position on it. It's just, at that point, if you don't counter-communicate against it, and you adopt the right-wing framing, you've lost the plot. You now openly admit that there's a massive crisis at the fucking border that needs to be solved, and the Republicans don't want to solve it. Okay, well, independents and centrists and moderates are going to look at that and go, okay, well, there's a crisis at the border, and you have just demonstrated that you are completely incompetent at whipping votes. That's it. If there's one thing that unites American voters, it is gridlock. They hate it, okay? They hate it. I've talked about this so many times. This is one of the immediate things I realized when I was reading up, and also even from Turkey, following the ACA stuff, okay? Obamacare. One of the major issues for the Democratic Party, which had a supermajority, by the way, at the time, something that we haven't seen since, was that the Obama administration turned around and tried to concede with the Republicans. They tried to literally have like back and forth talks with the Republicans to get some Republican voters on board, okay? That greatly prolonged the process. Every single person in the United States of America only cares, by the way, which they got 0 fucking Republican votes, okay? All it did was like take out certain parts of the fucking bill, neuter it, dilute it, and not a single Republican voted for it anyway. And the worst part of it is that it held up the process. It made it longer. It made it longer and longer to fucking actually push through. Yeah, you had the Joe Lieberman stuff. You had the spoiler, whatever. I'm not going to get into the nitty gritty of this right now. Okay, I've talked about it a million times over, because the major point I'm trying to make is that Americans hated the fucking bill for that reason. Because in that long time frame, Republicans had a shit ton of opportunities to just lie about what's in the bill. Death panels, they said, right? They said that there's death panels. They said that this is going to fucking kill all the old people. Like, the longer something takes, the longer the bill making and the bill, the longer the legislative process takes, the more Americans start hating it, okay? They hate bureaucracy. This is truly an idiotic thing to do. They hate gridlock. The reason why I'm explaining this is because Americans hate gridlock, and they believe that the party in charge is at fault for the gridlock. They do not look at like the Republican Party being obstructionist. They only look at Joe Biden failing. So in this situation, they look at this and they go, I already think Joe Biden is old. I already think he's falling asleep at the wheel. And now I'm further reinforced in this belief that Joe Biden will not recognize the top of the hour ad break, which comes at the top of every hour. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. Joe Biden does not understand that. Okay? Don't be like Joe Biden. Subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get one free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. Hopefully that's me. Sleepy Joe, sleeping through the 3 minutes of ads. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Bareback Hussein Obama. Thank you for the 5 get the subs, brother. Hell yeah. You're the reason my girlfriend doesn't trust men anymore? Okay, dude. Okay, dude. What is this? This is sort of what you were talking about, by the way. Weird framing, but I guess whatever it takes to get people on board with immigration. Due largely to an unexpected surge in immigration, the U.S. economy will be about $7 trillion larger and federal revenues about $1 trillion bigger, the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office said Wednesday. That impact is over 10 years, to be clear. It does not take into account any legislation that Congress may or may not approve. Wait, so are you serious that people only look at the party of the president, or was that just part of the joke? No, I am serious. When Biden comes out and says, we want to fix the border crisis, he's adopting right-wing framing on the issue and normalizing the position that there is a major crisis and that immigration should be treated as a national security concern. And then he's also showing to the rest of the country that he is not the guy who can solve it, because now it's held up. Now it's gotten nuked. Dumbass liberals on Twitter think, oh, well, we got a gotcha on the Republican Party, thinking that that matters to the average American. It doesn't matter to the average American. To the average American, they're like, Joe Biden is old, he's incompetent, and look at him. Now I've been confirmed in my position, in my prior position, that Joe Biden is literally fucking old and can't get this shit done. Because look, he put a fucking deal forward and he couldn't even get it done. Hassan, I'm genuinely having a difficult time understanding why Joe Brandon wanted or proposed this at all. Can you help me? Yes, I can. Do you want to know what it is? They're bad. And I don't mean like morally bad, which, you know, they are. They're just bad at their jobs. That's literally what it is, okay? In a lot of instances, I don't think people understand. They think like, oh, well, these guys have like all these brilliant fucking, Harvard graduates working on their campaigns and shit. It's like, no, dog. They're just fucking bad. They're bad at their jobs. They're not very good. That's it. I don't even know how you can fix the situation for Biden, because even before October 7, even before this dumbass border bill, even before like Biden funding a genocide and shit, okay, people thought he was too old and he needed to look dynamic, okay? And I don't know how you can fix that, because unfortunately, the only thing that's going against him is time. And with more time, he's just going to keep getting older and older. So I don't know how you fix that with time. That's the one thing the father time can't fix, is aging. It's a bit late to be changing horses midstream. Yeah, that's wonderful that you're saying that, by the way. Except, we've been talking about this for months, almost a year, as a matter of fact. Polling was showing like 6 months ago, 7 months ago, where that Biden was not popular and Biden was too old and people thought that he was too old and he shouldn't run again. You know? No, you just started now. Ha ha ha. That's not true. Anyway, so that's where we're at. People said he shouldn't run again in 2021. Where people is Joe, and Joe said he's a stepping stone. Oh yeah, that's true. Even Joe himself said he shouldn't run again. So there's that too. Ruben GKS, thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Welcome to all the Ruben heads. Oh, it's Norwegian tech tone. Nice. Welcome. We are talking about American politics. Saw your tweet and maybe I'm too late, but why do you think do we have that development in the US and Europe at the same time? We have the same development in Europe and the United States at the same time because the Western world's material conditions are worsening, just like everyone else's material conditions are worsening around the world, I guess. Or I'll say it like this. Capitalism is one. Social democracies are unable to withstand the austerity and the privatization initiatives brought forward by a lot of right-wing reactionaries. Oftentimes, the center-left and center-right parties also cave and capitulate to that. That, overall worsens the living conditions of the broad majority of people in these countries. And then they look at something. They look at like they need something to blame. What's easier to blame than immigration? A guy that you don't understand, a guy that's coming from a different culture, maybe a barbarian culture, comes into your country and is taking advantage of your beautiful social safety nets. Your social safety nets are not being eradicated by those who are very deliberately trying to privatize them and make them worse overall and charge you more for it. But they're actually being eradicated by the scary immigrants that are coming in and stealing. Okay? It's a perfect issue. It's a perfect way to say that the outsider is coming in and like stealing your shit. Now, in America, we don't have a lot of social safety nets. So that's why they take it one step further. Okay? They take it one step further and they go, oh no, they're stealing our resources. What resources, you might ask? I don't know. So then they take it one step further and they're like, well, they're raping. They're here to do rapes, which I guess exists in Europe as well. There's certainly that same principle in Europe as well. But that's what's going on overall. People are desperate. People's situations and circumstances worsen. Their material conditions worsen. They don't really understand how or why. They can't understand that like through a slow burn, year over year, they seemingly are making less money, or they have less take-home pay, and all of the amenities and all the social safety nets that are offered to them by their government is getting worse and worse. You know, maybe the wait times are longer at the hospital, right? And that kind of stuff frustrates people. So then they turn around and they're like, I'm angry. It's volatile. And then you can always point the finger at immigration and the scary other that is the reason why, your situation seems worse and worse. Okay? So that's it. And unfortunately, the far right takes advantage of that. The far right takes advantage of that situation perfectly. Why? Why does the far right take advantage of this situation perfectly? Well, why wouldn't they? They've laid the groundwork for them. Why wouldn't they? If I'm Marie Le Pen and Macron is like saying, no, I'm the guy who's actually Islamophobic, you don't understand, I'm going to be like, I'm going to take it extra hard. I'm going to take it one step further. I'm going to be like, no, Muslims are doing rapes. We have to start arresting Muslims on sight. We have to go into mosques and start arresting them for the crime of like, them pursuing their religions. Why wouldn't you say that? You're a fucking racist piece of shit anyway. She's literally a fucking Nazi. Why wouldn't she say that? That's why the right keeps growing and growing. Okay? The right keeps growing and growing, and the far right keeps growing, as a matter of fact. Yeah, I mean, her father literally collaborated with Nazis, by the way. It's not a stretch when I say she's a Nazi. I'm not even joking. Yeah, same process as a decades-long conservative effort to erode U.S. public education by purposely defunding it and then pointing the finger at unions and teachers, etc. as the problem. Yep. So does the leader of the World Economic Forum, but the left loves the World Economic Forum. Yeah, dude, the left loves the World Economic Forum. We love the World Economic Forum, don't we, folks? Wait, I want to show you. The only thing I do love about the World Economic Forum is this, okay? This is a fucking banger. Vaccines. Is this the one? No. This isn't the one. Fuck. God damn it. Why can't I find it? I need to find it. It's such a good one. Yeah, this is it. Okay, listen. Get ready for this banger, because unironically, you're about to be converted to being World Economic Forum heads after this video that I show you. Wait, where is this is like the worst version of this song though. There's like a better one that is like more clear. Yeah, it's not like perfectly synced. Does anyone have the OG one? I fucking love this video and I love this song so much. It's like, it actually kind of goes so hard. It goes so goddamn hard that it's like, I feel like it's this Skibbity for adults. Sure. I don't know why this is weird for you. Every major politics decision is based on blaming others for problems which the government caused. That's why Republicans and the Democrats are blaming the immigrants for their own trouble and own problems. Wait, what? I didn't say it's weird. I'm describing the reasons as to why. Okay, stop sending me random shit. I'm looking for a very specific video, and people are like, here, watch this 38-minute Leisha Miller video. It's like, no, that's not. There's a time and place, and this is not it. A lot of right-wing populist parties in Europe aren't even office-seeking. They don't even want a mandate. All they care about is influencing the agenda to the right, and dumb fuck liberals do their bidding. Oh, this is it. No, this isn't it. Fuck! Why are you fucking... Why? This is not what I'm looking for. I showed you what I'm looking for. There's like a better... Great reset is happening in my brain, dude. Every time I ask for something, oh my God, I'm dying. You guys broke me. You officially did. You broke me. Every time I look for like a very specific video, we are so not synced up. We are so not synced up. I fucking hate it. I hate it. I hate it. Find it yourself. I already did. I'm just looking for like a... Stop being a man child and look it up yourself. Dude, there's like fucking 20,000 people in here. It's literally... Listen. Thank you, Lee. Thank you, Lee Wizwiz. Lee Wizwiz found it, okay? Congratulations, Lee Wizwiz. You are the GOAT of today. So here's the issue, okay? Chat. When you are like purposely derailing, you're just cucking the content for yourself. You know what I mean? You go, oh, look for it yourself. Okay, bitch, I'll do it. It's going to take me like fucking 25 minutes to try to find this goddamn thing. And it's not good content. It's the content that you're consuming. Like, it was just a shitty ass video. It was just going to be like a fun moment. And now it's been like a fucking 15-minute derailment.
This is Klaus Schwab, and I care to say, you must give more of your rights away. Your sacrifice is the only remedy for the real pandemic. We must prepare an angrier world as Agenda 2030 is unfurled. You will eat the bugs, sing in the metaverse. You will comply, and it will get worse. Are you ready for the novel?
Not kidding. Like, I don't know why they made Carl Schwab look so goddamn hard. This is the most pro-World Economic Forum I've ever been in my entire life. This video dropped and I became, call me Johnny Harris, the way I'm defending the World Economic Forum, okay? I am now a neoliberal capitalist defender of the international rule-based order, okay? You are the puppet, and I'm the puppeteer. It's so good. Oh my God, dude, this is fire. This is an absolute banger. Okay. Only 2 burgers. You will only have 2 burgers. That is right. I don't know why the way his head bobs too. It's like hypnotic. God, I love this shit so much. Oh God, I love the World Economic Forum. Yeah, it's so fucking good. Oh, it's so fucking good. Oh, I will eat the bug. Anyway, property is an inalienable right. The freedom to invest and create jobs is the first sign of a free society. Yeah, that's right. That is what I believe now. Why do right always keep thinking left is like the WEF? I genuinely don't get it, because it is liberal. It's the same issue, dude. It's the same. Listen, why do right wingers think the WEF is leftist? Because they think that's the same reason why they put fucking memes of like American projects, right? Like shitty ass roads or homeless people in the United States of America. Go, look at what socialism has done to America. And it's like, bro, America's capitalist because they're fucking stupid. They think Jeff Bezos is a socialist. Okay. There's not a single independent thought. They're just so stupid.
On former President Trump.
I want to be absolutely clear about something. The American people are going to know why it failed.
Leader Chuck Schumer plans.
Yeah, it's great. Keep posting your L's, man. Keep posting your L's, dog.
To move forward today with a test vote, but if it fails, he plans to split off those border provisions and move ahead with funding for Israel and Ukraine. The House tried to vote on a standalone Israel package last night, but that too failed. Jerika.
All right, Nicole Killian, thank you.
All right, on this.
So yeah, I mean, here is the Republican Party also falling apart. Jesus Christ, hit the nail right on the head. In the Netherlands, right wingers have been blaming the left for bad policy while we hadn't had a leftist cabinet since the 70s. Yeah. While also taking advantage of like leftist cabinets and the things that they've brought about. Like all of the social safety nets that I was describing. Anyway, God, I am ready for the new world order.
Wednesday morning, we're hearing a second vote to impeach the Department of Homeland Security Secretary Mayorkas could come perhaps next week after House Republicans missed it by 2 votes last night in a dramatic fashion. You saw it here on Fox.
Here, the Mayorkas impeachment vote failed. Also, here's another failure going back to it's like a double stack. On the one hand, in the House, you have the Republicans failing to do, dumb, silly things like impeach Mayorkas because he's not, like, I guess, sufficiently racist enough or something. I don't really fully understand it. They think that he is causing a crisis at the border, which, by the way, Biden also recognizes and agrees to. So maybe he should. Maybe Mayorkas should get impeached. If immigration is a matter of national security now, and the Democrats are also championing that position, and they're saying that there's a crisis at the border, I guess the Department of Homeland Security is not doing a good job. Maybe we should actually impeach Mayorkas. I don't know. But beyond that, okay, there's another failure here. The bipartisan Senate deal on immigration in Ukraine and Israel aid fails to advance in the Senate. 49-50. The vote's failure caps nearly 4 months of negotiations between senators in both parties and potentially kills any effort at a broad package.
On this vote, the yeas are 49, the nays are 53.
We had to start somewhere. America wants bipartisanship. We're tired. Yeah, dude, totally. Is border security related? Dude, immigration is not a border security problem. Okay? Immigration is not a security issue. It is ridiculous. The fact that Republicans have so clearly communicated this as the only way to deal with immigration and how much staying power that messaging has had on this front is perfectly demonstrated even in a community such as this one where people go, yeah, there is a major crisis, though. We kind of got to deal with it. Maybe it's good that we're doing it through bipartisanship or something. It's dumb as hell. It's so stupid. You can't stop 10 million people with a damn wall. Well, it's just like, it's not, the issue with immigration is a lack of interest in processing these people and giving them the proper documentation. Not that there's like a real invasion or something. Can't we celebrate that we finally are united to kill people? It's just it's so unimaginably stupid. It is so dumb to concede and capitulate to the right on this front, especially because this is the very same issue that the Democrats were united against Donald Trump. Donald Trump's major issue is immigration. I'm repeating myself quite a bit here, but it's like being a football player, okay, and trying to do a dunk competition with LeBron, okay? He's going to cook you. He doesn't even need to be the best dunker, but you're a football player. Play football. Like, what the fuck are you doing? You can't try and outcompete the Republican Party on immigration. They're always going to win. I'm telling the Democrats to shut up and dribble. Exactly. Unimaginably stupid.
3/5 of the senators duly chosen and sworn not having voted in the affirmative. The motion is not agreed to.
The funniest part is when Trump becomes president in the upcoming election and is like running the country from prison, okay, which would be the funniest outcome. All right. And then the Republican Party push for this exact same bill. The Democrats are going to be like, this is so fascist. This is so fascist. I can't believe how fascist it is. It's like, bitch, you fucking voted for it. What do you mean it's fascist? This bill literally funds the border wall. I went through all of the details of the bill and why it is devastating yesterday. Okay? It's so unimaginably stupid. Here.
Straight out to KPIX5's Ann Makovic, who was in front of San Francisco's ICE offices. And
this is 6 years ago, okay? Here's what Democrats in the House and Senate were speaking out against Trump's immigration plan.
Yeah, and this rally is just about to begin. You can see dozens of people here on the sidewalk. This is an interfaith group, mainly Jewish people, speaking out against potential ICE raids as the Trump administration unveils a controversial new plan tying DACA protections to the border wall. The Trump administration's plan would put 1.8 million immigrants brought to America illegally by their parents on a path to citizenship. In exchange, the White House wants $30 billion in border security funding, $25 billion of that for a wall to be built between the U.S. and Mexico.
That plan is a campaign to make America white again.
House Minority Leader Nancy Pelosi spoke about it this morning at the National Conference of Mayors.
They bring a tear to the eye of the Statue of Liberty.
Wow. I wonder what the Democrats think about that exact same bill now, dude.
And they bring fear to the hearts.
The funniest part is the bill including DACA would have been more progressive. Exactly. Then the Democrats could have at least said, like, well, we're caving, but we're also like getting DACA done. They didn't even do that, though, right? Like offering additional protections to dreamers or like, offering a pathway to citizenship. The Democrats didn't even do that, though, this time around. That shit's crazy, dog. This was a pure right-wing bill. How fucking nutty is that? How crazy is that, chat? If you want to understand, if you are a real demon, okay, if you want to be like one of those fucking, I'm on Reddit and I'm LARPing as a DNC consultant for free because I'm a fucking dumb bitch and I have nothing better going on in my life, and this is the only thing keeping me from fucking unaliving myself. God damn it, I'm saying unaliving. Okay. If you're that type of dumbass bitch on Twitter that's constantly fucking chirping for free 99, as though you got pay stubs from the Democratic Party, okay, the least you could have done is like add some kind of fucking DACA proposal onto it, okay, so that you could be like, but it's a good bill, see? There's concessions made for the DACA, for the dreamers. They didn't even do that. They just went full right wing. Yeah, for new applications, like we're going to do a pathway to citizenship. It was just a pure right-wing Republican bill. And what did we get out of it? Well, hypocrisy. See? Seems like the Republicans are the ones who don't want to kill migrants, you know? We're the ones who want to fucking permanently detain migrants. It seems like the Republicans don't want to do that. How dumb. How dumb of them. Do you guys see that? Hypocrites. Murphy going off on the GOP saying they're a nightmare to negotiate with. They're a disaster right now. How can you trust any Republican right now? They told us what to do. We followed their instructions to the letter, and they pulled the rug from under us in 24 hours. You just openly demonstrated to every single person in the United States of America that hears this quote that you're a fucking dumbass, dog. You're so goddamn cucked. You're so fucking stupid. Look what they did to James Lankford. I was discussing what they did to James. They put him out there and they asked him on their behalf to negotiate a compromise, and then they didn't even give him a chance to argue the merits. I'm sorry. I don't believe that these guys are too stupid to recognize what's going on here. Yeah, you can't go, the GOP's a fascist party, vote blue no matter who, and then go, they told us what to do. We followed their instructions to the letter. Okay? You can't do that. These two things don't align. Okay? You can't just fucking sit there and advocate for the Republican position on immigration and then go, but guys, see how hypocritical and dumb they are? No, dude, you're the hypocritical dumbass here, okay? You got fucking duped. You look like you got duped, okay? You look like you're an unserious legislator, okay? On the one hand, because like the Republicans are the ones who were just like, yeah, we're going to tank this bill. That's one. And two, you literally are now advocating for the right-wing position.
Of people are here playing by the rules.
Senator Kamala Harris tweeting last night, the immigration plan is a complete non-starter, pitting 700,000 young people against immigrant families.
Why can't they message like this against immigration when they're in power, chat?
Runs counter to the values of our country. But many Republicans are supporting the plan.
We're trying to find a way to have strong border security.
The proposal also scales back the visa lottery system and limits legal immigration through close family ties. It was a hot topic at the gubernatorial debate yesterday at UCLA.
I think the president is actually suggesting some things that could help the system. He's actually proposing to have a pathway to citizenship for DACA, which Obama never even did.
The president's plan is designed to win 60 Senate votes and break a potential filibuster that could trigger another government shutdown next month. Now back out here live outside of the ICE office in San Francisco. You can see protesters here gathered on the sidewalk. This rally is going to be going on for about the next hour or so.
By the way, just a reminder for every single person here that, like, you know, this bill also had like DACA protections and shit in it as well due to the bipartisan negotiations in it. Now the Democrat bill doesn't even have that.
I appreciate the opportunity
Yeah, watch Democrats respond to President Trump's immigration speech. Let's see.
to speak directly.
When is that video from? From Trump. Anytime you see Democrats LARPing as fucking, anytime you see the Democratic Party LARPing as like revolutionary Marxist figures, immediately know that there's probably a Republican in charge. Okay, that's it.
To the American people tonight about how we can end this shutdown and meet the needs of the American people. Sadly, much of what we heard from President Trump throughout this senseless shutdown has been full of misinformation and even malice. The president has chosen fear. We want to start with the facts. The fact is, on the very first day of this Congress, House Democrats passed Senate Republican legislation to reopen government and fund smart, effective border security solutions. But the president is rejecting these bipartisan bills which would reopen government over his obsession with forcing American taxpayers to waste billions of dollars on an expensive and ineffective wall.
Which was in the proposal, by the way. The Democratic Party's proposal that they're currently complaining about, that the Republicans don't want to pass, literally has a border funding built into it.
A wall he always promised Mexico would pay for. The fact is, President Trump has chosen to hold hostage critical services for the health, safety, and well-being of the American people and withhold the paychecks of 800,000 innocent workers across the nation, many of them veterans.
Like, who the fuck's asking for the wall? The wall is supposed to be symbolism anyway. It's so idiotic that they're so right-wing on the issue of immigration that they literally spent the last fucking however many years being like, the wall is a symbol for racism, which is true. It is. It's like a symbolic thing. It doesn't even do anything. It doesn't like actually prevent undocumented immigration from happening. You know what I mean? And it's just like saying that it's like purely symbolic and it's purely a symbol of racism for years and years and years, and then turning around to like fund it, turning around to do eminent domain, specifically to build this wall. I fucking hate you. I hope you get better.
He promised to keep government shut down for months or years, no matter whom it hurts. That's just plain wrong. The fact is, we all agree we need to secure our borders while honoring our values. We can build the infrastructure and roads at our ports of entry. We can install new technology to scan cars and trucks for drugs coming into our nation. We can hire the personnel we need to facilitate trade and immigration at the border. We can fund more innovation to detect unauthorized crossings. The fact is, the women and children at the border are not a security threat. They are a humanitarian challenge, a challenge that President Trump's own cruel and counterproductive policies have only deepened. And the fact is, President Trump must stop holding the American people hostage, must stop manufacturing a crisis, and must reopen the government. Thank you.
Trump isn't in power. Yes, this is when he was. I'm showing you this because their conversation in 2019 about the border issues, while still infinitely conciliatory to the Republican reactionary approach, was definitely a lot better than what they're pushing for now. They literally are saying like the border is bullshit. The border is bullshit. The border is bullshit. These people, there's a humanitarian crisis at the border and we must solve it through humanitarian means. Okay. Now they're like, the border is sick. We need to build the border wall ourselves. And the Republicans don't want to build it. That's why I'm showing this. That's why I'm showing you the older video. Rate Chuck's light skin stare. Anyway, I hate it. I hate that the Democrats have been like actively getting worse and worse on this issue instead of like putting forward a real proposal that goes against, like actually goes against what the right is advocating for. Because if you concede that the border is a problem and there's a crisis of national security at the border, then of course you're going to vote for the Republicans. Why wouldn't you? It's like saying, it's like looking at the situation here. It's like trans people, right? It's like the way that Republicans say trans people are a problem. Okay. The Democrats can look at that and go, no, they're not. The real problem is that we don't have adequate access to healthcare for trans people. And the Republicans are actively making the situation worse. Or they can look at it and go, yes, trans people are a problem. So we are the ones who are going to shut off access to healthcare for trans folk before they do. Oh no, the Republicans are the ones who don't want to shut off access to healthcare for trans people now. That's ridiculous. They do this for every issue. It's so fucking stupid.
And a highly unusual
Anyway, but one here, one there, baby. One here and one there. I showed you Democratic incompetence, okay? And now I'm showing you more Republican incompetence. RNC Chair McDaniel is offering to step down for Trump.
The National Republican Party chair offering to step down for former President Trump, even though he hasn't won the nomination yet. This is very rare. Ronna McDaniel.
What do you mean he hasn't won the nomination? In Nevada last night, Nikki Haley lost to none of the above. The Nevada state, the state of Nevada, continues to be the funniest state in the fucking country, especially when it comes to its elections. They don't know how to do math over there. Their brains are cooked from the fucking desert heat. Okay. But like there are two different primaries in the state. The state decided we no longer are going to hold caucuses because it's a stupid way to fucking do elections. It's not democratic. Fine, whatever. Okay. The Republican Party's like, no, the fuck, we're not doing that. We are actually going to continue holding a caucus. You know why? Because we're the fucking party. It's the primary. The party primary is a party thing. You can't just like, the state of Nevada can't come in and like change what we want to do. So we're just going to hold a caucus anyway. And for that reason, because you apparently could not appear on both the caucus and the regular primary. So Nikki Haley opted into being in the regular primary ballot that took place last night. I think it was last night. And Donald Trump said, no, I'm going to do the caucus anyway because obviously I want to win all the delegates. So, yes, Donald Trump is going to win the state of Nevada, even though he hasn't even run yet, technically. Now, at least I thought, or as many people thought, Nikki Haley would at least win the fucking caucus, or not the caucus, but Nikki Haley would have won the primaries at least, right? Donald Trump's not on the ticket. It's mostly like a symbolic primary, right? Turns out she couldn't even win that one. Nikki Haley lost, trounced by none of these candidates option in Nevada's Republican primary. The none of these candidates option in the Republican primaries in Nevada last night defeated Nikki Haley by like a wide ass margin, like double the amount of votes. It was a landslide victory for none of these candidates. Look at this. More than double. Incredible. Incredible stuff. This means double the amount of people in Nevada got up, got out of bed, dressed up, went to a fucking polling place specifically to vote. I don't want to vote for Nikki Haley at all. Do you understand how embarrassing that is? It has never been more Jover than it is right now. Where's that SNL boost at? They probably saw the SNL appearance and were more angry. If liberal media did a decent job of propping up a Republican candidate during the Republican primaries, then Chris Christie would currently still be in the race. Why doesn't she call it? Is it copium or something else? It's because she has incredibly wealthy donors who are keeping her in the race for one reason or the other. One could be that they're purely just horny for Nikki, like they want to fuck Nikki. One of the guys definitely wants to fuck Nikki. One of her like major backers is so goddamn horny for her that he like made a song for her. The other reason is because they maybe think that like Trump will go to jail or something, and maybe just stay in the race for as long as you can, because like maybe the Republicans will have a change of heart when they realize that Trump definitely is going to jail or some shit, and it's so dumb. Does anyone know what I'm talking about? Billionaire Nikki Haley donor makes song. Let's see if I can find it real quick. I think it was on the New York Times Daily. Okay. Majority Report video on the song. Hold on. I want the actual song, not the Majority Report video on it. Thank you.
Never underestimate. Never underestimate me. Nikki. I mean Nikki. We need Nikki right now. We need you, Nikki, right now. To lead our nation. We need you, Nikki, right now. Lead the conversation. We need you, Nikki.
Bro, this shit is 4 minutes and you haven't even gotten to the best part. Please. There's more.
Be fun. She said when they asked her about her run, but we all know that she is the one to be our leader when it's done. We need you, Nikki, right now to lead our nation. We need you, Nikki, no doubt. Lead the conversation. We need you, Nikki, right now. 'Cause families are hurting. We need you, Nikki. We need more freedom, more jobs for certain.
Just wait. It's gonna get worse.
Now there's a lot of noise in politics, 'cause people hitting each other with their great big sticks. But Nikki Haley stands above the rest, 'cause she's been fully put to the test. Now with Trump, the bully, who's afraid to fight against 5-inch heels with twice his might. And Biden, who's dying to drain our reserves. When the voters come out, he'll get what he deserves. We need you, Nikki.
God damn, dude. You see that?
Bully, who's afraid to fight against 5-inch heels with twice his might.
Come on, dog. There's, by the way, you think this is like a international criminal court of justice type war crime that needs to be prosecuted? This is literally like Israeli occupying forces blasting this to like cause Palestinians' brains to explode, right? But what you fail to consider is that there is another 2 minutes of this song still.
And Biden, who's dying to drain our reserves. When the voters come out.
Biden is dying to drain our reserves, okay? Oh, so fucking good, dude.
He'll get what he deserves.
I gotta pee.
We need you, Nikki, right now to lead our nation. We need you, Nikki, no doubt. Lead the conversation. We need you, Nikki, right now. 'Cause families are hurting. We need you, Nikki. We need more freedom, more jobs for certain. We need you, Nikki, to stop big pharma, to stop big banking, reverse the karma. We need you, Nikki, to balance the plates, to push big decisions back to the states. Oh, we need you, Nikki, right now to lead our nation. We need you, Nikki, no doubt. Lead the conversation. We need you, Nikki, right now. 'Cause families are hurting. We need you, Nikki. We need more freedom, more jobs for certain. Nikki, Nikki, we need Nikki right now. We need Nikki, Nikki, we need Nikki. There's no doubt. We need Nikki, Nikki, we need Nikki right now.
That's it. I prefer someone catching me masturbating than hearing this. This is cringe levels are insane. No, this is one of those moments where like if your parents walk in and they're like, "What are you doing?" You have to immediately swap over to the gnarliest hentai you have ever watched in your entire life and be like, "I am dropping a sweet hot load, okay, to the worst tentacle porn you've ever seen. Please, please do not accuse me of listening to the Nikki Haley song, okay? No matter what. No, I was not listening to the Nikki Haley rap song. Excuse me. I was jerking off to tentacle porn, please. Anyway, we're not going to do Tim Kaine in a membrane right now. We're not going to do that. God, this has been quite the musical day today, huh? Let's do an ear cleanse real quick for you guys, because this is an actual banger, unlike the other thing. That one, this is like actually a banger in comparison to the Nikki Haley thing. Anyway, we're doing 1 and 1. One shitty thing that the Democrats are doing, one Democratic incompetence, one Republican incompetence. Let's get back to the Republicans. Probably not a good idea to have your fucking chair, your RNC chair, drop out in the midst of in the heated election cycle coming up. So
McDaniel was elected to her post with Trump's full support after serving as GOP chairwoman in Michigan. Recently, though, Trump's view of McDaniel has soured due to the RNC's poor finances, his feelings that the RNC could have supported him more in 2020. And now Trump says he'll make recommendations for her replacement after the South Carolina primary. CNN's Elena Treen joins us now. Not only is it striking because Trump's tune on her has changed so much, but she's held this position for so long, and it's rare to ever see something like this, is it not?
Oh, it's very rare, and it's a stunning development. But look, I mean, Ronna McDaniel was facing pressures on a lot of fronts, and that's part of what led to this decision. But there's no doubt that Donald Trump was the driving force behind her offering to leave the RNC after South Carolina. And there's a couple reasons for that. I mean, Donald Trump and Ronna McDaniel, the relationship between the two has really deteriorated in recent years, and even more so over the past week. As you mentioned, Poppy, Donald Trump still harbors a lot of resentment toward the RNC for what he believes is them not doing enough to challenge the 2020 election results. And that's something I hear time and time again in my conversations with Trump's advisors. They also grew increasingly frustrated with her and how the RNC handled the Republican primary debates. Obviously, Donald Trump did not participate in those. And Trump himself has privately griped about why can't the RNC not remain neutral? Why can't they come out and endorse me? That's something he had said in the past over the past year now. But look, this all really hit a tipping point last week, I'm told, and that's partly because the RNC reported just having $8 million in the bank last year. That's the lowest fundraising haul they've had in more than a decade, and that's really when Donald.
That's why this shit's important. By the way, it's fundraising.
Trump and his advisors started to make plans to send a clear message that something needed.
What does a party chair do exactly? Do they have any formal power over the party? Is it an accounting position or more about getting what donors want? No, it's a fundraiser. It's one of the more important positions in the party. Specifically because your entire purpose is to fundraise and like allocation, distribute resources. Republican Party said, you're moneyless and you're bitchless, dude. Broke. You're fucking broke. You're broke, boy.
To change at the RNC, and that's why you're seeing Ronna make this decision, and it all kind of culminated after a meeting on Monday where they met at Mar-a-Lago for more than 2 hours between her and Donald Trump.
Elena, while we have you, there was a primary last night in the Republican Party.
In case you missed it.
And it's very confusing and convoluted, and Donald Trump's not on the ballot, and this was all kind of jerry-rigged to some degree to ease his pathway here. But Nikki Haley lost to the well-known candidate of none of these candidates.
Like, you can't even, dude, you got liberal media that was like propping up Nikki Haley. Even liberal media is like making fun of her and saying she got trounced. You know what I mean? It's so Jover. It's never been more Jover. It's done. It's super done, okay?
Reached out to their campaign manager for comment. I guess the question is, they weren't playing here. They knew this was a done deal. They're focused on South Carolina. But how bad is that headline right now for the only Trump challenger left?
It is bad. I mean, there's no doubt that this is embarrassing for her, especially because, look, Haley's trying to make the point that she's still a viable candidate in this primary, especially as they head into South Carolina, where her chances there are not looking that great, even though it's her home state. And even though this was a state where Haley really spent no time, she didn't spend a dime in Nevada, and that's partly because her campaign has argued that it's rigged for Donald Trump, it's still an embarrassing defeat. Now, I do want to just quickly read you a statement from her campaign. Her campaign spokesman told CNN, quote, "Even Donald Trump knows that when you play plenty shots, the House wins. We didn't bother to play a game rigged for Trump. We're full steam ahead in South Carolina and beyond." And again, even though there was no effort behind this, I mean, they chose to play in the primary, not the caucus, which is really, for all intents and purposes, far more important for the Republican candidates because that's where the delegates are decided. It's still an embarrassing defeat, and it is not a good sign for her as, you know, she heads into South Carolina in a couple weeks.
Couple weeks left. Right, Elaine Treen, thank you. I want to bring.
Wait, it's not a good sign for her that it's not a good sign for when a candidate gets half the votes of none of the above, when their like major primary opponent isn't even on the ballot. Damn, that's crazy. She said it was rigged. It's also crazy.
Is that situation Nevada hurt a little bit?
No, I mean, Nevada, it's such a scam. They were supposed to have a primary. Trump rigged it so that the GOP chairman, who's been indicted, would go and create a caucus. We knew months ago that we weren't going to spend a day or a dollar in Nevada because it wasn't worth it. And so we didn't even count Nevada. That wasn't anything we were looking at. We knew that was rigged from the start. Our focus is on South Carolina, Michigan, Super Tuesday.
It's so funny that she's saying that because, like, South Carolina is her state and she's losing by like 40 points to Donald Trump in her own goddamn state, which is also hilarious because every part of the state legislature, which she worked directly with, in close contact with, has also endorsed Donald Trump. So she literally had to concede with that reality by trying to claim that it's because she's really a ball buster. She's really tough. She fought really hard for the South Carolinians when she was the governor. And that's why the South Carolina Republican legislature doesn't endorse her and endorse Donald Trump instead. She's actually closing the gap. She's starting to come back. I can't tell if you're memeing or being serious. Okay. Yeah, it's no longer it's no longer a 62% to 29% gap. Okay. It's now a 61% to 31% gap. That's not a gap, that's a canyon. Yeah, I don't know what this is at this point, okay? It's like, no, honey, you don't understand. This big ass gap is great. The little gaps, the tight margins, they scare me. I hate it when it's super tight. I hate it when it's a barn burner. No, trust me. Trust me. I love a big gap, okay? Makes it so much better. The comeback. I hate it when it's super tight. It's the boyfriend gap. Yeah. All right. Are you ready? Are you ready for the New World Order? Nikki Haley.
So if you look what we did in Iowa and you look what we did in New Hampshire, we're continuing to grow. That's what matters, I think, more than anything else. But look at what happened this week. Here you have Republicans lost a major vote on the border. Republicans lost a major vote on Israel. Donald Trump was found that he will not have immunity in all of these court cases coming up. The RNC chair is fired. All of this chaos is happening around us, and Donald Trump's fingerprints are on every bit of it. We can't continue as the Republican Party to go forward with this chaos. You don't defeat Democrat chaos with Republican chaos, and that's why we've got to see a change.
She didn't even mention Drake's dick. True.
There was,
as we talked about yesterday, the appeals court has rejected Trump's immunity claim in the election interference case, so that's pretty cool. Brief update on that, and then we'll get to Israel Prime Minister rejecting Hamas's proposed offer for the Gaza ceasefire.
a major setback for former President Donald Trump in his federal election interference case. A panel of appeals court judges firmly rejected his arguments for immunity yesterday, declaring, quote, former President Trump has become citizen Trump. Jan Crawford is at the federal courthouse in Washington. Jan, what does all of this mean?
Cooked.
Well, good morning. I mean, it means that Trump is all but certain to go to the Supreme Court and ask them to intervene. He's got till Monday to do that. And whether or not the justices take up this case, that could determine when Trump goes to trial.
From the courthouse to the campaign trail, former President Donald Trump has insisted he should be immune from criminal prosecution.
You have to have a guaranteed immunity for a president. Otherwise, a president's not going to be able to function.
But on Tuesday, a D.C.-based federal appeals court rejected Trump's sweeping claims, unanimously ruling that the former president must face trial for efforts to subvert the 2020 election, saying any executive immunity that may have protected him while he served as president no longer protects against him in this prosecution. Last month, the former president sat in a packed courtroom as the three-judge panel, made up of two Democratic...
I have double viewership right now, Miskip. Bro, listen to me. Don't make me build a fucking OTK-style operation out here with even more content creators. Do you understand? I will do it. I'll fucking do it. I'll go and buy a fucking gym out here, okay? I'll go and work with Bradley Martin. Yeah, don't... Also, he doesn't know how to do math. But it's okay.
Appointees and one Republican challenged his attorney's immunity arguments and posed a dramatic hypothetical.
I'm signing Mitch Jones. Fuck it. I'm signing Mitch Jones. I'm starting my own. I'm starting my own team.
SEAL Team 6 to assassinate a political rival who was not impeached. Would he be subject to criminal prosecution?
if he were impeached and convicted first.
Since the Senate declined to convict Trump, that argument would mean special counsel Jack Smith couldn't either, and the appeals court flatly rejected it. But as for when Trump's trial could start, it may depend on the nation's highest court.
If the Supreme Court takes the case, this trial is going to be delayed substantially.
He dipped when he saw our viewers go up. That's so funny. That is fucking hilarious. Thank you. Thank you for the misgive boost.
However, if the Supreme Court does not take the case, then that means that this trial, in all likelihood, will move ahead fairly quickly.
Now, tomorrow we are going to be up at the Supreme Court for historic arguments in another case involving Trump. The justices are going to decide whether Trump can even be a candidate for president or whether states can kick him off the ballot for committing so-called insurrection after the 2020 election. Tony?
Here's a Salon article. The senior news editor wrote, "There's nothing left. Experts say ruling dismantled. Trump argument so bad, SCOTUS won't touch it. Every single argument was methodically and systematically picked apart by the court, experts say." It's Jover, dude. It's Jover. My man's going into trial, okay? Which is great. All right.
Hello.
Let's talk about the Israeli Prime Minister rejecting Hamas' proposal for a Gaza ceasefire. Wait, there's a tax season villain. It's not the IRS. New York Times opinion. This is the worst downgrade of POTUS got since that one guy who died like 5 minutes in the office. Yeah. We Need You, Nikki by Hank Pecker. Wait, that's way too quick. We need you, Nikki, right now to lead our nation. We need you, Nikki, no doubt, with a conversation. That is way too fast, man. How in the ever-loving hell did you... That's crazy that you whipped this up so quick. That's nasty. That's nasty. That's scary. That's insane. Okay, we're not going to do that right now. Let's get to the news.
I'm Marianne Mashiri. A very warm welcome to the Daily Global on BBC News. Let's start in the Middle East, where in the last hour, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin...
Chatter literally works at OpenAI and watches you on the clock. Dude, Chatter fucking spun that so fast, I forgot the top of the hour ad break comes at the top of every hour. Now, of course, if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get one free Prime subscription a month. Do you have a take on Drake's cock? I do. Actually, that's so funny because my friends just sent me something that's an update on the Drake penis situation. I do. I have an update. My Bourbon Gamer, thank you for the 5, get the subs, allowing 5 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Folks, I have an update on the Drake penis situation. Here's a cock update. First and foremost, I just want to say something. I think like I fucked up. We shouldn't be doing too much of a meat watch here, because like I feel like it's there's a fine line between like fetishizing black men, and I feel like it's we're teetering on the edge here, and I don't really I feel uncomfortable. Having said that, though, the one update I will say is that that mixtape dropped. That mixtape dropped, and TMZ is reporting that Bobby Altoff has been filed divorce papers by her husband. Yeah, the whole Black Man Equals BBC. Yeah, no, I have a very different approach to this. I thought that he did not. My interest in the matter was that I thought he has small penis energy. But yes, the update to the situation is Bobby Altoff, who became prominent and famous for her interview with Drake, as Drake rizzes her up, is now filing for divorce. Now, the reason why there was a weird moment there is because there was some speculation that Drake was engaging in some home wrecking. Stop. She said that pic sent me to the upside down. Wait, what? Dude, I'm telling you, according to fresh off the presses, read all about it. Extra. Okay. Turns out Bobby Altoff, famous for that bedroom interview with Drake, who was speculated to have maybe hooked up with Drake and then had a falling out with Drake, is now on the receiving end of divorce papers. That's right. TMZ reports. Bobby Altoff, podcaster's hubby, files for a divorce. Bobby Altoff is apparently about to become single because her husband just pulled the plug on their marriage, TMZ has learned. According to new legal docs obtained by TMZ, Corey Altoff is filing for divorce to his wife of 4 years, citing irreconcilable differences. He has their date of separation listed at the 4th of July, 2023. Corey's asking for joint physical and legal custody of their 2 daughters, 1-year-old Isla and 3-year-old Luca. He also checked the box to block the court's ability to award spousal support to either party. Bobby kickstarted a career on TikTok with a dry deadpan style humor, going on to develop a really good podcast where her awkwardly interviewing interviews with the likes of Drake, Mark Cuban, and more have gone viral. For his part, Corey's a major player in the tech world, serving as a senior vice president of software development programs at CompTIA. Bobby said in the 2023 Cosmopolitan interview that she preferred to keep her marriage to Corey private, although she has featured him on social media before. Anyway, CompTIA is a fucking scam. What was the thing, though? There was a... Can you show a clip of the Drake interview? I missed it. How did this person get so famous? I don't know. Because, like... I don't know how she popped off so hard, but she was all over TikTok. People loved her on TikTok when she was, like, interviewing black people and being visibly uncomfortable around black people. The Zoomers loved it. They loved it so much that, like, people said that she was an industry plant. She is an industry plant. I think even she said so. Yeah, her husband, I think she just like lived in proximity to like rich people and famous celebrities because of her husband. And I think that is the reason why she was able to get like super huge celebrities and stuff originally. That kind of put her in orbit, if that makes sense. But she's like a mom talk originally. She's like a mom talker for having like one titty that's bigger than the other. Kiki Palmer talked to her about it.
I know.
You're not an industry plant, right?
I am, but
So wait, what is an industry plant to you?
I mean, I don't truly like know.
Well, you do feel kind of planty. You got here in 5 minutes. It took me 20 years.
Hey, it has been a minute. 20 years. You started so young.
Yes, girl. I've been working hard.
Yeah, I think you're the real industry plant here.
I mean, this is the only time I've seen Bobby Altoff be normal around a black person, by the way. Because normally she only has like normal voice reserved for like interviews that she does with like white people, usually. This is literally the first time I've seen her around a black person doing normal voice and not the character that she normally does. Which, by the way, I get it. Like, it's a bit. It's a character. Okay? My theory is that Drake discovered her on Mommy Talk. Anyway, industry plant shit is just another form of nepotism. I know I'm telling a nepo baby. Not true, Hassan. You're misremembering stuff. What do you mean? What am I misremembering? No, she did. She originally popped off on Mom Talk. She literally had a boob that was larger than the other, which is normal, right? One of her boobs is larger than the other one because of breastfeeding. And then Drake, I think Drake DM'd her, and then she was launching this podcast already. She had done one with another person. I forget who she had interviewed before. And then the Drake interview blew up because it's fucking Drake. Of course it blew up. And then like her and Drake had a falling out because, she was at the Drake show and she was like doing her bit where she's like, oh, I'm so bored. And Drake and her had a falling out and people basically turned around and speculated that like Drake hit it and that she was married. And that's the reason why they had a falling out. And now we find out that like around that same time, they actually also got divorced. But I don't think she is an industry plant. We stopped Gaza News for this. Yes, we did. Okay, we did that. Sukihana doesn't know what a musician is. You didn't know who this chick was 2 months ago? Wait, what? I didn't. But then I learned everything because I'm a commentator who commentates on culture sometimes. Okay, I comment on culture. Also, speaking of Drake was literally one of the earlier celebrities that openly called for a ceasefire. So, I'm just saying, maybe it's because, he speaks softly and carries a big stick. Maybe it's because he's got his own weapons of mass destruction that he can fly around. But he did do that. He did do that early on. So that's something to remember.
Netanyahu has said Israel will not be satisfied with anything other than total victory over Hamas. He also said Israeli troops have been ordered to prepare to operate in Rafah in southern Gaza. Let's listen to some of what he had to say.
Tonight, I am here to tell you one thing. We are on our way to a complete victory. The victory is at our reach. it's not about years or decades, it's about months. The IDF is doing wonderful work. It's working systematically in order to achieve all of the goals of the war that we...
This is such funny copium. Yeah, dude, no, definitely. The IDF is doing wonderful work. We love starving children and just like directly killing them with missiles. They're doing such a good job.
The political ranks have given it, which is relinquishing Hamas, releasing the hostages, and making sure Gaza is not threatening Israel anymore. To begin with, I said that the final victory is our goal. This was the decision I brought to the government at the beginning of the war, and we will not be satisfied with less.
On the next half an hour, we're expecting to hear from US Secretary of State Antony Blinken following his talks with Israeli and Palestinian officials. Now, those talks come after what many people see as a positive reaction from Hamas to a proposed ceasefire deal, which was put together last week. But Mr. Blinken has now met both the Israeli Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, and President Isaac Herzog, and has described a ceasefire deal as both possible and essential. Well, some reports suggest the plan provides for a truce of at least 40 days in return for the release of civilian hostages held by Hamas. For now, though, the war, which broke out in October, continues. The Hamas-run health ministry in Gaza said at least 100 people were killed overnight, and there has been further heavy bombing of southern cities, including in Rafah. Meanwhile, Israel says 31 of the hostages held by Hamas and other groups in Gaza are now known to have died. Well, let's hear now from Mr. Blinken about the ongoing hostage situation.
The hostages are foremost on our minds and in our hearts. As you know, we now have a response from Hamas to the proposal that was put on the table.
Israel's first proposal literally was like, okay, guys, we have a really good idea. You release all the hostages, and then every single person within Hamas comes out and kills themselves publicly in the public square, and then maybe we'll stop killing all your children. Okay? And then that's basically what they went to the table with. This was like a month ago at this point. And remember when everybody was like, Hamas doesn't want a ceasefire. Fucking got him. Yeah. It seems like someone needs to tell you that Hamas is the people that don't want the ceasefire. Like every single fucking dude with that very specific accent, that Israeli SNL accent, I call it. It seems to me like Hamas is the real people that don't want a ceasefire. Have you told the people in America? All of the people in the West want totally Hamas to come and rape their daughters too, which is what they do. And then if you actually looked at the goddamn deal, it literally was like, okay, we will release, if you release hostages, and then what you do is you bring Hamas outside and you kill yourself as Hamas in the public square, and then maybe we kill only half the babies, half the terror babies. So they said no to that, understandably. And now the ceasefire deal is like actually formulated and is a little bit more normal.
For the way forward, we're looking at it intensely.
Well, Gershon Baskin was an Israeli negotiator for 17 years. He gave his assessment on the ceasefire negotiations.
The Hamas response does enable some room to maneuver if Hamas would be willing to separate the first phase from the second and the third. In other words, if Hamas wants a ceasefire now for 45 days, which is something that I think the Israeli army would like as well, this could be done and we could see the release of civilian hostages from Gaza, those who are remaining alive.
Well, with me now is BBC's chief international correspondent, Lise Doucette. And Lise, a difficult job for Mr. Blinken.
This puts him in a very, very tough position. All we've had is these very public remarks by Prime Minister Netanyahu, a ferocious rebuke to these really incessant efforts by the United States and its Arab partners to come up with a plan. And it's hard to square Prime Minister Netanyahu's description of the Hamas counteroffer as delusional with the remarks we heard yesterday from the Qatari Prime Minister, a key mediator in these talks. He described it as positive. Antony Blinken, in his first remarks, we'll wait to hear from him shortly, he had said that it was the best way forward, a lot of work still to be done. but trying to give a sense that there was still something to work for. But listening to Prime Minister Netanyahu, you had a feeling that this was dead in the water. Now, he may be saying that for public effect. It is known, sources say that sometimes in private negotiations, he adopts a different tone and a greater readiness to consider proposals. But the Israelis seem to see this as an effort by Hamas to end the war on its own.
Everyone is so dumb on this issue where they're literally like, they are just refusing to recognize that there is one party that is basically doing Nazi politics here, and it is not motherfucking Hamas, okay? I know that everybody loved talking about how like Hamas is ISIS, Hamas are Nazis or whatever. But no, like Benjamin Netanyahu comes out every fucking day and is like, I want to murder every Palestinian child. I'm so horny for murder. There is nothing that keeps me going more than murdering Palestinian children. Like every day, no two-state solution. How about no one-state solution? How about no state solution? How about a final solution? Literally every day he says this, okay? And then there's like TikTok videos of soldiers on the ground who are like, I am an Israeli soldier and I heard my fucking commander-in-chief, Benjamin Netanyahu, say final solution to all the Palestinians, and I agree with it. I am genocidal. I'm doing acts of genocide every day. But then when you look at Western media and their approach to the coverage, they're like, well, people say that, like, although he's saying incredibly genocidal things in public all the time, every single day, behind closed doors, Benjamin Netanyahu is quite reserved, okay? Seems like he's quite reserved behind closed doors and, like, willing to concede. It's like, no, he's not. Why is nobody being honest about it, okay? Nobody is being honest about it. It's so fucking weird. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Benjamin Netanyahu doesn't want a ceasefire. He wants to keep doing the baby murder machine. He wants to crank it up.
Own terms, which is utterly unacceptable. But it's interesting what Gershon Baskin said, which goes to the heart of the matter now. Is it possible to salvage something from this proposal? The Hamas counteroffer is a three-phased one over about 135 days. And the first phase, which would include a temporary pause of about 45 days, would release the most vulnerable of the hostages: women, children, the elderly, the ones of which there is greatest concern about. There's concern about all of them, but those first, in exchange for some prisoners and some desperately needed humanitarian aid. But we'll see just what kind of a tone Antony Blinken adopts. It's very, because this is all there is right now.
And it's all about tone, isn't it, really? Because if you heard the tone of Mr. Netanyahu, you could feel there that there was no conciliatory element in his tone at all.
But there never is. His mantra has not shifted an inch. Total victory, absolute victory. And tonight he said it was within touching distance. It was a matter of months. Now, as you know, and you've reported on your program, there had been assessments by his own military team that actually they weren't that close, that Hamas was actually even in the north of the Gaza Strip, which has been razed to the ground, where Israeli forces in large part moved away from to concentrate on the south. Hamas was reestablishing civilian control. Hamas is still able to fire rockets at Israel. And of course, alarm bells are ringing right up to the UN Secretary General. Antonio Guterres said, if you carry out what you say is your plan, then to go for Rafah at the southernmost corner, where half of the population has been pushed, this would be the disaster of disasters.
In the meantime, people are still dying in Gaza. We saw the Hamas-run health minister saying over 100 were killed just in the last, I think, day or so. Over 27,000 Palestinians. And, of course, there are still Israeli hostages being held there.
I mean, Marion, we just reported that 100 died. Before all this, if one person died, it would have been a story. Now, given the enormity of this staggering death toll, the United Nations says that if you try to tally up the dead, the missing, and the injured, it's actually 100,000 people, with some 17,000 children having lost one or both parents. That's 5% of Gaza's population. And Prime Minister Netanyahu and the public opinion in Israel backs him. They want him to hit Hamas hard as well, are saying they want this war to continue. But tonight, of course, we've heard of the anguish of the families of the hostages. They, of course, there's been that blow that 31 families were told their loved ones are dead. That's a fifth of the hostages in Gaza. So tonight, they are urging the Prime Minister and others again to put the lives of the hostages first before the military plan.
In addition to all of us wanting some sort of resolution there, the President of the United States wants it over with because he's so underwater on the numbers regarding Gaza and Israel. I think we yesterday cited a poll where only 3 in 10 Americans think that what he's doing is a good idea. Here's the president yesterday, and it's hard for him to get through this soundbite. He does sound confused. And at one point, he confuses Hamas with, like, the loyal opposition. Hamas is not a party. It's a bunch of bloodthirsty killers. Anyway, here's the president yesterday responding to a question about this hostage deal.
There is some movement, and I don't want to maybe choose my words. There's some movement. There's been a response from there's been a response from the opposition, but yes, I'm sorry, from Hamas. But it seems to be a little over the top. We're not sure where it is. There's a continuing negotiation right now.
It's pretty unbelievable that the press has to help him out on this.
Dude, I love when people come in and they're like, come on, guys, like, Biden is just a little old. He's not that bad. This doesn't read that badly on camera. That's my favorite thing that liberals try to do nowadays. He's old as fuck, but this is like the one case where he really should take his time and choose his words carefully. I mean, I don't even care that he called Hamas the opposition. That part is not that bad. I'm purely on the aesthetics of the matter, okay? Because optics matter. Optics fucking matter. You have nothing else. The entire reason to vote for Biden was the optics of stability over the optics of chaos that Trump brought. This is what I've been saying about Israel. With respect to Biden's dealings with Israel, this is what I've said. If Biden stood strong behind Israel, like firmly supported Israel, I think his numbers would not look so bad. And the proof there is the fact that there are more Americans. There's a higher percentage of Americans that believe Trump would do a better job with Israel. I think Biden's genuine issue with Israel is that he's trying to do the both sides, talking out of both sides of his mouth. And because he's no longer the fucking old school campaigner, retail politician, charismatic person that he used to be, he can't deal with it. So it translates as weakness and it translates as senility. Okay? If Biden came out and was like, Israel should nuke Gaza, Jack, I think he would have more support than what he has currently. If he took a strong stance against Israel, he would probably also still have more support than he has currently, because currently he doesn't have any support on the matter at all, because he is trying to make it seem like he wants to rein in Israel, but everything he's doing is actually saying, go ahead, Israel. He's giving the green light to Israel to do genocide, while simultaneously making it seem like on the optics front that he's quietly talking behind closed doors to bring this conflict to a fucking end. And that looks awful. Why? Because nobody believes that. Anyone that looks at that situation and even believes that Biden is actually behind closed doors, like promoting something entirely different, still hears Benjamin Netanyahu, who literally, right after Joseph Robinette Biden, every day goes on television and says, Joseph Robinette Biden is wrong. I actually do want to do genocide. I do not believe in a two-state solution. Every fucking day. That makes him look like a bitch. That makes Biden look like a bitch. That's crazy. It makes him look weak. And Biden's worst issue right now is the optics of the matter, is the fact that he looks senile, the fact that he comes across as old, the fact that he looks like he's fallen asleep at the wheel.
Issue is kind of an important factor to actually get Hamas right.
They're terrorists. They're not the opposition.
You got that latest NBC poll. 76% of Americans are concerned about his age. That includes Democrats and independents. And this just furthers the narrative. A lot of people are saying we feel sad about this. I think a lot of people within the Jewish community are furious about this. He can't be on the ticket. I just don't see how it happens.
I mean, that's the Democratic option right there.
Benjamin Netanyahu, the prime minister, evidently he says he's a effing fill in the blank.
The president.
Biden on Netanyahu. So they have horrible relations. Yet his backing of Israel has lost a lot of the Arab community. He's unable to tell his side of the story. If you see some of the protests in New York, it's not so. It's as much as they're saying ceasefire, they're pro-Hamas.
Yeah.
So there's a huge portion of this country that's pro-Hamas. That's a huge problem. And not only so, he takes this stance. He is not all in because he's against the sitting government that he's backing. The munitions, they're in desperate need of munitions right now, according to many reports. Can't seem to marshal that. And at the same time, he can't even reiterate, he can't even defend his stance for Israel.
Well, and our reporters should be able to go into the White House press briefing room and talk about what's happening around the country, what our solutions are. But instead, reporters like Peter Doocy, our White House correspondent, has to go in and ask Karine Jean-Pierre about this president's mental health. Not only did yesterday you just saw that soundbite of him stumbling, the long pauses.
Right.
The day before, he got mixed up, called President Macron President Mitterrand, who died in 1996. This is every day now a stumble.
You just asked. One of the beautiful souls in the chat asked the funniest question. Is Fox pro-Israel? I don't know what we can call what Fox News does to be pro-Israel, because I feel like it goes so far beyond just being simply pro-Israel. Okay? Like, Fox would literally take Palestinian children hostage if they could. Okay? They are so unimaginably pro-Israel. What do you think? They love genocide across the board. Like, in the United States of America, in the voter eligible population, you're either pro-Israel or you're so incredibly pro-Israel that you want to hate crime every Arab you've seen. Okay? That's it. That's like, it only goes super pro-Israel or, oh my God, you are literally a fascist. That's how pro-Israel you are. Fox is the second type of pro-Israel. They have a massive audience of pro-Israel Christian Zionists. And as a matter of fact, it seems, according to New York Times reporting on the matter at least, that post-October 7, a lot of American Jews who normally are more progressive on domestic issues, except for Israel, and not very reactionary when it comes to Israel, but very progressive when it comes to domestic issues, have switched over to watch Fox News' coverage because CNN and MSNBC were not sufficiently pro-Israel enough.
A blunder, can't put words together, and that's what Peter asked her about. Listen.
Liberals have the same takes on Israel as Fox, but with a furrowed brow. Not even. They just have the identical issue.
How is President Biden ever going to convince the 3/4 of voters who are worried about his physical and mental health that he is okay, even though in Las Vegas he told a story about recently talking to a French president who died in 1996?
I'm not even going to go down that rabbit hole with you, sir.
What is
We're
the
going
rabbit
to
hole?
Go ahead.
See, what she could have done right there, she could have simply said what you said, Ainsley. The president said Mitterrand, he met Macron. She could have explained it that simply. She would have just said he got confused. The problem is...
She never said he got confused.
Well, that's why, Brian, because the Republicans are saying, look, the president is confused. Then if it is reiterated by her own press secretary, look, he said Mitterrand meant Macron, it would have validated everything the Republicans are saying about the president, who is, he's struggling. We all struggle from time to time. Unfortunately, he's the most powerful man in the world, and he's got to be at the top of his game every day.
Yeah, we can't have a weak president when we have all these international conflicts going on, and that doesn't even include the domestic issues. I think the press secretary has made it very, very clear, as well as everybody else in the administration, that they want to avoid the answer. But you have 76% of Americans.
Damn, dog. Fox News has the fucking senile Biden compilation down to down to the wire. Look at this shit. This is a wild compy that they have. They went sicko mode on this.
Americans that feel the same way. We can't all be crazy here.
Unless
Jen Psaki used to set almost policy for and almost give the president cues on what to do because she was so conversant in the policies. KJP can't even cover for the president, and she doesn't even seem to prepare for her own press conferences.
Well, she could have made it easier. But then again, the alternative is maybe he actually does talk to dead people. Just saying. I saw a movie like that once. Anyway, that's what the president said yesterday. I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
Yeah. He's they're cooking his ass.
I recently
All right, let's watch. There's a tax season villain. It's not the IRS. Welcome to Johnny Harris into our homes from the New York Times opinion.
learned how big of a scam taxes in America are. Not the actual tax rate, but how we actually pay our taxes. All of this. In countries like the Netherlands.
Dude, I'm gonna be honest with you. Johnny Harris is such a funny content creator because like he will look at a situation that is like just super normal, something that a lot of people know about. You know what I mean? And we'll print out like physical copies of it or whatever the thing is and go, recently I did a deep dive on this and I found out that like the situation is crazy, guys. Okay. You're supposed to stop your car at a red light. It's like, yeah, bro, I got it. Like, what the fuck? What do you mean? Yeah, everybody knows this. What are you talking about? I did a deep dive and I found out that red is the color for stop. Here's 200 pages describing the background details. The pages actually have nothing to do with the actual issue on hand, but I still printed them out because it looks like I'm doing crazy research.
Netherlands or Japan or New Zealand. None of this exists. Like if you search how to pay your taxes in Estonia, you get a video that is less than 3 minutes long.
Should be all fine, so let's confirm, submit.
What? How does this exist? These are places where the government...
Dog, in Norway, the government pays your taxes and sends you a refund and a receipt at the end of the year, which he will describe right now. It's going to make me so mad. I mean, I guess like it doesn't matter. It's like fun that Americans learn about this kind of shit. But it's always funny that he'd like, it's always funny when he will act like he's one, just recently discovering this, and two, did a shit ton of investigative journalism to come to this point or something.
Operates a free internet portal where the citizens can pay their taxes. Meanwhile, here in the United States, filing taxes has two huge problems. It's too complicated and it's too expensive. The majority of us taxpayers have to pay a private company to help us pay our taxes to the government. Collectively, we spend billions of dollars every year doing this. We spend billions of our precious spring hours tracking down documents, scanning crinkled, faded receipts, and just hoping that this little green number goes up.
Right now, the tax code is so complicated, so complex, it is not working for anybody.
Oh, and we also pay emotionally. We worry, we wonder if we're doing it right. And
bro, you can't use the worst person for this video when talking about the motherfucking tax code. Come on, dog. The New York Times is just out of control with this shit, okay? Paul, come on, man.
And most of us have wondered what happens if we do it wrong. So why is it that a bunch of other countries have it easy, whereas we get the expensive, stressful, time-eroding version of paying taxes? To understand this absurdity, I teamed up once again with the Times editorial board writer Binya Applebaum.
Okay, let's do this. Paying taxes in America is tense. It's scary, but the process of doing it doesn't need to be.
Binya has been reporting on economic and tax policy in America for a very long time. So let me show you how paying taxes in America has become the biggest scam you've never heard about, and how some lawmakers are trying to change it.
One of the most unpleasant facts of life, taxes. You may be wondering who got all this money.
Why we have a $10 billion a year plus business in helping people do what the government should be helping them do instead.
Walk me through the history of all the attempts to make a government-run portal to pay taxes.
So in the before times, it was a thick book. You picked up a copy maybe at the local library, and you worked through these complicated worksheets, either with the help of an accountant or in their dining rooms, and you eventually arrived at a bottom line calculation of what you owed or what the government owed to you, and put it in the mail. And then Ronald Reagan gives a public address.
We envision a system where more than half of us would not even have to fill out a return. We call it the return-free system.
In which he says, we are going to deliver to Americans an easy way to file taxes. We're going to move from this era of long forms and short forms to an era of no forms. The government is going to be the solution to your problem.
Wait, wait a minute. Is this the you've been manipulating bread prices guy? I love that guy. You've been caught manipulating bread prices in Canada. God, that was such a fucking banger. Jesus Christ, dude. This guy, he absolutely crushed that interview. What do you have to say to the fact that you've been caught manipulating bread prices? Germany's pretty chill until you genuinely curious what happens to your mansion or sports car when your audience disappears with all your money. I don't know, but I mean, I don't have like as expensive of a lifestyle as people think I do. Like, this shit is basically on the wheels, you know what I mean? The car itself is, I mean, I don't really care for it that much, but if like something genuinely devastating happened, right? Like, I would probably sell the house and live in an apartment or something. I swear your haters are gonna kill us fans. If we go back to 139 in the video, Johnny used the meme pic of this guy from the bread price era. Yeah, like people personally think that like I spend, you know, on the like my operational costs are like millions of dollars or something. Why are you addressing this chatter? I don't know. He's a 4-month subscriber. Maybe he's like a genuine person and he's wondering what happens. Maybe he's not like a bad guy. Haters are killing the fans if we have to keep talking about this every day. That's true.
Front lines of corporate downsizing. You've been on the front lines of corporate price fixing. You've been on the front lines of our misadventures. I'm sorry, of our misadventures in foreign policy. You've had direct experience of many of the things that make a lot of young people very angry about the way that this country is operating right now. You don't seem to embody that anger.
So the proposition that I've been on front lines of corporate price fixing is just to get that out of the way.
You worked for a company that was fixing bread prices.
No, I worked for a consulting company that had a client that may have been involved in fixing, or was apparently in a scandal. I was not aware of the Canadian bread pricing scandal until last night.
You've been on the front lines of corporate downsizing. You've been on the front lines of...
Just fucking... It's one of my favorite bars of all time. Like, New York Times genuinely peaked at this. I was fucking cackling. I was cackling when he dropped this bomb, dude. Oh my God. New York Times peaked at this. And then immediately followed it up by dual endorsing. Remember when the New York Times did this and then turned around and did a dual endorsement of Amy Klobuchar and Elizabeth Warren? God, they're so fucking stupid. The unprecedented the dual endorsement of two different losers. Anyway, Amy could have won. She was right about pizza. Yeah. God, I fucking hate the New York Times. But that actually, the dual endorsement / they endorsed the girl reading this. Exactly. The dual endorsement paired up with that guy from the editorial board absolutely ripping Buttigieg a new asshole is a perfect depiction of like how the New York Times has still great journalists, great writers, and also as an institution is one of the worst. Okay. Like they still do great journalism from time to time and they're still incredibly important. But overall, whenever they have like an institutional voice or vibes in general, they miss the mark by the widest of margins. They're incredibly out of touch. They're incredibly elitist. They're just like perma stuck in this like New York bubble. And it's very, very, very stupid. Chill, man. He's gay. You can't make that joke. What joke? Are we still doing this like Hassan, you're being homophobic to Pete Buttigieg stuff? Is that what's going on? I suspect a lot of these people are coming from, you know, a particular community or something, because there ain't no way there's a real person in the real world that's like, wow, dude, you're being real fucking homophobic to people just because you said rip him a new asshole. Unless they were joking. I assume they were joking. When they tweeted the dual endorsement, they tagged the wrong Elizabeth Warren. It was just a random lady with the same name. Yeah. Yeah, ripping someone a new asshole is an expression that is like transcended far beyond like anal sex, for the record.
Reagan was serious about this. In 1980s.
But having said that, I am a homophobe. So, you know, I make no mistake. I'm literally a homophobic person. So, you know, but in that instance, I wasn't, you know, trying to be homophobic.
78,000 Americans filed their taxes using cutting-edge technology. These primitive modems and these old machines called like the Zilog system and the Metron. And it was a hopeful experiment in what could have saved us so much pain.
And then, you know, his successors basically continued to make this promise for the next couple of decades. Bill Clinton makes it. George Bush goes out.
When I took my job 18 months ago, virtually every other major country in the world had the ability for citizens to go online and freely file their taxes. We didn't.
And then Barack Obama, when he's campaigning for president in 2007, he goes ahead and he makes the same promise.
We'll make it easier, quicker, and less expensive for you to file a return so that April 15th is not a date that is approached with dread every year.
And now we have the Biden administration making that same promise once more. This story really begins during World War II, when the United States needed a lot more money all of a sudden to conduct this war. And so it needed to change the way that it collected taxes. And the innovation that the government came up with is it said, we're going to get employers to tell us how much they are paying their workers.
So because your employer takes money out and pays taxes for you, at the end of the year, the government already knows how much money you've made. They know how much you've paid in taxes, and thus how much they owe you or you owe them.
It's a great system.
They don't know everything about your finances if you have complicated stuff like medical bills or investments. But for a lot of Americans,
taxes could be done in 15 minutes or 20 minutes.
The reason why tax day is a breeze in places like the Netherlands or Japan is because that's the day when the government just sends you a pre-populated form. You can either approve it or you can amend it if you think you qualify for some credit or write-off, or if you think they did the math wrong. But if you approve it, you're done in just a few minutes and your refund is on its way. But here in the US, they don't tell us the numbers, even though they already know them, and they don't even give us a platform to file our taxes on. So taxpayers are left with two dreadful choices. They either pay a private company to do taxes for them, or they do it on their own. And here's what that looks like. A high-stakes honesty test. One that is horribly confusing, where your children are actually called dependents, and where your total income is actually determined by adding lines 1Z, 2B, 4B, 6B, 7, and 8. I mean, it's not that complicated. Just get a hold of this 113-page instruction booklet on how to file your taxes. So if presidents from both sides of the aisle have been making an effort to do this, why has it failed?
I mean, the one-word answer is
Intuit TurboTax.
There is a company that dominates the tax preparation industry in the United States.
Dude, what's going on? It's been like fucking 20 minutes since I responded to one shitter and immediately quickly moved on. And a bunch of fucking like 30-month subscriber chatters are still crying about the one guy that I responded to 25 minutes ago. What do you want? Do you want to continue? Do you want me to just pay attention to you? Shut the fuck up. I've literally stopped. I tried my very best to not respond to the fucking 30-month subscribers crying in here about how I make the stream unbearable when I fucking respond to a hater. But you're unbearable, dumbass. Why the fuck are you talking still? We've already moved on. We moved on 25 minutes ago. We moved on 30 minutes ago. You're still fucking crying. Shut the fuck up. Anyway, I'm one finger typing on a tablet. All right, you could have just ignored me. Bro, you can't do that. Okay, this entire thing is just like, this entire thing is built on communication, mutual trust, okay, and reliance on one another. Stop being unbearable if you don't want fucking content to be unbearable, okay? Jesus Christ. Altos, thank you for the 25. Get the subs. Let's get back to the video. Come on.
States. It makes billions of dollars by charging Americans to help them complete their taxes. It makes a product called TurboTax, which for most Americans is, practically synonymous with doing your taxes. And it has made an industry out of something that ought to be a public service.
It's no surprise to me that TurboTax cropped up as a solution to this problem.
And so this private company comes along and says, we'll help you. We have a software product that will make your life easier. And it did. It made millions of Americans' lives easier.
Intuit TurboTax. 100% expert guaranteed.
What happens next is the story of how we almost had what they have in other countries, a free and easy way to file our taxes. And it was almost given to us by George W. Bush.
Morning. I think the early 2000s were the moment when we came closest to having a public filing system.
So it's the early 2000s, and the government is making this big effort to put more services online.
It's a pleasure to be here to talk about the e-government initiative.
A number of other countries around the world were beginning.
Also, the funniest part about it is that TurboTax is supposed to be free, but the free alternative still steals your information, sometimes susceptible to leaks, and also still causes you to fucking pay for it somehow. Every part of this is so broken. It's so broken. Oh my God, I hate this fucking dumbass country. Every part of this process is so fucking broken.
Beginning to successfully move their tax filing systems onto the internet. States were beginning to move tax filing onto the internet. There was a huge demand for it. You had a Republican administration backing the idea.
The Bush administration tells Intuit and the other tax prep companies to, quote, get another line of work. Like, you're going out of business. what is their response?
The company sounds the alarms, all hands on deck moment. They recognize this is an existential threat to what is an increasingly profitable business, and they do everything that they can to prevent it. They engage a very successful Washington lobbyist who, among other things, is fond of comparing himself to Darth Vader, and they do something very clever. They say to the government, we'll construct a free filing portal, and you can stay out of this business.
This lobbying effort worked, and the Bush administration agreed to not make a tax filing portal. And in return, Intuit and other tax prep companies agreed to create a version of their software that would be available for free to lower income Americans. So it's the early 2000s, and you've got regular TurboTax, which people have to pay for, but now you have this free version of TurboTax that Intuit was providing. Much to Intuit's chagrin, Americans started catching on that there was a free version of their software, and they started using it. Millions of them started using it. And this is where the real shenanigans start in earnest. It seems like a good deal in terms of like, well, if the tech company will do this and will provide it for free, then what's the problem?
The problem is that the tech companies had absolutely no interest in doing this. This was a trick.
A ProPublica investigation found that Intuit and others added lines of code to their free file site
so that it doesn't appear in a Google search. And several of the other companies are also found later to have done this to make it invisible, essentially, on the internet.
Then there was their marketing. Intuit and TurboTax started appearing everywhere, from basketball stadiums to the...
No, I didn't get 10 gifted subs. I got 25 gifted subs, which I think I thanked. I said, Atlas, thank you for the 25 gifted subs. Are you the chatter? What's happening?
Super Bowl.
Welcome to the Intuit TurboTax halftime.
Then they start flooding the world with the word free.
That's right. TurboTax Free Edition is free. Free, 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 free.
Woo, feels pretty good.
To most people, this looked like the government-required free file version of TurboTax. But no, Intuit had created an entirely new program confusingly called TurboTax Free Edition to divert traffic from the government option.
You arrive at this website that is billed as being a free tax filing product, and you begin to do the work of filing your taxes, right? You're uploading forms, you're inputting personal information.
It was only after you spent all of these hours putting in all of your information that you discover that you actually can't file your taxes for free, that you don't qualify for the free version. All this hiding from Google searches, the confusing branding, the deceptive use of the word free. Are you confused? That was the point.
Tax prep companies have sabotaged the free file program. They've tricked and trapped American taxpayers into paying for alternative services that should be free, that are marketed as free, but in fact, they don't make free.
I fell for this so many times over the years. And after doing all of this work, there was no way I was going to do anything but pay. What other choice did I have? All of this? Who are the demographic of Americans that are...
One of the biggest ironies is that TurboTax also causes you to file on your own. And like, there are hella accountants that if you pay a little bit more than TurboTax, I mean, I don't know how much it costs now, but at the time I remember, even when I was like dead broke, I very quickly started working with an accountant, because if it's like 30 to 40, if it's 40 to $60 to file with TurboTax and you have to do all that shit, a CPA is at the time, it was like $130. Accountant when you're broke? Yes. I'm talking when I had a W-2. Unless you're going to file it on your own for free, work with a CPA. Yeah. As a CPA and tax preparer, I charge more than TurboTax if you file by yourself, but most clients will pay the difference to not deal with the BS of doing it themselves. Yes. I can't afford that. Dude, then I'm not talking to you, man. I don't know why people always do this. All right, dude, you're the most broke, okay? You're the most broke chatter, okay? Broke boy, you got it. You were the most leftist. You're the most broke, okay? Listen to me. Listen, I'm saying when I was fucking incredibly broke myself, it was literally worth having a fucking CPA file that shit for me, because it was literally a little bit more. You just paid a little bit more to the CPA than what you would for TurboTax, and you didn't have to file everything for yourself. Now, there's an actual free version directly from the IRS. So you don't even need to do that. Yeah, and CPAs aren't government asses either. Yeah, I mean, they fight for that shit too. I think, like, this is the only community on the planet where people literally go, no, I'm poor, and that's a virtue, okay? There is no morality associated with your financial predicament. It is the system itself is immoral for placing you in that circumstance. Okay, stop being so goddamn liberal in the opposite direction. This is your brain broken on fucking like weird prosperity gospel Protestantism, but like you've negatively polarized against that kind of thing. So now you are falsely attributing morality to like, you're still attributing morality to your financial predicaments, but you're doing the exact opposite. Republicans and pro-capitalists like shitheads always falsely associate, having money with morality. Like, oh, are you homeless? Well, that means you're immoral. You've done something wrong. Now we got other people doing the exact opposite for the crime of explaining to a chat that like CPAs and accountants in general are not simply for fucking multimillionaires, but I've utilized CPAs when I was broke, and you can too. So, that's a good opportunity for everyone to just like consider.
Or maybe most susceptible to this kind of deceptive messaging.
It's the middle of the population, people who are earning middle-class salaries, who have very simple taxes.
And the result was that by
Chatters, if you're lower income or students making $60K or less, if you're disabled, you can qualify for VITA, Volunteer Income Tax Assistance Program. There are usually plenty of states at local libraries or community colleges with VITA offices. Let chat know, 100% free, just need to qualify, usually set up by local charities or churches. Nice. This is not the real you, Hassan. Please don't say this. Love you, but stop, please. What? What the fuck is going on, man? What's happening in the chat? I feel like I'm losing it a little bit. I can't tell if chat is losing it or I'm losing it. What's going on? Take medication. Everybody take your meds. Take your meds. Take your meds.
2019, 14.
Yum. It's medication time. Yum. Time for everyone's medication. Time for everyone's medication. Another medication is the top of the hour ad break. That's right. A subscription is another medication, is another form of medication. At the top of the hour, there is an illness. It's called a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. I believe subscriptions should be free, just like healthcare should be free. Twitch Prime equals healthcare. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
Million Americans that were eligible to use the free tax filing software that they had promised to make ended up paying a fee for commercial software to prepare their tax returns. All the technological and marketing deception worked, so much so that they actually got sued. Regulators on behalf of customers sued Intuit last year for $141 million. They also agreed to cool it on the whole free false advertising campaign. So now when you go to the site and you see the big $0 sign, there's an asterisk next to it. So justice was served, and the greedy tech company learned its lesson, and from then on, taxes were free and easy, just like in Estonia. In 2021, Intuit announced that they were walking away from their deal that they made with the Bush administration. They would no longer offer a free filing software to low-income Americans. But in their blog post announcing this, they claim that they're still committed to making a free filing platform.
Nobody should believe that Intuit is ever going to seriously commit to offering a free version of its core business. That would be suicidal for a company to do, and there's no reason to expect them to act against their own self-interest.
Bro, I hate this lame ass government. I hate this lame ass world. I hate the fucking lame ass taxing structure that we have in the United States of America. How do you become a lobbyist when you grow up? Because they seem hella overpowered. Go to Harvard. Be related to a politician so you can very quickly get a job at a lobbying firm, get invited to events that politicians go to.
We should treat them like adults and assume that they're going to do what's best for them, and what is best for them is to charge as many Americans as much money as possible to complete their taxes.
It's ironic to me that Intuit often positions itself as like the advocate for the people. They had this whole ad campaign showing them all the time that they could save by not doing taxes.
We all have different, sometimes crazy things to deal with. We believe people can be good at anything. Yes, even taxes.
In the free market, you have the right to walk away. That's the defining feature of the free market. You don't need to buy the apples, you don't need to buy the car, you don't need to buy the computer. You do need to file your taxes. What these companies are doing are standing astride the highway that everybody needs to travel and collecting tolls. And so the idea that this is a private market is ludicrous, and the Bush administration was quite rightly saying to these companies, get off the highway. You are not allowed to collect tolls here.
But luckily, there might just be change in the air.
The IRS is releasing a report this week on the possibility of a free government-run tax.
Yeah, exactly like healthcare chatter. You are absolutely correct. Another criminal enterprise that we have paywalled. Oh my God.
Filing service.
The Biden administration has funded a pilot program for the IRS to create a portal where we Americans can pay our taxes without the need of a third-party middleman called TurboTax. They're set to launch this as a small pilot for the 2024 tax season. But of course,
they are determined to prevent this or to make it as impractical and small scale as possible because they have lots of money to throw at it. They're collecting from all of us every year our fees for filing taxes and using them to ensure that we have to continue paying those fees to file taxes.
Bloomberg reported that Intuit's spending on lobbying has hit an all-time high. It's paying dozens of lobbyists. These lobbyists include Mitch McConnell's speechwriter, Nancy Pelosi's ex-chief of staff, a former Republican congressman, and an advisor to Joe Biden when he was vice president.
You know, it's really striking because, you know, the rhetoric around the IRS is so unremittingly negative that you might assume that Americans would want the protection that TurboTax says it is offering to them. But when pollsters go out and ask the American people about this, both parties say, we want a government option. We want a free filing portal. We do not understand why we need to pay in order to pay our taxes. It doesn't make any sense.
Each time Free File came up, an army of well-paid lawyers and lobbyists descends on Congress.
I wonder why. I wonder why we can't get that, even though everybody wants it. Oh man. Oh, fuck. How do we get there? Oh, it's so shocking to me that there's always this weird bipartisan. Hey guys, isn't it weird how there's always this weird bipartisan concession on this matter? There's always this weird bipartisanship in the number one democracy in the world when it comes to like all this dumb shit, all this weird stuff. So odd, dude. But we have a two-party system that's like totally democratic and represents the interests of the population.
To squash it. This.
Look alive. China. 9/11. China. Hamas. China. 9/11. China. Immigrants. Mexicans. Over the border. Mexicans. Over the border. It's like a smoke grenade. There you go. Fuck. For a brief moment, you might have thought like, oh, wow, this two-party system, this duopoly doesn't seem to lead to any kind of democratic outcome or democratic result that the people actually deserve and genuinely think they're buying into. It's weird. For a brief moment, I almost thought that, but then I realized China, Mexicans over the border, Chinese over the border, Iran over the border. Over the border comes Hamas from Iran. Iranian Mexicans that are building tunnels, but Jewish tunnels, specifically in Brooklyn. Watch out for the tunnels. Iran is building tunnels. Hamas and Iran building tunnels under the Chabad in Brooklyn. China. Remember China. China is coming to build our tunnels. They built the tunnels under the border wall.
Must not be allowed to happen again.
But the pilot program is already in danger of ending. House Republicans are pushing to cut $14 billion in funding for the IRS, including the money for the pilot program. They say that the government can't be trusted to tell Americans how much they owe the government. But this isn't a partisan issue. Leaders from both sides of the aisle have known for decades that we need to make this happen. This is the sensible thing to do. And hopefully, this is the moment to finally make it happen.
I think at the end of the day, this story is about faith in government. It's about the ability of the government to do what it should have been doing all along, to do it well, and to deliver what Americans deserve, which is an easy and free way to file their taxes. This is a chance for the government to prove itself. It's a chance for the government to make right on a promise that it has broken so often over the last 40 years and to say, we can do better, we are doing better. We're going to do this right.
What?
The New York cities, The Hague, Doha, Tel Aviv, Los Angeles, and Sydney in the name of terrorism. They're confusion for local officials and CIA. City water systems are being privatized in Pennsylvania, driving some residents to go to Wawa to use the bathroom because it's getting too expensive to flush at home. Across the U.S.'s 500 largest water systems, private ownership is the biggest contributor to increasing utility bills, even more than aging infrastructure. Insurance companies in North Carolina are proposing an average rate increase of 44% on homes and 99% on coastal homes because the cost of climate disasters is getting too expensive. Pyong, pyong. When rain falls, it's not teardrop shaped, it's actually shaped more like a burger. Yeah.
I don't know what to. I don't know what to say. I just, Kaisa is a Hasanabi head. More power to her. Up there she is. I love when Hassan looks disappointed in me. I'm sorry for being a Zoomer who unironically likes that. When I watch stuff like this, I realize that death is coming for me soon, because like the world has basically progressed infinitely faster than I could ever comprehend, and I have lost the plot. I've lost the plot. My time has passed. That death is coming for me. Okay? Death is coming for me, and it's coming soon. It's coming faster than I perceive it.
I might switch the lame that chinko bitch, that chinko pussy. We got Henny, we got Saints, we got Cookie. I fuck so much pussy, I might switch the bus. That chinko lame, that chinko bitch, that chinko pussy. We got Henny, we got Saints, we got Cookie. I fuck so much pussy, I might switch the bussy.
I love this. I think is actually bars. It keeps going.
Till I let this cake pop. I don't want no sex, I want that top. Everybody think it's soft till I let this cake pop. The bussy, the bitch is Asian and I call her for some sucky. But this
I need to see the I need to see the full version of this because it's so fucking good. Does anyone have this? It unironically goes hard. I'm sorry. It just is not a joke. It goes so fucking hard, dude. What is it? Eric Reprid Suki live mic performance. Is it because you're homophobic? First of all, yes, I am homophobic. But secondly, he literally says he's going to start having sex with men because he's fucked too much pussy. That is like literal, straight up bisexual visibility, okay?
That chinko lame, that chinko bitch, that chinko pussy. We got Henny, we got Saints, we got Cookie. I fuck so much pussy, I might switch the bussy. The bitch is Asian and I call her for some sucky. But this aroma, all up on the sofa. If he forced me, I'ma send out by the Yoda. Leave him, fuck me, bitch, come over. W pussy X, I can get that boy some closure. I'm talking big brinks, I'm talking big bread. I'm talking big money, dummy on his big head. This pussy lucky, that low really don't play with lead. But when I'm rich, spin Jack Frank, finna get him dead. Or I might DIY that shit instead. In a Benz trip, blick, tuck, like a fucking fed. Bitch, I'm all ears, I ain't hear what you say, yeah. Pussy think it's sweet, think it's soft, think it's bread. Told you open up, but I ain't talking about them legs. I don't want no sex, I want that top. Everybody think it's soft till I let this cake pop. Everybody filming me, but I'll show you it's not a prop. That's my whore, she a slut, she a bump. She gon' soak it up and suck it up just like a mop. The bitch ain't got bikini bottoms on, I feel like Bob. Used to playing sweets, my life changed, we can't swap. I fuck the beats till she can't walk.
This is awful, sorry, but it is what it is. I don't think it's awful at all. I unironically think it's pretty good. I mean, what? This is like... we got, listen, this is America, okay? First we got Yeet, now we got Asian Yeet, okay? That's it. I'm tapped in. I think this is great. This Cardi leak is fire. No, I mean, dude, this is almost telegraphing it for the Zoomers. This is like, it's like if Yeet and Cardi had an Asian love child, okay? That's it. You had a problem with the anime girl thing and you love this? Yeah, because, this is, I don't know, I just like it.
Everybody switching on me, so what? His ex talk to my ex about the boy. Tryna get some dirt on me to filter. What? That chinko lame, that chinko bitch, that chinko pussy. We got Henny, we got Saints, we got Cookie. I fuck so much pussy, I might switch the bussy. The bitch is Asian and I call her for some sucky.
You're literally just anti-women, but that's normal? Wait, what? What the hell does this have to do with... Oh, you're joking. Oh, because you said I was cringing at Kaisa, but liking this. Yeah, this is a misogynistic channel as well. Bro, I'm serious. This is not bad. Okay? This is not bad at all. What is this? Misgive situation is awful. I can't believe... Look at this motherfucker debating over here. Saying Misgive situation is awful. Like, as though I talked about it, like saying Misgive is a fucking in the wrong or something. This song goes harder than trying to explain to my grandma how to use a smartphone. I might switch to Bussy. I think the song is good. I think the song is actually very good. I'll say it. Oh shit. I forgot to show you the hate crime that happened on Fox News. Here. If you guys know who the fuck this guy is, he ran for mayor. Curtis Silva, right? He's the Guardian Angels or whatever. I mean, he's crazy. It's okay. I don't take your music seriously. Yeah, guys, don't take any of my music opinions seriously, even though I'm 100% in the right. You know what I mean? My cop dad loves this dude. That's so funny, dude. I mean, it's like your dad's a cop. Eric Adams is a literal fucking cop and has spent most of his time like shutting down libraries so he can fund the police more so that cops can get more overtime to fucking play Angry Birds on their phone at the subway station. And your dad still is like, no, I think this guy's even better than that. It's like libertarian cops, dude. It doesn't make sense. You're saying that like the cop mayor is not as good and not better than the guy who is not he thinks Eric Adams is racist to white cops. My dad is Latino. Yeah. Well, Eric Adams is racist to white cops. That is true. He did do that classic, like Eric Adams did that classic thing where he was like, guys, the NYPD is racist. I mean, he did that. And everyone was shocked when they found out that the NYPD was racist. He was one of those, like, we have to reform the white supremacist institution of the NYPD by, like, you know, making sure that the real racist cops are black instead of Italian, which is kind of like black, but not really. That's what he did. It's like, listen, you need to make sure that it's black people running the white supremacy show here, okay?
If you divide 53 million by 500, that's a $106,000 debit card. Not a bad deal. I don't think they're giving them to vets that are homeless in New York City. Not that I've heard, Curtis.
Well, in fact, our guys have just taken down one of the migrant guys right here on the corner, 42nd and 7th, while all this is
Can you pan the camera?
They've taken over. They've taken over. You'd like the camera over there if at all possible.
He's like, watch me doing a fucking hate crime. Listen, me and the fucking Klan, me and the New York Klan over here, we're doing a fucking hate crime, Sean. Sean, you like this? Bada bing, bada boom. We got this. Bleep. Over here we're fucking his ass up over here. Bleep, bleep, bleep. I'm slurring, Sean. I'm saying the right words. Liberal media can't silence me, Sean. I'm gonna fucking say it.
Oh, you got your key open, guys.
It's out of control. Out of control.
Yeah, it is out of control. You're literally doing a hate crime on national television.
There. All right. Now, Eric Adams often complains he's getting no support from the federal government to help him with the surge of Joe Biden's unvetted illegals in New York. And that could be because of the so-called border czar is a little distracted right now. According to a report, Vice President Harris has now suddenly, quote, found her footing. And she's now apparently getting ready for a future presidential run of her own in 2028. According to the Daily Mail, she campaigned in South Carolina last week, visited.
I love that he just watched a group of brown shirt thugs beat the shit out of some random guy that the dude literally openly was like, yeah, this is one of them immigrants right there. Hey, Sean, look at this fucking immigrant. It's awesome. And Sean Hannity doesn't even acknowledge it and just moves on. That's great. That's great. Things are very normal here in the United States of America, okay? Very, very normal and very, very cool. Yeah, Eric Adams himself wrote an op-ed supporting the Guardian Angels in the past, and it came up in the mayoral debate. Eric Adams is also obviously very racist. It's just literally the EDL, but for the USA. I mean, yeah, they're brown shirts. Well, they're red shirts. But yeah, this is the founder of Guardian Angels, Curtis Leva, and this is in 1992. Said on Tuesday that he faked his 1980s kidnapping and 5 other exploits to help the Guardian Angels survive its early years as a volunteer crime-fighting group. Remember, these guys are a volunteer crime-fighting group that popped off in like the heat of the crime wave, in New York and the subway stations, where they basically were vigilantes that would go around and like, you know, do the same thing that you just watched. I think they existed or they peaked around like from the late 70s all the way into the 80s, I think. Which crime wave? No, like back then crime was definitely way higher. Let's be real. I mean, New York, like that's why the real reason, and most likely it's because of lead poisoning, but the real reason why everyone can turn around and say like a lot of these cities are genuinely much safer than they used to be is because of crime back then. Because yes, crime back then was actually fucking crazy. Here's a video of him getting tapped by a New York City taxi cab and then flopping like LeBron.
Taxi cab last week.
What?
New video tonight of the moment Curtis Lewa was hit by a taxi cab last week. You can see him getting hit, then falling to the ground near Radio City Music Hall. He gets up, walks off. The former Republican New York City mayoral candidate was running between cars and traffic.
Not New York, but LA riots in the 90s back then was rough. No, New York. I mean, everywhere. Crime was actually unironically, it was definitely a lot. It was definitely a lot worse back then. But crime has since been on the decline for quite some time now. This isn't EPL, what he's doing flopping like that. Yeah. Anyway, my grandmother said she would go to New York City in the 70s. She'd carry a hat pin in her shirt so she could stab anyone who attacked her in the eye and run. Yeah. People used to get regularly murdered on the subway. Chatters don't know. Is it because the material conditions have improved? I think this is one of those instances where like it might literally be leaded gasoline, because you have seen a similar decrease in the rates across the world, like in areas where they were utilizing lead in the paint and in the gas in general. Anyway, I have difficulty that here. CZ, I have a difficulty in my ears. Could you please put subtitles in your stream, please? We've tried. The subtitles unfortunately suck. I don't know if you can hear me or not, but the current subtitle things that exist both suck and also literally still pick up on what I'm saying even when my mic is muted. So it's really fucked up. So we still can't use it. But many browsers offer a subtitling service in real time that you can utilize, like this one. Except the problem is the live caption on Google Chrome is also busted now. I don't know why.
Traffic as he was crossing.
But yeah, like I said, this guy's a fucking freak. And the fact that this this dude is still operating spells doom and gloom and trouble for America. Anyway, what is this? This is another incredible moment, I guess, on
bill
Fox News.
codifies Biden's Venezuelan parole play, so the president of the United States will be funneling gang members from Venezuela to your neck of the woods, either wittingly or unwittingly. These Latin gangs are building an army inside the country. As we saw yesterday, brigades of Chinese migrants, communists, marching into our country, growing unchecked. Central and South American gangs are already here fighting each other and then fighting Black Street gangs over turf and drug distribution routes. Russian gangs, the mafia, already established players. What kind of relationship does the Biden administration have with the cartels? We don't know, but it's a mutually beneficial one. They win, we lose. Spanky Loco is a former gang member, and he joins us now. First of all, border bill.
What? Bro, this is, I mean, he kind of cooked on this. I'll admit it. Listen, being an adult is recognizing that Jesse Waters kind of fucked this up, like in a good way. I respect that. That's a Hasan Abbey play. Yeah, no, you got a Grand Theft Auto ass character coming on. It's so, I mean, this is visually stimulating. He's got it all. Spanky Loco. Yeah. Also, the thing I wanted to mention is like when talking about Venezuelan armed militants coming into America, I thought you want those guys. They're literally anti-communists. Same with the Chinese. If you are Chinese and escaping China, well, there's a couple of reasons. One, because like you or your sector got eviscerated and you don't like it. But overall, you're like anti-China. Isn't that what we want? It's like the Cuban shit. Seems like Spanky is a good dude and didn't feed into Jesse's bullshit.
So a lot of these people aren't technically refugees, though, Spank. A lot of these people just want to leave their country because they want to make money in America. And what better country to do that than America? They're claiming asylum, which is garbage. And they're working the system, and Biden's letting them get away with it. You know that. Everybody knows that.
I think it's a matter of circumstance, to generalize the population and say, oh, Mexicans are attributed to cartels. Mexicans are attributed to crime. I mean, we can also look at what the backbone of America might be, which is the hard work.
Did you just say that's definitely a white guy, Lamau? Bruh. First of all, Mexicans can't be white. But I think this guy is in a category of his own at that point, okay? Before he spoke, he was white passing. Bro, he ain't passing for nothing in the same zip code as white, okay? What the fuck are you guys talking about? You can't have that many face tattoos and be white passing. It's like the Tom McDonald phenomena, okay? This is a down-ass fool, 100%.
The labor-intensive jobs, the jobs that don't want to be picked up by other civilians here in the area. But we have, again, you mentioned it earlier, you got cheap labor, right? When you're looking at paying somebody the minimum or less and still take out wages for housing and still take out wages for equipment and be predatory, of course, you're left with less.
It's so funny because, like, living in Los Angeles, I know hella dudes like Spanky that chatters are like, oh, that guy's white. Like, no, man, this dude is like, I mean, I don't know if he's Mexican or not, but like, he's definitely not gonna be broadly categorized as a white person. And by the way, he's also spitting here too.
Less options.
I hear you.
So
I mean, listen, we need him.
The one dude who has a clothing store. Oh yeah, Miggy. Yeah, this dude. This homie is a Chicano for sure. He's from East Los Angeles. Yeah. Even without the face tat, that's a Hispanic chat. Lamau, y'all never seen a vato? Vato. Yeah. Anyway. Also, migrants are not there to take people's jobs. They are there because the U.S. destroyed their economies. Yes. Also, the only reason why a migrant labor pool can like potentially be used as a depressive as a mechanism to depress wages for the documented labor pool is because of the two-tiered labor system that we've designed in this country. That's it. You solve that problem by literally making the undocumented migrants documented, as I say all the time. Get Spanky on the broadcast and sock check them. Just heard back from a job I applied to, letting me know that the job does not come with a traditional salary. Instead, I need to create a team of partners who are willing to support me financially as the source of funding. What kind of new dystopian? Wait, what? No, this is an MLM. That's not a job. It's multi-level marketing. She's describing multi-level marketing. Yeah, CENTCOM killed the Khatib Hezbollah senior leader, by the way, which we briefly touched on. Anyway, oh, here, this is the other migrant story that we were going to look at. It begins. New York City started arresting migrants.
Several asylum seekers were recently arrested after an attack took place on the NYPD right here in Times Square. But after being controversially released, they may have fled the city and the country. And critics say this kind of thing is probably going to happen again.
Plenty of questions tonight about the aftermath of a brutal attack.
4 out of the 5 men originally arrested were released without bail.
Why aren't they in jail right now?
I feel so conflicted because, like, I want to say a lot of things about this, but on the other hand, like, listen, you are going to get, if you assault someone, it don't matter if you are Spanky Loco's nonprofit, leading our children off the streets, support our BIPOC children. Our vision for Locos, leading our children off the streets, credible messages program is to create a community where at your risk are empowered. Okay, that seems chill. Bro, I don't see no children here, though. They're like, yo, leading our children off the streets, bro, these are not children, okay? You've led them off the streets, I see. It seems. This is like children in anime, you know what I mean? Like Jotaro style. These are the 15-year-olds of of anime, okay? When you got JoJo, and Jotaro's like, yeah, I'm the kids from Baki. Anyway, all right. I'm pretty sure this is the place that throws in Jesus stuff as a part of the program. Oh, that's why he was on Fox. I mean, these dudes look like high schoolers. Man. Wait, what? No, the dudes in like the kitchen attire, maybe. The other dudes did not look like high schoolers, unless you mean the high school teacher. Okay, what the fuck? Also, it was most likely staff. I was just making a joke anyway.
Criminal justice system is upside down.
Even more concerning, it's believed some of those suspects have already skipped town.
What do you have to say to the people of New York? Do you have nothing to say to the citizens of New York?
Police report a jump of one.
I'm not gonna lie, those kids like flipping off the cameras kind of went hard. Okay. Like, I know it's like one of those situations where you're like, yeah, you're not supposed to do that. Yeah, it's like, okay, you fought a cop. What were the vibes like on the cop side? That's important to understand and assess. But also, when I saw them come out and they were like being perp walked and or like leaving the precinct or whatever, and they were like throwing up the double bird, I was like, shit, dude, that goes kind of hard. This is gonna make people extra racist for sure, but like it does go kind of hard.
1,885 assaults in 2022 to 2,235 last year.
My mom is counsel for the HPD. This is overhyped as fuck in the wrong direction. Like, none of these are real issues that are being discussed in this video. Yeah, no, I mean, as far as like crime goes, any conversation that you have, any kind of conversation that you have about like immigrants, as soon as you bring crime to the equation, you're doing this thing that reactionary people do all the time, right? This is a thing that we do when talking about black people. This is a thing that we do when talking about trans people. If you are looking at like a group, if you're looking at a subgroup that isn't the in-group that has like the power in society, but instead you're looking at a group of a group that's oftentimes a victim of like some kind of marginalization, you're doing that specifically to cast the entirety as a monolith, that they are somehow more responsible for crime than the entire population. Yeah, you inherently are tying them to crime as a feature of the community. And that is the reason why, because we are so susceptible with our lizard brains to these biases, these cognitive trappings that we experience on a daily fucking basis, that's reinforced through media, stereotyping, and just like broader fears that we have. What you immediately must do is look to empirical evidence, because empirical evidence cuts through that. Now, can numbers lie? Of course, you can lie with statistics. You can cherry pick data, blah, blah, blah. That's why what you need to look at is the per capita crime statistics for undocumented migrants. And the reality is that, of course, every group of individuals are going to have people that end up doing crime within those groups of individuals. Of course, there is no, like, we're human, right? Like every human being at a certain point is going to either be victim to a crime, commit a crime themselves, or know someone that has been victim to a crime or has committed a crime themselves. Is perfectly normal, is perfectly valid. Like, this doesn't mean it's good. It's not a justification for it. But we have to look at why crime occurs. That's number one. And two, we have to analyze. If we're going to look at statistics, we've got to look at the actual statistics on the matter to no longer get stuck in these cognitive traps. Okay? So what do I mean by this? Well, you already know what I'm going to say. If we look at empirical evidence time and time again, it has been proven that undocumented migrants actually are responsible for less crime per capita than natural-born U.S. citizens are. And there's obvious reasons for that. I mean, we can speculate as to why, but I think one of the more obvious reasons is that, like, you can fucking go and get arrested and be deported and ripped away from everything you know if you've been living here for like 10 years, 20 years without being documented for the crime of having a busted taillight. So, like, I think a lot of people that are undocumented, because the punishment is way more severe for them than it is for someone who's a natural-born U.S. citizen, are very aware. They're risk averse. They don't want to do any crimes whatsoever. Okay? So it's like doubly ironic when people try to make it seem like all undocumented migrants are actually like MS-13 gang members with face tattoos, and they're here to do like the most vicious machete crimes you've ever heard of, right? So that's the irony of the affairs, because the discourse is led almost entirely by reactionary sentiment, okay? And yet, when you look at the actual crime statistics amongst undocumented populations versus like natural-born U.S. citizens, natural-born U.S. citizens are way more likely to do crime than undocumented immigrants. So yeah, that's number one. This doesn't mean that like there aren't going to be undocumented migrants that do crimes, though. Of course there will be. Whether it be DUIs or even fucking gruesome bloody murders or even sexual assault. Okay, it's gonna happen. It's human beings end up doing crimes, and undocumented migrants are human beings. Okay, so they are going to do crimes just like natural born U.S. citizens do, which is why you have to look at empirical evidence, like I mentioned. The other problem here is that, like I said, because they are marginalized and portrayed as like scary people in the media, especially, that we have no way of analyzing it other than seeing it as a monolith. And I don't like that. So always be aware when someone starts talking about migrants and crime, just remember that that's a very reactionary framing.
People's xenophobia be having them say the most ridiculous things because they'll take one case that has something to do with migrants, by the way, and never question the fact that the media is sensationalizing the case or with the real facts. All it takes is one fucking headline disrespecting migrants or making migrants out to be criminals, and then that somehow becomes a blanket justification for terrorizing, policing, and criminalizing migrants, even when it's as insane as the fucking mayor putting on NYPD gear and going out and arresting migrants. People will justify that. Meanwhile, white men shooting up the fucking country every year. Mass shootings on mass shootings, manifesto on manifesto, just beheaded his own other day.
What do you say to taking jobs and not paying taxes argument? That is also incorrect. Migrants, there is no lump of labor. This is like this is a fallacy that was disproven in the 18th century, I think, or 19th century, if I'm not mistaken. The only reason why immigrants can be seen as contributing to depressing wages is specifically because of the two-tiered immigration or two-tiered labor structure that we currently have in place. That actually comes as a consequence of treating people as undocumented migrants versus documented migrants versus natural born U.S. citizens. So that is the reason why the undocumented labor pool is seen as a way to depress wages because the agriculture industry, the poultry industry rely on migrant laborers, whether it be documented migrant laborers that take advantage of the currency conversion or even the documented migrant laborers that take capital owners that take advantage of the documented migrant laborers, like in the agricultural sector, that where these people are basically reliant on their jobs to stay inside of the U.S. borders. So they will do whatever the fuck they can to ensure that they don't get fired. They're way more servile, I guess, quote unquote. But beyond that, as far as not paying taxes goes, this is complete falsehood. Immigrants actually pay into taxes, and they don't even get the amenities, the very minimal amenities that the American government offers, or the very minimal social safety nets that the American government offers to begin with. But they pay into it. They pay into Social Security. They pay sales taxes. So the notion that they are taking more than they give is also a falsehood. So yeah. What do you say to the people who think being undocumented itself is big enough to crime to consider all these people as criminal? To them, I say they are wrong. Okay. Crime is a construct that we develop. Not all crimes are actual crimes in the way that you understand it. And that there was a certain point where slavery was not considered a crime. And as a matter of fact, escaping slavery was considered a crime. So just because something is legal does not mean it's moral. In this circumstance, it is definitely not moral. And even if you want to think about it as a crime, oftentimes it is considered a civil, or there's a misdemeanor and not like a serious felony to cross over the border. And that's understandable. And it shouldn't even be a misdemeanor at all.
In the name of being right wing. But that would never be a fucking justification for the police state to turn its fucking ire towards the white man, right? Okay. There's nothing more dehumanizing and says what you really feel about a people. If it only takes in a country with millions of people, there are millions of immigrants, millions of migrants. But if y'all fucking see a headline about a handful of migrants doing something or are accused of doing something, then that's justification fucking just xenophobia and treating migrants however. Meanwhile, that is never the case for nobody else. White people do not become representative of their group. When there's a white mass shooter for...
Yeah, she's describing exactly what I was saying. The phenomena that only happens when there is a person doing something bad that is seen as a representative of whichever marginalized group we want to fucking shit on. This never happens. This never happens for white people, of course, or white men in particular.
Which there are many. There ain't no skepticism for the white man. Okay.
I mean, let's not make false equivalencies. Running a red light or being undocumented is not on the same level as assaulting another human, cop or not. Yeah, no, I didn't. Wait, what? Unless you personally believe legitimately that like there is a phenomena of like undocumented migrants like regularly going and playing like the knockout game with cops or some shit. This doesn't make any sense, right? Because the way that Fox News is presenting the story is though like it is as though these undocumented migrants in New York are just like running around and like beating the shit out of cops or some shit.
Here we are in Times Square, right where this incident took place. Now, some of the people involved have been arrested, released, others never got caught, and there's a manhunt underway for them right now. Where are you guys from?
Arizona.
If people beat up the cops in Arizona, do they get released without bail?
No.
Now, why those folks walked free, that's its own controversial issue, which we'll get to. But first, it's important to understand that although there seems to be mass outrage over all of this from everybody, including citizens and the police, what many people don't realize is that this kind of thing in New York, an attack against police or something crazy that just goes unpunished, that's how things normally work in New York. And look at this. Late last year, police officers were assaulted after asking people to stop smoking cigarettes in the subway where there's cameras everywhere. The officer in that incident ended up in the hospital. And look at this other crazy story nobody heard about. So
I can't believe this guy is a... Wait, you guys said this guy's a liberal. What's happening? He's going crazy on like people are assaulting cops left and right narratives right now. This guy's a liberal? This y'all's liberals? What's happening?
someone had an illegal weapon in the subway, committed a crime, and they were also released without bail. And what that means is this story, the controversial arrest and release of these suspects, is part of a much larger thing happening here in New York that is very frightening and that nobody really wants to discuss. And that's why we're not only going to break down what happened between police and the asylum seekers, we're also going to go over why the district attorney released them without bail, and we're going to look at actions the NYPD is now taking that some people think are controversial and retaliatory. But first, we've got to go over why the NYPD was attacked right here in one of the busiest, most iconic parts of New York City.
It's one of the grossest parts of New York City. Fucking sucks. Holy shit. Damn, dude, you guys said he was like a liberal. What's happening? This is the least reactionary New York liberal now. What's happening? Why does your definition of liberal change every couple hours? Why do you think, man? Because there's a colloquial liberal in the United States of America, and then there's the actual liberalism and political theory. Okay? And yes, the major difference here is when someone in the chat says this guy's a liberal, I'm not assuming liberal as a political theory. I'm assuming libtard in the same way that like one who votes for the Democratic Party can range from a social Democrat all the way down to Joe Biden himself. Okay? Anyway.
Around 8:30 Saturday night, you can see 5 men and 2 officers interacting on camera. Seems calm and ordinary until the pair of officers attempt to take down one of the men in yellow, pictured here, and then it gets ugly.
You saw the video. Reprehensible. Cowards.
Don't say libtard. It's like saying wig, please. Do you mean like the N-word but with a W that I will not say that you didn't say? So why did you write the word libtard, but you didn't write the other word? Because notice how you didn't say the other word, but you definitely said the first one. Anyway, he's like, I can say it. It's my word. Because I vote for the Democratic Party. I'm a vote blue no matter who guy. So it's my word. I can say libtard.
So, as you can see from the video, the police, they were here and they were just out on a routine patrol. But then they saw something suspicious happening and decided to move in. And then they put their hands on one of the individuals, and that's when everything took a turn for the worse. Now, these officers, they're armed. And even though this was an extremely tragic incident, armed officers could have decided to escalate things further. And the fact that they didn't shows incredible restraint on their...
Damn, dude. They didn't immediately fucking dome the random like immigrant teenagers. That's crazy. Oh, thank you. Extreme restraint, sir. Damn, dog. Thank God they didn't immediately fucking do a straight up execution.
But to add insult to injury, the controversial actions taken by...
Bro, I don't even know what happened in this situation. I only saw Fox News articles of it, and people were like, what do you have to say to this, Hassan? And to that I say, listen, dog, if you fucking punch a cop, yeah, you're gonna get apprehended. It's GG's. That's normal, okay? That's a normal thing that happens. It doesn't fucking matter if you are undocumented immigrant or not. The reason why I suspect that they let them go is not because the undocumented migrants get like special privilege. but because New York prisons are incredibly overcrowded. Okay, that's it. Why are New York prisons incredibly overcrowded? Because we criminalize poverty. Because, ironically enough, we don't have a system where we have like a fair and equitable process where you are proven you stand innocent until proven guilty. You're proven poor, and then boom, magically you're locked away as you await a trial date that may or may not ever come. People never commit crimes on bail ever, Hassan. Wake up, sweaty. Not like this. Video? Oh no, this is gonna be too scary. We can't watch this, I don't think. Wanted for assault. Why do they look so cool? Fucked up. Wow. I'm mad. Bro, here's what they did wrong. Okay, here's what they did wrong. Are you ready for this? That's a stand user. Okay? That's it. You can't be doing that. Oh, God, I can't wait for people to clip this out and be like, Hassan loves it when cops get fucking assaulted and he makes fucking jokes. And guess what? To them, I say, yada, yada, does it. You can't be doing that. You can't be fucking seeing a Satanda user and not expect them to come in like, This stand user could be anyone. Why did the footage cut? Seems like the cops may have done something to provoke them getting their asses beat. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the fuck they did. And I have already said that a civilized society would put cops and civilians on even footing. Okay? And that like if a cop throws hands on you and it's an unjustifiable situation, you should be able to defend yourself. But of course, we do not live in a civilized society. We live in a fucking bullshit society. Now, I don't know if this situation calls for it. Okay? I don't know if the situation calls for it. I don't know. I'm simply talking about the principle of it, okay? And if that principle existed, then in this situation, Mitch Jones editing. Anyway, if we did have that kind of understanding of the situation, we would probably be a little bit more understanding of situations like this in general. But yeah, I thought they hit them with the brass knuckles and blunt weapons. It is kind of crazy that they're so like cops are just like how did they get so bad at their jobs that they can't apprehend like one teenager? All right, looks like they decided to fuck with the one guy. They're walking away. You should be able to fight cops, and if you win, they let you get away with the crime. Okay, that's not what I'm saying at all. Times Square cops get paid to stand around on their phones. They weren't ready for the real smoke. 3 hero cops versus 1 stand user. So what happened? Like, do we know what the background is? Like, what do the cops do? What do the kids do? I mean, this kid took flight, it seems like. It was a tournament arc. Sus vibes, obviously. Yeah, but other than that, this reference of cops is relatively new. If we return to England, if there was an altercation between cops and civilians, the courts would make the cops justify their actions, not the civilians. I mean, I think it's just how it's been in America in perpetuity. Because cops are protectors of capital, and therefore they have to be above the law. They have to be above the law so they can do above the law shit on a regular basis at the behest of protecting capital, right? These poor people aren't going to beat themselves up, said the cops before they got their asses handed to them. That's the background. Okay, bro, not a single person. Come get your mans, not Meek. Yeah, he posted about Tucker Carlson recently, and then he said, I watch Candace Owens all the time too. To which I have to say, yeah, bro. Okay. Well, sick. You know what I mean? This is it. The only retaliation to this is this. I mean, you already knew where I was going with this. Oh, man. Really? You watch Candace Owens all the time? Nice. That's cool. On Black History Month? Listen. Philadelphia takes L's on this broadcast every fucking day. On Black History Month, off Black History Month, doesn't matter. He took this picture like a femboy wearing programmer socks. Well, yeah, because he has to fucking hold the fries somehow in the pool. Otherwise, they're going to fall in the pool. The only article I see that says anything is there are questions as to what sparked the encounter. So we just like moved on from what sparked the encounter to like only be to be like, yeah, dude, look at these fucking scary undocumented migrants. They're beating cops left and right. Is that what it is? It says they resisted arrest, but doesn't say why they were arresting them. How has no one cracked this story? I don't understand. 4 reported migrants who attacked NYPD officers have not been arrested in Arizona. Officials say the people in ICE custody do not match the identities or names of those involved in a New York attack, 3 senior law enforcement officers said. On Tuesday evening, a spokesperson for ICE said the agency had apprehended 4 people that believed to be involved in it. Wait, did they just fucking arrest a bunch of random Mexicans in Arizona or some shit? Like, what the fuck? They were like, must be them. Arrest them, officer. It's these Mexicans. Well, if it's not these Mexicans, it's fine. They probably did something different. They probably did a crime of a different variety. By the way, another fun fact, but I think it's still legal in Arizona to be arrested or detained at the very least and stopped when you're driving under suspicion of being Mexican. So I'm not even kidding when I say that. It's like not, it was at least. All right, let's see. And now Texas too. No, I think Arizona as well. Is it lawful to detain suspicion that they're undocumented in AZ? Yeah, the Arizona Act made it a state misdemeanor for an alien to be in Arizona without carrying required documents, and required that state law enforcement officers attempt to determine an individual's immigration status during a lawful stop, detention, or arrest when there's reasonable suspicion. Yeah. It's the 1070 law. I think it was ruled unconstitutional though, but people I believe still do a different version of this. Are you saying being brown probable cause? Yes. No, that's literally what I'm saying. No, you're misunderstanding. Yes. Arizona used to have, that's why I said I don't know if this is still in place. But yes, Arizona used to have a law where being Mexican looking was reasonable suspicion that would allow you to get indefinitely detained by law enforcement. Yeah, and then it was being unconstitutionally enforced by Sheriff Joe Arpaio. But I think he's no longer doing it. I live in AZ, it's illegal. I live in AZ, it's not legal. No. Okay. Guys. I'm saying that this was the anti-immigration law that was being utilized. I don't know if it was yeeted or not, and they still kind of do it anyway, but I don't think it was declared unconstitutional, if I remember correctly. I don't remember. It's just been, guys, I can't remember every fucking detail of every goddamn law in every goddamn state over the course of the past goddamn 10 years that I've been doing political commentary, okay? Fuck! Jesus Christ. I showed you the fucking law. God damn it. And not only that, but you also already have constitutional free zones in every 100 miles around a international airport or border or sea line anyway, where BORTAC can just do that to you regardless. This also allowed all law enforcement to be able to do it, basically. Yeah. Of course, 100 miles as a region from every fucking water line, and every border itself is suspiciously where 80% of Americans live, or almost 90% of Americans live in that area. So 90% of Americans live in what is known as a constitutional free zone. Anyway, relevant. Why chat thinks you can never misspeak on a minor thing. 4 minutes of alt-right
Say for the sake of argument, you're watching a political debate on TV. The conservative candidate has used their opening argument to dump a truckload of dubious claims on their opponent. Now you recognize this maneuver. That's the Gish Gallop. The debater makes point after dubious point, and if the other debater doesn't rebut every single one, they will appear to have lost the argument. These points don't have to be good or hard to disprove, there just has to be a lot of them. Oh, but what's this? The liberal candidate seems to have come prepared. That's new. They succinctly and efficiently dismantle each of their opponent's arguments, offering a clear rebuttal to every single one. It's obviously not the first time they've heard this particular gallop. So the conservatives' petard has just fully hoisted them. They've lost their own game and have to go on the defensive. Right? Turns out, no. The conservative points to a minor error. Maybe the liberal said their program would cost $40 million, but is actually estimated to cost $43, and treats them as an ignorant...
It's so funny because like everything that Innuendo Studios basically cuts as far as like how annoying debates are is straight up the techniques of all of the most annoying debate perverts. I feel like they just literally look at this, They look at these videos and go, I'm going to use this. I'm going to use this next time. You fucking retired? Insomnia for life, lol. Hassan should never speak on gun topics again. So stupid, Lamau. This gun stream, I can't. Can you kill someone with a 22? He's a gaming watcher. We're not banning him. Even though he's posting this stuff. I don't know what's happening there. He's a gaming watcher. He watched my Far Cry 6 streams. And I'm gonna do a gaming soon this week. Why is this like the third person who's come in here that last chatted in 2021? I don't know. I'm Mexican. These migrants aren't seeking asylum. Those migrants seeking asylum is bullshit. No, what's bullshit is you come in here and say some fucking racialized nonsense to try and get me to serve the top of the hour ad break and cut me out of the fun that I'm going to have with my top of the hour ad break. And then I never click back on your fucking name. Okay, so now everybody thinks you're some fucking racist asshole. Okay, how about that? Yeah, get wrecked. I know that you said that specifically to try to clap me. Okay, well, guess what? You know who just got clapped? You did. But if you no longer want to get clapped by the top of the hour ad break, which is 3 minutes long at the top of every hour, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. That's right. Here's the 3-minute ad break now, baby. I'm Mexican and these migrants aren't seeking asylum. They can't escape the top of the hour ad break. It got stolen. Yeah, that's right. Doing a knock. What is this guy saying? This guy that said, I'm retired? I'm retired. Is he saying I'm retired? Is that what he was trying to say?
Sap who can't even count correctly. That is now the subject. Everything else has been forgotten, and the liberal is backpedaling. Wait, you exclaim. How does that work? The liberal has to rebut each and every point, but the conservative takes issue with one and stays in the driver's seat? Are audiences fooled by this? Are liberals that easily snookered?
Yes!
The answer may shock you. You've just borne witness to the reverse Gish Gallop, where an entire argument falls apart if any of it can be disputed. These disputes, again, don't have to be good. They just have to call the airtightness of the argument into question. So a good example of this is how conservatives obsess over gaffes, which, fucking, really? Guys? Some Democrat will be all, conservatives want to shut.
I mean, this is like, gaffes are apolitical. Everybody gaffes across the board. I think the more interesting part about this is that this is done all the goddamn time by debate perverts who fancy themselves to be apolitical in general, and that's it.
Shut down post offices as a form of vote suppression. They're pushing voter ID laws, and the post office is where many people get their IDs. And we are relying more and more heavily on mail-in voting. They overwhelmingly try to shut down offices in Black and Latine neighborhoods. Also, a lot of services like healthcare and court.
By the way, this model basically works phenomenally on the Hassan Ivy broadcast as well, where chatters will come in, say some dumb shit deliberately, clip my response to it, especially if I misspeak, and then use it forever, okay? And then they will turn around and constantly say, remember when you said you were doing on-the-ground reporting? And then if you go, hey, man, I never said that, they go, fucking got him, we owned you. All of it is done at the behest of derailing and being fucking annoying. So let's move on.
Courts still use physical mail by default, and there can be serious consequences to getting it late. Many elderly people still don't use email, and hey, maybe some of them like getting junk mail. Up, that's it. That's your whole life now. For the rest of your career, you're the asshole who said old people like junk mail. You see, your mistake was assuming that dishonest people abide by the same rules they impose on everyone else. When I was a teenager, some friends of the family would invite me along when they asked my parents to dinner because I would play with their 5-year-old and let the grown-ups chat in peace. And he'd make up games where we'd bat a balloon back and forth or whatever and change the rules on the fly when it suited him, because the rule wasn't actually, you can only touch the balloon once per turn. The rule was Andrew wins. The purpose of a Gish Gallop is to establish a narrative, not through argument or logic, but force and volume. Once established, it takes a lot less effort for them to maintain than for you to establish a new one. If they shake confidence in your argument, the audience will often revert to the previous argument, whether or not.
And the greatest defense is never going on defense and always being on offense. something to always remember. If you are consistently belittling and trying to humiliate your opponent, and your fan base is geared specifically towards doing that, then it doesn't matter even if you fucking quote unquote lose a debate, or if you seemingly come across like you won the debate in that moment. It doesn't matter if you were completely incorrect on the facts. Something that I dove into the other day when I was reached out by someone who debated Destiny on Israel-Palestine, where he basically said a bunch of wrong things, like just straight up incorrect information, and was disproven after the fact. And his entire fan base basically looked at that and said, yeah, that doesn't matter, dog. You got owned in that moment. Because for a lot of people, they don't really care about the actual facts or about arriving at the truth. They fancy themselves as people who care about the truth, but they don't. That's why I always say debates are all about rhetoric, okay? It's all about rhetoric and overpowering your opponent, and not really about the actual truth of the matter. As a matter of fact, you can find yourself misled in many instances if you are really invested in someone who just debates purely for the sake of debate. That's it. I can't believe I'm doing this, but Hassan Abbey Productions actually posted my reaction. I think maybe I might have even posted my own reaction as well, but I don't know where it is, but it was yeah, Destiny gets fact checked by expert was the video, which I'm not gonna show you, but what I hate about debates is someone can just make up empirical data on the spot and not be challenged like Shabibo does. Yeah, that's the other part. It's very hard to combat fake evidence, like fake information that you just made up on the spot. You have to know anything and everything. And if someone lies, it just doesn't matter. You're cooked. Then there's also there are also so many different like sidesteps, like derailments that are going to be really hard to combat. That's it. Rage baiting. If you are from a marginalized background, okay, if you are black, brown, Muslim, Jewish, if you are from any sort of marginalized background, in any debate, if you are going up against a person who does not have that same intersectionality and has like more privilege than you, regardless of what their financial circumstances are, they can always trigger you by doing certain key points that lean you in the direction of like pre-existing stereotypes. And in your mind, you're very aware of that because, like, if you're a black person, for example, and you get angry, right? One way that, like, a white person against a black person can always, like, make the black person angry in a way that makes them, to their audience, look better is by debating, like, being able to say the N-word or debating slavery or some shit like that. Like, dehumanizing your opponent in a way that is really cynical. That will almost always cause an emotional reaction from the other side, understandably, because you're like, what the fuck? What do you mean? I'm a human being. Like, why are you coming at me with this like belittling shit, like dehumanizing me? And if you actually get emotional in that situation, because obviously this person has just dehumanized you, it's totally understandable that you would get emotional. There's something that you have something to lose in that situation. If you get mad, then they've won. Because you know that their audience is full of white kids who are going to look at you and go, see, angry black man, you got emotional. Therefore, my side won.
That one was ever proven. It's not about which story is true. It's about who sets the parameters for all stories going forward. Who got there first? This is not a debate. This is a Zerg rush. Understand that a dishonest argument is Lego. You haven't dismantled it until every single brick is separated. But an honest rebuttal? An honest rebuttal is Jenga.
That's pretty good. Just like Hawking said, IQ tests mean nothing. Some horrible people have high IQ, but emotional IQ is also IQ. No, it's EQ, no? Misgives Trainer said you're hot.
Look at this guy.
Who's that?
Oh my god.
I'm just kidding. Oh shit! Oh, this is the... Okay, I can't really fall down. Yeah, he's handsome. I mean, kinda. Who is that?
His name's Hassan.
I mean, the closer I look, he is like conventionally handsome.
What is conventionally?
Like, Like, I think kind of handsome.
I think conservatively handsome.
It's like, so we have two kinds of handsome. We have conventional handsome and we have sumo handsome.
What's sumo handsome? It's a definitely.
Look at him trying hard to be like, no, he doesn't look good. I promise. Fucked up, dude. Now they're getting technical about it. Would you wrestle with that one? She cooked me, dude. She kicked my ass. That's Julia Rene. She has a boyfriend who's taller and buffer than you. I mean, fine. Please advise him on the hair. It has to go. Dude, I can't tell him to do that. Listen, brother. Listen, when your hairline is getting fucking perished, when your hairline is getting cooked out there, you're going to do stuff that you're not proud of. I mean, look at me. I'm 30 years old. I'm 32 years old, and I got the fucking Zoomer haircut, okay? Do people who say that expect you to get angry or something? About what? Has he watched Joe Rogan, Aaron Rodgers? Fuck no. That sounds so boring, dude. Are you kidding me? You think I would sit there and watch two anti-vaxxer boomers chirp about how much, like, vaccines have made them gay or some shit? Hey, Ms. Kid here. Honestly, it's Miz who is attracted to you. We've all seen him slip up multiple times with pictures of you open on his computer and even use his phone background. I don't know, man. That's so funny. That's such a stupid fucking copy pasta. There are streamers with more clapped hairlines than yours.
Literally, yo, I'm about to take this shit with me everywhere I go.
Wait, no way. He's doing the fucking...
The side right.
Oh my God. Oh, that's so bad. Bro, this is literally the Gen Z looks older than millennials thing.
No, on God, just leave it. 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 Just leave it, please. I'm begging y'all, bro.
Yeah, he's cooked. I mean, the hairline is cooked. That's alopecia. He got to go to the dermatologist. I have it too. Stop diagnosing me. You're not a doctor. Stop calling me Unk, man. No, when you're like 24 years old and you got other 24-year-olds calling you Unk. Oh no, it's so Jover. Dude, he got categorized as uncle status at the... How old is this person? I want to say, how old is this man? I feel bad.
Literally.
He's 21. He's 21 years old. Yo. Lamau, why are we shaming something that happens naturally? Man, I'm sympathizing with him. Okay, what do you mean? Wait, uncle is an insult of sorts like boomer? No, it's not. I said 24 because I was joking. I didn't realize. Fuck, he's 21 years old. That's crazy. I started balding at 16 and will full head shave at 23. Some of us get uncle status early. What is this?
I've never really watched Hassan because I'm like
3 days ago, clipped by Ninjite. Ninjite is so back, it's not even funny. Simp.
Scared of like Hassan's chat.
Oh.
I'm scared of Hassan's chat because they're so powerful, but they're always to make him mad.
Wait, make him mad?
Yeah, like he'll click on somebody's chat and he's like mad at him. Same thing like Zach Rar. Like you click on a Zach Rar stream and he has somebody's Chatterino pulled up and he's yelling at him and I'm like, yeah, you got it. You know, I'm like,
yeah,
you got it. So I don't know. I think XQC is the one I was most embarrassed about. I've never really watched.
Yes, it is. Calling someone Unk is like saying they're old. What the fuck are you talking about? No, I know. Wait, what do you mean? Yeah, no, I get it. That's why uncle status means like he's elevated into being old. We're gonna start calling you Unk. Well, I mean, yeah, we have a bad boy reputation, chat. That's true. You're mean to us. Oh, dude, I saw this. Kumail Nanjiani has began counseling to address trauma from Marvel Eternals backlash. Yeah, apparently people dunked on Marvel Eternals so hard that Kumail Nanjiani was like, it fucked me up. And I was thinking about this, and like my immediate reaction was like, oh, come on, dude. You got like paid $1 gazillion to do literally the greatest steroids of all time. Okay. And then I thought about it, and I was like, man, that's gotta suck. Like, you can't, like, this is like such a rich person problem, but it honestly is just like you're at the peak, you're at the top. Okay, you're at the top of your career. Ain't nobody is ever gonna sympathize with you, literally, myself included. Like, I'm a profoundly privileged person in comparison to like 99.9% of the planet, and he is still the top 1% of 1% in my world. You know what I mean? So even I'm like, fuck this guy. Why is he complaining? Hassan is getting cooked on a daily basis and he's not getting a Megaroid cycle. Yeah. Who gets it worse, you or him? There's not even a question, dude. Kumail Nanjiani is still like very much protected under the like mainstream media legacy celebrity umbrella, in the way that there is like there's a level of there is a level of protection that comes from like having PR people, okay? And it's not like people were shitting on him personally, they were shitting on the fucking movie. When people shit on me, they don't just shit on me, they shit on my friends, they shit on my family, they like try to find out where I live, try to come to my fucking house, you know what I mean? Like it's a little bit, it goes a little bit beyond like, oh yeah, I don't like your output. But to be fair, at the same time, it's like odd because, you know, he's still a human being. I'm sure that he was like real. I'm sure that like he was like, oh man, this is my first Marvel movie. And then boom, all of a sudden your first Marvel movie is a major flop. He doesn't have people trying to find where your family works. Yeah, exactly. I'm sure he does, but not like, the difference between him and I is that when people do that to him, everybody goes, hey man, you guys are fucking nuts. You should stop doing that. That's probably illegal. Maybe you're going to jail. When people do that to me, everyone's like, let's upvote this. This is actually good. We're holding him accountable. But anyway, like I said, it's got to be a weird situation when you're that successful. And it's like, it's got to be a weird situation when you're that successful. And even someone like myself, who is profoundly fortunate, still has no sympathy for him. You know what I mean? Like even just probably around the same level of lack of sympathy that this guy has, being a 40-month subscriber and being like, why does everything always come back to how people are mean to you? Dude, I'm one guy. Like, of course I have to relate things back to my own personal experiences. The fuck's wrong with you? I'm trying to relate. I don't know if you know this, but this is what you do in situations like this. Is a very normal human thing to do, is when you fucking relate to another person and to try to understand where they're coming from, even if their fucking situation is like impossible to comprehend from where we're standing. Anyway, but yeah, he shouldn't have told the interviewer about it. It's good to do therapy, but this type of thing brings on more harassment. I agree. All right, sorry. Hey, listen, at least he was understanding. He's like, yeah, never mind. You make a good point. Okay, why don't you just hire a publicist? You can afford it. Listen, I'm not going to answer this question, but I will say one thing. The things that I talk about kind of make me not exactly someone who you can do PR around. Okay? And no, it's not the 9/11 guy. No, people have said way worse shit than that. Bro, come on. Mel Gibson has a fucking publicist. The fuck are you talking about? Okay? No, that's not it. It's just like how routinely I go against the grain makes it so that it's difficult to maintain a PR person. That's one. Number two, bro thinks he's Mel Gibson now. No, that's not what I said, man. I said Mel Gibson as in like he said way worse things than I have. But it's like oftentimes it's just like a one-off. You know what I mean? Whereas like I am, as a part of what I do, regularly speaking truth to power, which, you know, all jokes aside, you know, I make jokes and stuff, but it's not exactly great to do PR around. But beyond that, my issue isn't like there's no publicist that can like fix like the absolute worst cyber stalking situations. Like I don't think we really have a way of dealing with that yet. Like there's no PR. Does that make sense? Like even if I wasn't, like think about it this way, Pokimane, I don't know if she has a publicist or not, but she's like a brand, right? In a very serious way, not like me. And even then, you can't really like PR your way out of just having like really, really die-hard cyber stalkers who will go, they will go to like unimaginable lengths and find themselves in like a consistent cycle of just, consistent cycle of just like always reinforcing their bad behavior to one another in their discords. And also beyond that, just like overall trying to sabotage everything you do, if that makes sense. Honestly, I like this character in the movie. He was funny. I didn't watch Eternals. So I don't know anything about that. Chat being kind of weird today? Not really. I mean, we're just I don't think it's emphasized enough how many stalkers are in certain communities. Yeah. I don't think people recognize it. Like you don't know. Listen, chat. You might get a whisper here and there from like some unhinged weirdo because they saw your fucking username on the chat and they try to like whisper in your ear about how bad I am or some shit. That's nothing. Okay. It is so much worse. It's so much worse. That shit is like super tame. Yeah. You can't PR your way out of 4chan, Kiwi Farms, and Reddit sites. It's just like people are too perma online. And worst of all, they're not like super out of touch. They know how to like present themselves. They know how to present themselves as like normal people just enough to sneak into a community and just like get the community to fucking hate you too. It's like you're saying how Taylor Swift's publicist telling her not to speak out against Trump. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, look, this is a good example of this. Here, Shane Gillis is getting cooked again. Busted. Like, but the difference is TMZ's doing it to him. Okay. Comedian Shane Gillis' controversial remarks are coming back to haunt him ahead of his SNL appearance. It's like, bitch, you unearthed them again. What do you mean coming back to haunt him? I love when people do that. Drama Alert does this all the time too. Oh, Hassan is getting cooked for this take by the internet. It's like, no, dude, you fucking posted it. Like, I'm not getting cooked by the internet. You're trying to get me cooked by the internet. And it's the same shit with like TMZ. Wow, dude, I can't believe people are very upset about Shane Gillis's old remarks. Yeah, it's coming back to haunt them. The ghosts themselves. It's what happened with H3 Destiny fans all over that subreddit. Yeah, they stick around too. They never go away. Anyway, whatever. Has some random Turkish guy DM me saying that he's part of the Grey Wolves and he's gonna find out where I live just because of that one time I insulted Kenan Evren in your chat. Anyway, okay, let's fucking. I feel bad. I feel bad about Kumail Nanjiani to a certain degree, but also I feel bad. But I also feel like I'm in a weird position here because like you just can't be fucking revealing this information about yourself, dog. I don't know, because you're not gonna get a lot of sympathy, and the people that hate you are gonna look at this and go, "Fuck yeah, it worked," and we're gonna go extra hard, if that makes sense. He shouldn't have revealed that to the online Marvel fans. Yeah. 2 Fallen Gone guys already spammed my Reddit DMs because you read out a lot of my pro-China chats. Let's go. I think celebrities getting therapy normalized in mental health services. Yeah, like the only people who can sympathize with this situation are going to be people who are also equally as like wealthy and as popular. You know what I mean? And that's why I use the example from my life where I'm like, bro, I'm literally a phenomenally fortunate person. Okay. And I'm probably someone who should understand where he's coming from. But it's like, even I look at that and immediately I'm like, oh, dude, come on. You look fucking incredible. Okay. You look so incredible. You look kind of gross. Like that's the level of steroids you're on. Right. And you did that and you got paid like millions of dollars. And yeah, people didn't like the movie. That's it. It's not like even you personally. But yeah, feelings of failure and inadequacy transcend money and status. Absolutely. Not to be super mean, but like, didn't he grow up in Pakistan in the 80s and have his wife almost die and in a coma for months? Like, I feel like out of all the traumatic shit that happened to him, it's weird to say this is the thing to go to therapy for. Dude, because it's very real, man. It's vanity, it's insecurity, and let me tell you, it's a very real thing. It's also part of the reason why Elon Musk can't fucking stop posting. Okay? He can't stop posting. He can never stop posting. He wants everybody to love him. I understand that. Then I realized that this stuff that shouldn't have been a home run, and it wasn't like Eternals. It was an Oscar-winning director, one of the craziest casts. You had legends. You had Salma Hayek. You had Angelina Jolie, Brian Tyree Henry, Barry Keoghan, who have both been nominated for Oscars. Nanjiani that therefore experienced the film to be a slam dunk, especially because he understood the genre. He genuinely enjoyed making it. However, when that movie came out and the reviews weren't good, that was very, very, very tough for me. I realized that too much of how I'm evaluating what I want to do is based on the result or what people think of it. Marvel expected the film to be very well received too. Damn, dude. It's not like they took back the money and the steroids. Yeah, exactly. Bro, that's crazy. If a dude in a Marvel movie who got paid like $7 gorillion to be the most peeled version of himself and got a shit ton of popular press leading up to the fucking movie, if that guy can feel bad about being in a Marvel movie, the fuck are we doing? And I say we Even though my situation is obviously phenomenally better in comparison to my situation 5 years ago, right? Or a lot of people's situations in the chat. It's just like, it's nutty, but I guess it is to be human in that moment. I'm trying my very best. That tells you how dog shit the movie was, Lamau. I don't know. I'm just trying my very best to be like understanding of his circumstances, and it's so hard. Does that make sense? Yeah. Meanwhile, Dakota Johnson is just fucking ripping into the industry. Someone needs to stop this lady, okay? This part of this community that does this really make us feel so alien and insane to people outside of this community. You know, everyone was just hating him because he's brown, so I can understand how he feels because no amount of money or steroids is going to change racist twats. I mean, there's always that element, but I don't think that was the reason why people hated Eternals, dude. I think it was Eternals, unfortunately, was the formulaic Marvel shit that unfortunately came at the peak of like, it's done. It came after Marvel was on a downturn. You know what I mean? I think people were just like way more readily consuming slop, and it's like, it's done. It's done now. Dakota Johnson says, is really fucking bleak in this industry. It's majorly disheartening. The people who run streaming platforms don't trust creative people or artists to know what's going to work. And that is just going to make us implode. It's really heartbreaking. It's just fucking so hard. It's so hard to get anything made. Everyone who makes decisions is afraid. They want to do the safe thing. And the safe thing is really boring. Dude, Dakota Nepo Baby Johnson. Dude, Dakota Nepo Baby Johnson is currently ripping every fucking time a microphone is placed upon her. She's just shitting on her own movie that she's doing the press rounds for, and basically shitting on the industry entirely. Okay? I don't know what I mean, she's right, by the way. This is, yeah, exactly. It rules that our entire Madam Web press tour has been, the movie we made sucks and this industry is dying, is so on the money. Exactly. She's in a Sony Marvel movie that isn't even in the MCU. She cooked so hard with this promo, though.
So, while my character in the movie may be able to see the future, I also can. And I know what the future brings. I know that when you see Madam Web, you're gonna love it. In fact, I think you're gonna see it twice.
What? By the way, I have no idea what Madam Web is, and I still don't know. And I'm too afraid to ask at this point. It's a fucking Spider-Man spinoff. No one does, to be fair. Spider-Man multiverse, Nick Fury. Spidey sense so strong you see the future. This is like when AAA developers release another shitty game, but no one acknowledges the thousands of indie developers that make great games, like the thousands of great indie movies that come out every year. Yeah, dude, but also there was a time and place when the AAA developers were making bangers. So yeah, understandably, it says something about like the hyper capitalization of the fucking industry when every goddamn AAA developer publisher is looking to make live service slop garbo. Okay, it still says something about how fucking shit how dire the circumstances are. Sydney Sweeney in a superhero movie cannot be good. Girls, stay in your lane. 2023 was probably the best year for video games since 2022. I do think that their video games are kind of back, though. I do feel that. You're watching, right? Since Sydney Sweeney in it? No, I didn't even watch Euphoria. And Sydney Sweeney's in Euphoria. And I didn't watch that. If you keep yapping, I'm going to phantom tax you. What does that mean? You're going to come over and eat my food? Watch this and tell me it's not going to lose $1 gajillion?
Hey, come on. Get your stuff. Let's go. Let's try that again.
Oh my God, you just fucking clocked it. CW ass looking movie? What is happening?
A week ago, I spent my life racing against time.
I'm gonna help you out today, okay?
Trying to save people who were running out of it.
Jesse!
Until one moment changed everything.
Come on!
Welcome back to the land of the living.
I don't understand what's happening. I've been having visions. I knew he was gonna die. I think I'm seeing the future.
New York City's a whole new level of crazy these days.
What do you want from me? It's also like the things just keep happening to her. It's the lady that things keep happening to. That's the whole thing, you know? She's always sitting around and she's, man, New York City, city of dreams, baby. Oh, fuck, there it is. A terrorist on the subway.
New York City is a whole new level of crazy these days.
This is an emergency. Get off the train.
That man's trying to kill you.
What? Who are you? What is going on?
I can see the future.
Oh, what the hell? She didn't see that coming?
That's not how it works. I've seen that man before.
So who is he?
Ezekiel Sims.
Bro, why is Sydney Sweeney in this? Am I crazy for asking this question? She looks so out of place. Am I crazy? Like, I feel like
I've seen that man before.
So who is he?
Like every time I see her, it's like I genuinely don't get it. I can see why shows like Boys do so well. This shit's so bad. Literally the only reason this movie's getting made because she's hot and playing a hot Spider-Woman variant.
Is he?
Ezekiel Sims. He was in the Amazon with my mom when she was researching spiders right before she died.
Wait, I recognize you. You live in my building.
Bro, this movie sucks, dog.
You're the paramedic.
Yeah, you almost ran me over. You don't think this is weird? How we're all connected?
It's honestly like the least weird thing that's happened all day.
What do you want from me? I have no idea what those girls are coming. Why don't you want from me?
I think he can see into the future.
What are you wondering?
He's trying to change what happens. Julia, get down!
Why aren't you scared of me? Why do you care for me?
Your future was almost so different.
Where do we go?
If you want to live, you have to trust me.
Now!
You're showing off. Maybe a little.
I feel like this literally is, we finally reached the moment where like, it does feel like Hollywood unironically is doing the thing that like neckbeards used to say it's doing to get mad at like IP recycling, where they're just like, hey, let's do Spider-Man, but with women this time. And for good measure, let's do a couple spider ladies. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck is this movie? Why did this happen? What the fuck? Morbius, bruh. I mean, Morbius is a great example of this being in the exact opposite direction, and it still was like panned, obviously, but never, but not to the same degree as this like Madam Web shit. It's not even Spider-Man though; it's Morbius. Why? Wait. So they went and they literally fucking took like an offshoot of an offshoot that was already like a flop. I don't get it. It's just, what is happening? Why are we're just like squeezing the rock for every remaining ounce of liquid in it, you know? A movie about Gwen Spider-Woman could actually be cool, just like Miles Morales. No, it's because the comics have such untapped lore. I don't know. I just don't understand it.
I'm starting to think that Sony is tricking actors into joining their universe by telling them it's the MCU. Just hear me out on this. There's been multiple instances of this. Let's start with Dakota Johnson and the newest Madam Web movie, because immediately after the trailer came out in the same week, she ended up leaving her talent agency. And when Dakota Johnson and Sydney Sweeney first announced on their Instagrams that they were joining the Madam Web cast, they both tagged Marvel Studios. Now, I know these movies are in association with Marvel, but they're really Sony films. And when Bad Bunny announced he was cast as El Muerto, he said, "I'm now a part of this family. It still seems like a dream." But now, as of September, he's actually dropped out of the filming process, seeming like he was actually confused, thinking he was joining the MCU. The biggest proof that these actors don't even know what universe they're joining is Matt Smith and Morbius. When he was on the fence about whether he should take the role or not, he called up his Doctor Who castmate Karen Gillan. Now, Karen Gillan plays Nebula in the MCU, which is completely different than the Sony universe, but she told him, "Hey, I had a blast doing these, you should definitely be in them." And Matt Smith's response was that, "Oh, she's been in like 9 of these things, she knows what she's talking about, so we ended up taking the role because she recommended it," obviously showing that he didn't realize he was joining a completely different universe. And then you have Sony doing things like straight up putting Vulture from the MCU in the trailers for Morbius when he ultimately was only in the post-credit scene of the movie. It seems like Sony's entire plan is blurring the lines between the MCU and their universe so much that actors and audiences can't tell the difference.
Yeah, bro, they get fucking, they see the zeros on the check and they forget that what they're looking at is not actually the beloved MCU, I guess, even though the MCU is trash too. Fuck, man. I mean, I guess like it still doesn't matter because like if you're in the MCU, you got global superstar status, right? That's what it is, right? Benedict Cumberbatch just literally does phone game ads now.
Reinforcements cannot send in the legions. It will be a
Then
bloodbath.
from the west.
Gentlemen, please. And lady, send in the cavalry.
Bro, what's going on? I feel like, I mean, dude, they must be dropping big bags, boys. They have to be dropping the fattest of bags. Like, He's doing like 35 minutes of shooting for like $10 million. Okay. And then like this thing is not even, bro, this got seen 7.6 thousand times. We just gave it more eyeballs. Okay. We just gave it more eyeballs. Like this probably, I assume, goes hard in like the Brazilian market or something. But on YouTube, it's just like they just put it as a placeholder. Okay. This is the equivalent of like back in the day, actors going to Japan and doing like crazy, it's Santori time. You know what I mean? Like crazy ads. That's it. Like he was not thinking that this is going to be seen at all.
What's this? They're outnumbered.
He's a fool.
Place the archers on higher ground.
Away from the battle.
Coward.
What now? We're being destroyed.
Retreat.
Retreat?
I told you.
This is for middle-aged white women? No, you're wrong. This is literally for like 1 billion Chinese teenagers. Okay? This game is generating like, this is the type of shit where you're like, what the fuck is this? I've never heard of this. And then Era of Conquest is actually bringing in like $7 billion a month, okay, in revenue. And it's like one of the most like broadly like one of the craziest fucking player bases, like 700 million daily active users. Everyone is fucking playing it in China, some kind of shit. You know what I mean?
The man is a fool.
Archers, fire, cavalry.
Y'all are crazy if you think like this fucking random video game that you've never heard of is not like popping so hard in China that they are able to throw fat bags at Benedict Cumberbatch to be in a 2-minute slot. Okay. I'm telling you right now, 1,000,000%. Okay. It's all mobile, boys. That's how it is. It's just like your take got updated. What take? What the fuck? Why isn't this working?
China has actually just announced something really wild. Online games will now be banned from giving players rewards if they log in every day. If they
Oh yeah, no, I know this. I know all this stuff. This is massive because it kind of tanked a lot of the gaming industry in China.
spend on the game the first time, like the top-up bonuses, gone. If they spend several times on the game consecutively, so chain money, they're like, oh, you bought like 5 items, you can get 50% off the next item. That's gone. In addition, games will be stopped from luck-based draw mechanics, like loot boxes to minors. No more gacha for kids. That's good. It is crazy and crazy to see this. So these are all banned now in China. Panic among investors, wiping nearly $80 billion in market value off of China's 2 biggest gaming companies. The moment that they did this, $80 billion wiped off the map, dude. Now, here's the thing that's really interesting. People will be like, oh, that's just going to be in China. They're going to use them everywhere else. I don't know about that. Remember when the EU implemented all of its online laws and then every website does this? I think the rest of the market's going to follow suit. This is a rare China W for me.
It is not, I mean, when it comes to stuff like this, it's not very rare China W. It's a relatively common China W. It's just that this was already overturned. China appears to backpedal from the video game crackdown. No, you're talking about like no. This has to be the hourly. Oh wait, never mind. Chinese regulators on Tuesday appeared to backpedal from a plan to reduce how much money people spend on online video games after the proposal to tank video gaming company stocks and raise doubts about the government's commitment to reviving China's slowing economy. This was overturned instantly? Really? Goddamn. The agency, which issues licenses to game publishers and regulates the industry, did not issue any notice of retraction. An employee who answered the phone said she was not clear on the circumstances surrounding the move. Even absent confirmation, oh no, neoliberalism overtaking China. Oh no. No. Now it became a rare China L. My inner China simp fighting with my inner IAIA to figure it out whether I like this or not. Yeah, I mean, they do stuff like this all the time. They did this for EdTech. It's crazy that they wouldn't do it. It's crazy that they wouldn't do it for fucking for regulations of this sort. I'm surprised. But I guess like EdTech is much larger in the sense that it like plays into in the sense that like it plays into making education not as evenly balanced, I guess. And this is on the other hand like a consumer protection initiative. They all cut off funding sources. We all know you're paid by CCP babies. What? Even absent confirmation the proposal had been killed, the stock prices of China's 2 largest video game companies jumped on Tuesday, with Tencent rising 3.7% and NetEase rising 6%, more than the overall market. The wide The wide-ranging draft rules, as first announced late last month, will have imposed spending limits on video gaming platforms that prohibited minors from tipping video game live streamers. No! Okay, we're done. We're done here. I am no longer dick riding China. Leader Xi, how dare you? I'm just kidding. This is a great initiative. I don't give a fuck. It's smart. A popular way for fans to support their favorite online influencers. They would have also barred companies from offering rewards for frequent logins and broadly prohibited any content that would endanger national security. You aren't a video game live streamer. You just read news articles on Twitter. Fair. It prevents tipping to video game streamers. You're fine. Can you explain how that's a good thing? Wait, what? Limiting fucking how much money minors can give to random fucking streamers is definitely a good thing. I am 100% a fan of government regulation, okay? These guys see how devastating addiction is. They literally turned around and said, okay, this kind of stuff is developing actual addictive behavior. And all I want to the hot every broadcast at the top of the hour. That's a cheap shot. That's a cheap shot at the top of the hour. Okay. Especially when Xi actually cut my major funding, which is all the Chinese babies that give me money and all the Chinese babies that gift you subs at the top of the hour so that you can avoid. There's a reason why TTS is off here. Exactly. I don't really care. I got swindled. Yeah, like EA Sports with their packs and stuff, banning all that's good. You can ban the top of the hour ad break by subscribing, or maybe you can wait to get gifted a sub by a Chinese overlord, but it's probably not happening anytime soon. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. This will piss you off.
Have you ever seen a train running on a road without tracks? It sounds like a fantasy, but it has actually happened in China. It's called
a bus. What you're describing is a bus. And no, it is not a good substitute for a train. The entire purpose of a train is so that it is on tracks. You are describing a bus as though it is a new phenomenon. Okay? This is not a train, it is a bus. You are describing a bus.
It's called the Intelligent Rail Transit, aka IRT, a new type of public transportation that operates on electricity with zero pollution and emissions. It doesn't require track construction or overhead wires. The entire vehicle seems to float above the ground, designed with a maximum speed of 60 miles per hour. Furthermore, the IRT adopts the flexible grouping mode of high-speed trains, with each section capable of carrying 100 passengers, which is 10 times the capacity of a regular bus.
Dude, they'll discontinue this shit 100%.
With the introduction of the IRT, the perennial issue of traffic congestion during peak hours in cities is no longer a problem. If you're wondering about the difference between this and a bus, besides the increased passenger capacity, the most notable feature of the IRT is its ground communication signal system. As the train approaches a traffic light intersection, it sends a priority command to the traffic light base station. The red light immediately turns green, ensuring the train's priority passage. Equipped with a fully automated driving system and utilizing virtual track following control technology, the IRT identifies virtual track routes on the road through onboard sensors, resembling surface traffic.
It's very common in France. The fuck, you don't have that? No, this reminds me of Metrobus, okay? This is so cooked that like it's some fucking janky ass Turkish shit, dog. We literally did this. We opened up a fucking bus lane specifically for Metrobus is what we called it. Metro bus, okay? Which is just a bus that had its own fucking lane. Isn't this just a smart bus? Yeah.
Lines. Through active safety control, onboard signal control, machine vision, and other systems, the train is electronically constrained, precisely controlling its movement along the virtual tracks to achieve intelligent operation. Traffic congestion will soon become a thing of the past. Soon enough, cities all across China will be hopping on the IRT train, delivering a hefty dose of convenience to urban dwellers. Buckle up. The future just got a whole lot more interesting.
Oh, yeah, I don't agree with this. This is dumb. What makes a train energy efficient is friction coefficient of metal rails. Using rubber tires lose a fuck ton of energy. Bro, it's literally a bus, but with extra steps. And if you don't want to feel like it's a bus, that's what it is. Anyway, here's what Matt Damon had to say about.
So I think a scenario lots of viewers can relate to is sitting on the couch on a Friday night, going through the streaming services, cycling through the movies and thinking to themselves, they're not making movies for me anymore. As somebody who's been intimately involved in movie making for 30 years, what are the macro Hollywood conditions behind that sentiment?
Well, so what happened was the DVD was a huge part of our business, of our revenue stream. And technology has just made that obsolete. And so the movies that we used to make, you could afford to not make all of your money when it played in the theater because you knew you had the DVD coming behind the release. And 6 months later, you'd get all, a whole nother chunk. It would be like reopening the movie almost. And when that went away, that changed the type of movies that we could make. I did this movie Behind the Candelabra, and I talked to a studio executive who explained it was a $25 million movie. I would have to put that much into print and advertising, right, to market it, what we call P&A. So I'd have to put that in P&A. So now I'm in $50 million. I have to split everything I get with the exhibitor, right, the people who own the movie theaters. So I would have to make $100 million before I got into profit. And the idea of making $100 million on a story about like this love affair between these two people, yeah, I love everyone in the movie, but that's suddenly a massive gamble in a way that it wasn't in the 1990s when they were making all those kind of movies, the kind of movies that I loved and the kind of movies that were my bread and butter.
I'm so fucking tired of superheroes. How do these movies still print money? Who still wants to go see another fucking superhero movie? Why? I mean, people still watch SNL. I don't know, man. People watch a bunch of dumb shit, in my opinion. People watch the Hot Sun Every broadcast, Oh, this one is awesome. Hold on. I'm gonna do, wait, what is it? Bobby Alto's interview gets awkward after he gets confused the word musician and magician.
Yeah. So I'm a musician. What the fuck that mean? Make magic or something? What is musician?
I think you're confusing that.
Yeah, I'm not no musician. I make music. And that's not all I do. I make music, I act. I'm a TV star too, a young mogul.
Just really quick, I think you're confusing.
I'm not confusing nothing because you don't know. You thought that all I was a magician or whatever the fuck you said.
See, that's what I think you think I said. No, I said musician, not magician.
God, this bit sucks. How are people fucking eating that, dude? It's just terrible. Him? You better not be coming over here acting like gay Italian Peter Griffin. Me?
Vieni a vedere quanto è venuto a bellezza un bellone. Hai visto? Ora te lo faccio.
Bro, I didn't know Italians could look like that. Like, this is the most American Italian man I've ever seen. This is like, are Italians allowed to look like that? This is too American
Amore,
looking.
vieni a vedere quanto è venuto a bellezza un bellone. Carina. Hai visto? Ora te lo faccio assaggiare tutto. Mi accomodo. Vai. Gattazzi, noi ci vediamo tutti al bar Il Ritrovo il 10 febbraio a Lissa. Non mancate, alle 23. Intanto mi godo il ciambellone.
Wait, what? Bro, he looks like, first of all, this is like, he's not even Italian, he's not even American looking. He looks like a cartoonish depiction of a German boy that loves sweets, okay? Like, he looks like he's going to comically lick his fingers after eating sweet treats and going, oh, ja, das ist gut, ja. Ich liebe Candy. Oh. Like, he just, the fuck? His boyfriend got to be Turkish? Answer for that? Yeah, he does look Turkish as hell. He's kind of Turkish looking. Like, he literally, like, they gentrified the fucking Dune villain, whatever the hell his name was. I don't know how this happened. The Baron, yeah, Harkonnen. Yeah, he looks like if Big Mama from One Piece got hit with Emperor Ivanka's like reverse HRT fruit, the gender fruit or whatever. He's running around going mama mama, but now he's saying papa papa. It's crazy. The hormone fruit, yeah, horn fruit, whatever the fuck it's called. Anyway, I mean, I like it. I like whatever vibes he's putting out. He's really into that cake. Wedding cakey. All right, let's watch Does Society Hate Single Men from friend of the show, sexy ass Noah Sampson.
Now, guys, this is going to be my take on why society hates...
Dude, his neck.
Single men.
Hold on. I'm a single man.
I don't like it when people hate me. Tell me more. Terry Joel Jr., lay it on me, please.
And the reason why society hates it, the reason you come in contact with people and you're...
Bro, what is happening? My boy, what is happening with his art? Dude, it's like, this is art for dudes who are like, art's gay, dog. But I want to make sure that, like, I have some wall art, but, like, I want to make sure that I'm not gay, okay? Little does he know, inside of you, there are 2 wolves. Both of them are gay. 2 gay wolves, okay? That's what's going on here.
Getting mean-looking faces, bro. You're looking into the faces of some of these chicks.
Wait, why does he sound like an old-timey Irishman or something that is like running a lighthouse? Oh, society hates mean-looking. Society is giving me mean-looking faces, you know.
And they're mad. They're pissed. They are pissed off at you, and you can see it. You can feel it. They are pissed.
They're mad.
Okay, I haven't encountered that yet, I don't think, but I'll keep an eye out, I guess. Tell me more. Come on, Terry.
And it's because...
Terry.
You're focused. You're not easily manipulated. You are very much so in your lane.
I think I know why I haven't gotten that look yet. It's because I have ADHD. I'm not focused. I'm never focused. By the way, Terry, I love your wolf poster. It's so wolfy. There are 2 wolves inside you, and both of them are on Terry Joel Jr.'s living room wall.
They don't want you to think
Oh
for
my God, bro. I thought he was going to do the exact same joke. Holy
So
shit.
they
Pre-watch
don't want
Piker.
you to be powerful. This modern day world does not want you to be powerful at all. They don't want men in their power. They want men to be stupid.
Yeah. They don't want men to be able to go and fucking purchase a Ross Just for Less wolf poster pack off of Amazon for $7.99 from a Chinese drop shipping subsidiary corporation. They don't want that. When I bought this, lady down the hall looked at me like I'm a villain. She was like, that art is too powerful, Terry. Don't put that up on your wall, she said. But I prevailed nevertheless.
Bend over backwards for manipulative women, serve them, possibly get dumped, possibly get divorced.
I do like that he's like hat fishing, but in a different way. Like he's hat fishing in the way that I would need to for having like a smaller head. So he just like, he's riding that shit so high that it makes it look like his head is massive. I respect that, Terry. That's a good thing you're doing.
Possibly lose half your shit to end up in a bed.
Also, there's nothing funnier than a dude who's like 24 years old fantasizing about being a divorced dad. You can't get home by a family court if you never have a family, brother.
Position.
First thing I want to note here is the concept of they. Who is they? What are they saying specifically?
They don't want us to live a good life.
Are they even saying it, or are you basing it off of how they look at you?
You're looking into the faces of some of these chicks, and they're mad.
Can you draw conclusions like this based on how they look at you? I personally don't think so, but I'm bad with eye contact, so maybe. I just don't know. Power is another interesting aspect of what he's saying here. Is he's saying they don't want you being powerful. As a man, they're trying to take away your power. You got to be specific about the power, because is it power physical? Is it going to the gym and being able to put up more weight? Is it financial? Is it starting a small business and having money to pay for basic necessities? Maybe a little extra cheddar cheese on top. Is power social? The ability to make friends and 7 ways to influence people. All of those things are forms of power, right? Also, hi, it's me from a different time and a different place. I need to add some commentary. But the important thing here is that power on its own is not right or wrong. The morality comes into play with how we decide to use that power. Take physical strength, for example. No one's demonizing men for having a good chest day at the Y with their buddies. By no one, I am of course excluding the occasional viral TikTok of a middle schooler saying that hypertrophy is violence or whatever. I tend to exclude those perspectives when we're talking about a category as broad as society, and you should too. But physical strength can also be used for harm, right? Like, I don't know, physical violence. That's one way that power has been and still is used to enact harm onto others. Violence against women, children, other men. These are all disproportionately male, and it's not demonization to want that to stop. assuming that all men are inherently violent is a form of demonization, sure. But if that's what he's talking about, we need an example of where that idea is coming from, where it's being expressed, to clarify whether or not that's something that society actually believes. If it's not, if it's all just fringe actors and individual experiences, then all we're really left with here is a persecution complex. To me, that's what it feels like.
They don't want you having the pick of the litter. They don't want you winning.
Me, when I go to the pound and the cutest cat is already taken. It's already reserved. Damn it. Stupid.
They don't want you winning. A lot of people get pissed off. A lot of people get pissed off whenever you make the right decisions for yourself and you're not easily strayed some way. That's going to negatively impact your life. When you are on your shit and you can't be moved off center, you're going to be...
Dude, I feel like there's something very weird going on with the way he stands up here. Like, I feel like he's like pushing his shoulders forward or something. Like, I don't know what is happening here. Yeah, I first of all, don't come for his velour shirt. I think that's fine. That seems like a very cozy, comfy material that he's wearing. Like, it's probably going to cause him to zap himself whenever he like rubs against shit. Yeah, don't fucking talk about my posture. Society's trying to stop me from posturing up in the way that I want to, and it's fucked up.
You hate it.
Anyone, please link me a video where someone says, you made the right decision for yourself, and that pisses me off. You were about to stray from your path in a way that would negatively affect your life, but you didn't. That's fucked up. Why would you do that? Why would you do that? I want to see you fuck up. If he's getting criticized for doing what he thinks is right, is it not possible that what he thinks is right is actually not that? Most people don't do things that they think are wrong, but people still get hurt. I was making the right decision, you know, and they hated on me. They didn't want to see me win. But if all you're basing your persecution on is the vague...
Wait, hold on. Where is this? Oh, do you have a full velour tracksuit in middle school like Tony Soprano, or is that a Staten Island thing? 1 second, chat. I'm doing something here. Come on, man. Log in. What the fuck? Italian gay Peter Griffin got a new Turkish boyfriend. Yo! Why are you exposing our relationship to society? Doesn't want me to date Italian Peter Griffin, who's also German, weirdly enough. Fucked up. Bro, people come in here and fucking demand I stream LeBron or stream Madden with LeBron every day. Where did you get it in your mind that LeBron would ever want to fucking play video games with me? Get out of here. I wish.
Idea of I'm doing good things and they don't like it, and you can take that narrative wherever you want, really. I don't know, man. It's just like critical thinking and such and such.
They especially hate single men who are successful. We are demonized. We are literally demonized because we can't be manipulated. We can't be we don't get taken advantage of. And guess what? 99.9% of single...
I was in Japan a couple days ago. While I was in Ichiran, a ramen place, the dude sitting next to me was watching you as he ate. No fucking way. That's so sick. I love that.
Single men who are successful today have got absolutely screwed in the past. Wasted time, wasted memories with the wrong people, and we get demonized for now. A light bulb goes off in our heads, and all of a sudden we do the right things, and we get demonized.
I'm a single man. I am what one might consider successful on the internet. I have a YouTube channel that has a big number. My number is big. I am a success enjoyer. So goes the brain of the YouTuber. And he's right. I've had bad experiences in my life. I've been Scrooged over many times, but so has...
Chat, I'm downloading Contraband Police. I'm buying and downloading Contraband Police. That's what I'm doing right now. That's why I was like logging in, which is like Papers, Please, but like an updated version of Papers, Please, from what I understand. It is Papers, Please. I don't know if it like actually was logged somewhere, but it was one of many old school Hasanabe like fondest memories is me putting on the fucking Ushanka and playing Papers, Please. I saw an old man watching you in Starbucks when I was in Malaysia last year. That old man, his name, Ian Miles Chong. This is so stupid. I don't know why I'm laughing at that. It's not even that funny. Nothing is funny about Ian Miles Chong's existence, except the way he looks. That's pretty funny. And also the fact that he lies about being from America, even though he's never been to America. Obra Dinn is the other game by the Paper Please game. Is super good too. Men blame everything but themselves or the society they exist in for the problems. Why can men never look inward? What is wrong with us? Careful, that game is political. Wait, no, it's a political game? Dude, I don't know if I can play it, guys. Can I play it? Can he play that? Can he play political games? Can he do that? I don't know. It's kind of scary, guys. Has he played Disco Elysium on stream ever? No, I have not. All right, let's continue.
Everybody else, isn't that just one of those classic being a human on Earth moments? It's just something that happens, you know, and that can vary across genders and identities and experiences. And of course, we should have spaces for everyone to talk through that kind of trauma and work through it, and that includes men. But all that's irrelevant here because on this part of the internet, overcoming pain is not the goal. The goal
Disco Elysium is one of my favorite games of all time.
Is weaponizing that pain as a tool for exploitation, preaching relatable resentment to make money, to make Google ads.
Yeah, stream disco for 600 people. Do it, you fucking asshole.
And sends dollars.
We are just picked apart from pillar to post, regardless of anything.
Is this guy Canadian or Irish or neither or both?
From pillar to post.
Can someone help me out here, please? I don't know what's going on.
Someone said his accent is a Newfie accent or something. Who hurt this 25-year-old velour tracksuit wearing child? Dude, the velour tracksuit is what men wear when they've been harmed. It is comfort wear for men, okay?
We're pretty much screwed, but actually not, because who cares if we're pissing them all off? They can't do nothing.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. What's happening? What's happening with Noah here? Why is he hitting this one dude? You got me into Yakuza. I'm on 7 right now, and I've never been more joyful in my life. Newfie accent explains the wolves because the Newfoundland wolf is extinct, I think. You should play Outer Wilds, not to be confused with Outer Worlds. There's a Discord channel for tracking streamers that are playing it for the first time. That's such a weird thing. Democratic Socialism Simulator? What the? Pave the road to a post-capitalist. Dude, the game we didn't know we needed to survive this primary season. Okay, listen, dude. Why are leftists like this? Why? It's one of those games you can only really play once, so people really enjoy other people's experiences. Outer Wilds, that is. The game has single-handedly changed my life and view of death. Jesus Christ. Putin interview drops tomorrow at 3 p.m. PST. Oh my God. Content. Thank God Tucker Carlson's giving us something in this fucking drought, dude. Let's freaking go. This is like an exciting moment. Tucker Carlson, honestly, every Ukrainian flag in the bio guy should be kissing his feet for bringing the Ukrainian situation back into the fucking forefront. Okay?
I'm a paramedic
Anyway, let's in the meantime,
that's seen terrible things since the COVID-19 vaccine rollout. Since this experiment was placed on humanity, I have seen death and dying on a scale that I never thought I would see since I started doing this job in 1997. That said, the cancers, the amount of turbo cancer that is taking the lives of our people is astronomical. I have people in my family that are dying post-COVID-19 vaccine of turbo cancer. Cancers that just came on within a day to a week and suddenly are in stage 4. I have never seen anything like this. This has to...
Is like wrestling playing in the background on a TV somewhere? Like, what's happening? My man said turbo cancer. They're cancer maxing. Yeah, they're giving people turbo cancer, brother. That's right. The elites, the World Economic Forum elites are giving people turbo cancer. Why? Don't ask me why. Okay. Stop fucking asking me why. It doesn't need to make sense. Just understand that it's turbo cancer and it's bad. You are victim blaming? True.
Please. God bless.
What? COVID-19 guideline for Toby Keith concert? Oh my God. And how does he know that? How does he know it's turbo cancer? Because Toby Keith had a motherfucking COVID vaccine guideline imposed on his fucking concert, dude. That's, oh, dude, it's perfect. And also, I have to believe him because he added the thunder sound. Do you see this conservative call out the bullshit?
What's going on, guys? I know y'all come to my page because of the comedy, and I just play around on here. And I don't get political very often. Sometimes I have some things to say about it.
Bro, this entire getup is political, okay? When a guy like this says, I don't get political very often, I'm going to be honest with you, dog, you're definitely a political guy.
I live in Texas. I was just in Eagle Pass, and I've got some videos I need to show you guys. Because you're watching the news, whether it's CNN or Fox, you're letting these news media idiots get you riled up against each other.
Bro, he looks like Bo of the Fifth Column if he was Santa Claus. He's got such a perfect, he's Santa maxing.
Let me show you some videos that might just calm your ass down and make you turn off the TV. Watch this. All right, so this is the wall, you know, the fence that we put up. And they put up a secondary fence because they opened the gates. There's some armed guards with some pretty serious weaponry. You know, pretty intimidating, right? Here's your razor wire in between the two bridges that are in the entrances into Mexico and also the entrance to Eagle Pass. There's some Hummers, some more guys, right? We're protecting, you know, we're keeping them out. This is 0.5 miles from that area. 0.5 miles from where they set up their cameras. 0.5 miles from where they have all the people there. And it's right down.
He's going to show a hole
down the road. I left this long to show you just how short of a drive it is for us to get to a point where all that we just saw does not matter. And they're just getting you riled up against each other because it's election time. And right about here is where you're going to see it. What's that? Where are the armed guards? Where are the AR-15s? Where are...
By the way, I mean, this guy is, of course, jolly maxing, as you guys saw. And as a jolly maxer, he's like criticizing the hysteria at the border. For the record, I was making fun of the way he looks, but I want everybody to understand that he's not, you know.
Where's the razor wire? Where's the gates? That's half a mile from where the media is blowing up that Texas versus the feds, that we're having this big battle. So that was one gate. That was the very first gate that I saw. We drove down a little bit more. There's one. It had a chain on it. So you keep driving down the road. You got Trump's wall doing its job. This one has never even had a gate. So to me, doesn't matter if you're Republican, Democrat, liberal, libertarian. It doesn't matter what you are. And you're posting about this Texas versus the feds and we could have a civil war. I'm telling you right now, if a civil war breaks.
No, he's not saying he wants military checkpoints there. He's saying it's hysteria. He's saying that it's like obviously hysteria propped up by the media, acting like there's a major border crisis when obviously like half of the fucking border is wide open and there's like very obvious open areas that you can get in through. You know what I mean? Like, that's what he's saying. He's saying it's manufactured hysteria, chat. Chill out. He's conservative coded in the way that he looks, but he's like saying it's ridiculous.
It's not because there's something good to fight over. It's because it's election time. It is because the news media is corrupt and you need to turn the TV off. I don't care what news media you watch. Just go down there and look yourself. Go look. The things that they are saying that the feds and Texas are fighting about is a stretch that is not even a mile. How long is the border? They can just walk right over, and those gates keep going and going and going and going. I know you're thinking, well, just 2 gates. No, they're all open. Open all the gates. It's a whole hoopla over this little bitty section in Eagle Pass in between a bridge and a bridge. Only place that there's guards. So if you can't get in half a mile of our border, you just walk down the road and you go across the border there. All you folks posting about this, you picked a side and you think you're doing the right thing. But all of you need to reevaluate the country you live in and the information that's being given to you. Because I wanted to be on the Republican, I wanted to push on the Republican.
Did Mr. Beast really message Waleed about his food truck? Oh, speaking of Waleed, he's going to be here on Saturday to deliver kebabs to me in an Iron Man costume. So I don't know if Mr. Beast actually DM'd him or not, but I mean, I can ask him.
Inside, hell, I'm from Texas. I'm in the middle no matter what usually, but I wanted to lean towards that side. And once I got down there, I was like, nope, I don't know. Believe what you want to believe, but I recorded those videos. No one sent me that. I don't know what else to tell you guys, but turn the TV off.
Mr. B's on Fear and when? I don't fucking think that that's gonna happen. Unos League with a TurboTax ad breaks? No fucking way. Is it actually? Are you getting served TurboTax in the middle of the hour ad breaks? Because that's really funny. Now that we showed you a border crisis that is manufactured, I'm going to show you a border crisis that is not manufactured. A real border crisis. Okay? What do I mean by this? That's right. I downloaded. Hold on. Where the frick is it? I downloaded Contraband Police chat while we were watching that shit. Your DualSense controller isn't supported by this game. Steam input will translate the device. You'll be able to play the game, but you may not see glyphs that match your device. Okay. Steam input. I'm not. Is this something that is this like game that you're supposed to use a controller on, or is it, can I just do not controller? Contraband Police. That's right. Because I'm a simp for the USSR and socialism and China, I think it's cool to do border control in the USSR. Do you understand? I hope you get it. Inspector, game mode selection. As a young police academy student, you are assigned to a dilapidated border post on the outskirts of Afghanistan. Reach higher and higher ranks. People's Republic of Afghanistan is on the verge of revolution being organized by an armed group called the Blood Fist. Which one should I play? Which one should I play? Which mode? Campaign? Suka Blyat will do campaign. Socialist border control. There you go. Campaign 100%. Do you want to take part in a 5-day training? Okay. Contraband Police. It is believed that United Rally has significant natural resources, but they've never been examined. Okay, here, I'll blast off too. Playing USSR border with the border. Get in now. It's Contraband Police time. Suka Blyat. It might be too scary for you, but I highly recommend Luigi's Mansion. Hold on. I don't know if I can do that, chat. Luigi's Mansion might be too scary for me. I don't know if I can do that. As a Polish dude, I wonder if this is going to awaken any generational trauma in me. Yes. I have a Switch, chatters. Contraband Police is a work of fiction. The game is inspired by reality, but any unauthorized resemblance to actual figures is bullshit. Purely coincidence. Karikatka Border Crossing, Afghanistan. 1604, 1981. Nintendo will strike me? Wake up, comrade. We will be there soon. Wait. You won't survive a week in the Shelby Hole. Nice, babushka! Oh! Where are my legs? Wait, hold on. I gotta turn off the freaking W. Where the hell is it? The W banner. So you can see the fucking subtitles. Holy shit, this is so intricate. Holy Scott. Alright, where is the comrade? Hello. What? Where is he coming from? Suka Blyat. Okay, this is so realistic, dude. This is literally Papers, Please, but on steroids. I'm losing my mind. Papers check, name and surname. To cross the border, the driver must have a set of valid documents. You can automatically compare selected fields by using perception level. You will regenerate them by resting in your quarters. Errors in paperwork prevent you from entering the country. Be sure to mark them in the inspection report. Countries, Afghanistan. Oh my god, this is going to be so confusing. Afghanistan People's Republic is a country famous for its rich minerals and metallurgical industry. Most of the population lives in the fertile western areas and around the Satekan agglomeration. At the head of the Communist Party is the Akaris Worker Party, which has ruled continuously since the Great Peasants' Revolution in 1943. Passport number. Photo. Compare the driver's face to the passport photo. They must be identical. Name and surname. The field appears on every document. Expiration date. Nice! Okay. I got it. Confirm cargo. KGP files. A collection of secret KGB files was stolen from the Central Police Library. An Oberankov cache. All right, these are things we need. Varila, 4x4, off-road car. Wait, why do I need to know the different cars? Is there a difference between this and Papers, Please? Yeah, this is way more. Will deliver. I give you kiss. Igor Akarov! Give you kiss, Generali Secretary. Anybody in the custody room? No. Okay. All right. Time to win a medal for most apprehended border patrol. Next vehicle, please. Open the door. You look like a white man, like Tom Cruise. Are you hiding? Are you secretly not from Afghanistan? Yegor Markov, it's a match. Comparing fields and documents reduces your perception level. When you get tired, comparisons become slower. And when the level drops to 0, only visual checking remains. Go to the rest to restore your perception level. Consider buying better quarters to permanently increase the number of perception level. Low perception level, perception exhausted. Valid to 13th of September. In this report, you will flag any discrepancies you found in the documents. Okay, passport number BY2R E9ZJ. BY2R E9ZJ is correct. Valid. Date of expiration is not matched. Wait, what? Isn't that the date of validity? Doesn't that mean that I just caught something? Or am I wrong? Date of expiration, 16th of November. It's 16th of April, 1981. Two different documents? Oh, okay. His photo looks good. It is an ID and passport or they. You can click the bottom right to compare. What do you mean? Click on the April thing to see date of expiration. No, but it's not. It's April is. This is not expired yet, chat. His name matches. His nationality matches, and this was made. Oh wait, valid to 13th of September, and that matches too. His citizen's ID is not expired. No, it's not expired. Valid to 13th of September 1981 means like it's valid until, right? Wait, where should I put my fucking face as a matter of fact? Because maybe I do this. Official stamps looks good. Hey, that's a good stamp. That's a real stamp. It's valid. It matches. This is good. Let me take a look at this car, huh? What's happening here? Yeah, get out of the car. What's in this car? You are a Peru. Go right ahead. I don't trust you, but it's okay. Have a nice day! What does this do? What the fuck? Collaboration exposed. Nikola Roznikov, commander of the border police in Karikatka, was accused of collaborating with a gang of smugglers and sentenced to 10 years of hard labor. The prosecutor's office has opened an investigation into police corruption. Interrogations of 6 other people linked to Roznikov are ongoing. The government is giving away new apartments. Oh my god. I am bee-hopping like Counter-Strike. Hello. Galip Mazarov, Kingdom of RK, passport number S06Q. Whoa, it's not matching. I found a mismatch. Valid, 21st of March, 1981. It's already, this is no longer working. A mismatch there too. Date of expiration. Let me take a look at this. Suka blyat. Oh no. It's going straight to jail for you. Kingdom of Erkai. Stamp looks okay. Well, this stamp does not look okay. It's not valid. Oh, do I stamp him for just one? Wait, how do I stamp him? What the fuck is this, huh? How do I, wait, where does the thing come again? Valid. Date of expiration. Is it in the inspection report? Oh, here it is. Okay, nice. Photo. Galip Mazarov. You look very suspicious, my friend. Let me take a look at this, huh? What do you have here? Oh, you have one of those francs. How nice. It's not necessary. Well, you are hiding something. You are hiding something. Don't act like you're not hiding anything. Okay, let's take a look at this, huh? Okay, nothing in here. Hey, listen. My friend, Maximov, we have issues with this guy, okay? Get ready. He might be a bad guy. You never trust these guys from Kingdom of RK, okay? These fucking guys, they come in, they try to come in and fuck this country up, you know, my beautiful country. Fuck these guys! Check the wheels. Can you? I can't. They come into my beautiful country and they fuck it up, okay? I've caught you, my friend. I've caught you! Okay, where's the stamp? You need to talk to him? I tried. You can't check the man, okay? His photo works. His name, surname, Galip Mazurov is fine. It's a match, but everything else is not a match. Inspection is finished. That is all. Denied. Get the fuck out of here, Galip Mazurov. Turn this fucking car around. Get the fuck out of here. He's leaving, right? Fuck you. Come back with the real papers, okay? Wait, audit summary. In this panel, you can check what errors, correct data, incorrectly marked field. In this panel, you can check what the errors in the documents. If he was a smuggler, we'll check where he was hiding the illegal goods. Score perfect. Is this guy Italian? Why do you have a beret? I don't like this. Nice car, though. What car? United Rally. I don't know about this city. I don't know about this fucking place. United Rally, huh? Let's take a look. Established in 1960 with the merger of 3 allied states, their main goal is to strengthen their position in the international arena. Unfortunately, the new elected government could not come. Selim, to the issue of balanced development, corruption, and years of neglect ultimately led the country to extreme poverty. All right, stamps look good. Except for this stamp, I don't know. Passport number 1Y901N1F. Passport number is a match. Valid. 21st of April. Okay, that works, but the date of expiration, 26th of April. It's the 16th of April. You need a new one soon, my friend. You are going to need a new passport soon. Date of birth, 14th of December, 1925. Entry reason, tourism. This looks correct. Let's take a look at the car instead, though. All right. Oh, shit. What's in the glove box, huh? You got anything good in here? Yeah, that's right. Wait. All right, close the glove box. Glove compartment. Is this a real engine? This bad boy looks like a real engine to me. Finally, Akaristan. I hope they did not fuck up. The blue light is the markings on the engine bay. I don't think I'm there yet. Oh my god, this guy also looks suspicious. Is it necessary? Are you fucking kidding me? Of course it's necessary, Burhan Bulut. Wait a minute. What is this fucking face match? Burhan Bulut. Bulut means sky, by the way. Where is he from? Where the fuck is this guy from, huh? Al-Barak? What is that, huh? What is Al-Barak? Bulut means sky, not cloud, sorry. Stamp looks official. Kingdom of Al-Barak has been ruled hard by Azad al-Rabar for years. Once a poor desert country, the country is now an economic boom with the recent discovery of oil reserves. Constant conflict with Kazakhstan over eastern territories. Valid to 9th of April. No. This is expired, my friend. 51T1 D575. 51T1 D575. That part is fine. However, your expiration date is wrong. It's obvious there is a mismatch here. And your date of expiration for the passport is also a mismatch. And your photo looks weird and not like the way you look. I do not know if you grew a beard and shaved the mustache, but I'm afraid you are not going to be able to come in, my friend.
Barasto, Sipka.
Yeah? What the fuck are you gonna do, huh? Get the fuck out of here. Alright. Long day. 3 cars. That's all I let through. Suka bliat. Perfect. This is my apartment. This is so ass, dude. What is this apartment? Nice, man. The government's out here handing out free apartments. Meanwhile, I'm fucking sleeping in a goddamn trailer. This is some real America shit, okay? This is your future under capitalism, brother, not communism. This is nicest apartment in all of Ajaristan. This is my luxury apartment. The revolution is still in progress, comrade. Tovarish, better conditions await for all workers. Ready to liberate Ajaristan.
Давайте лишта информации по трафику. Ажева нутричка эстио эно контрабандителю. Вы, мадре, посукати всем, которые пасуете описанию. Немвиница, нурахо контрабанду ашаядич ач акаристанска.
We suspected a driver did not stop for inspection yesterday. We'll try to cross the border. Partial registration number DLW. One of our informants inside Obrankov's gang has obtained valuable information regarding another shipment of contraband. Driver age is 49. Oh, Jesus. It's 1981. Chad, do the math for me. Voices in my head. Suka, please do the mathematics for me, huh? What year does that mean? Current year is 81.
Лишто ачнево эстио подривника. А кестиона его выходи от машину. Это посукати контрабанду.
This is the suspect. Marty Sarks. Passport number. ORK7. ORK7. 60 F4. Valid to 2 May. Entry reason visit. Visit what? Visit prison. That's what you are visiting today, my friend. Why are you playing a game that's so red baity? Because... Yeah, get the fuck out.
Контрабандителе пазночно их kryjówków. Ilio serpientny. Ona ja listo aćcionetka migot. Plusko mnie, wasz służny migotnik eto azmożny.
Is there a snake mark in here, huh?
A wiepier, wy posukati znaków kontrabandu, ać eno siedzenia.
Whoa! I found it! Tire, headliner, fender, fuel tank, bumper, and air filter.
My требует инструментов ać работца. Pochwyćta ostrak, spolużyjcie ostrak, a troby rozrywati obiwecko siedzenia.
Do you know what this is, Madis? My friend, this is your last day of smuggling things into this glorious country, you fucking son of a bitch. Wait, what?
Wyfundro ać wiepier kontrabandu. Kontrabandu nie tap zawry paznaczno. Inogda estio skryćna ać
Kokain!
Ilio trudyjne mesti. Ilio posukati etu maskota. Nie tap migotnika ta jest, a da wy madre obarstnej zdra.
What is this cocaine, huh? What the fuck is this? Why you bring cocaine into this beautiful country? You son of a bitch. Oh, more cocaine!
Всем eto atma. Męwinica, kontrabanditele estio rado pas myśli. Wasza policka równiszko, madre etu fotriczki a spasta kontrol. Ale i wy madre arestnąć eto bydlok.
Wait, what am I missing here? Duty handbook? What? Contraband. Contraband detection. Tools, blades, axes, blunts, bullets. Cabin. Exterior, cabin, tires. Oh, this is what I need to use to break it. Other. Inside of the bathroom. Okay. Very nice. This is the last time you do skibbity toilet, my friend. It's over for you. Criminals who are awaiting transport to the labor camp are held here. Upgrade the prison to increase maximum number of places. To prevent possible escape, consider hiring a prison guard. Remember that by leaving the prisoners in the police car overnight, they might also escape. Do you like being a prisoner, huh? Exactly. You don't do crimes. Glory to Ajaristan. Why am I paying out of pocket? Why is the government not paying for this? What the fuck is this bullshit? You can carry... Look at all the cocaine. Maximov, get this fucking car out of here, huh?
Eto lično nadaje instrument doktryny ili orniki, a można skryć to krót, a wiepier wy madre pawrotny jać dowódca.
Okay, move the next vehicle in. All right. Is this just a rip-off of Paper Please? I think it's an improvement upon the previous. Hello. I require your paper. Newcomer. Hilal Okorie. Oh, no. You are not Oforie, but Okorie. All right. This is not gonna work, huh? Name, surname. Does not match. Passport number 5W4F. 5W4F. HVS8. HVS8. 8th of April, valid date. This also no longer, it's expired. 20th of July, date of expiration date is also fucked up. Passport number is also not matching. A mismatch. Okay, not very good. Photo does not match your face either. Nothing matches. Hilal, step out of the vehicle, please. This is the actual Okay, you son of a bitch. Let me see what you have here, huh? Okay, let's get out of here. Good, smart guy, huh? Okay, big truck. Nothing here works, you know? Anything up here? No, this seems okay. Maybe you are not smuggling, but you're definitely not coming into the country. Well, let's take a look at the tires. Nothing here, nothing in this tire either. Nothing in this tire too. You fucking shut the fuck up, you stupid bitch. Lights on. Alright, that seems to be working. Alright. How old is he? Is he also... Wait, what is this? Driver age 49. That's the only thing we have about this. 49, is this him? Date of birth, 1948. 1981, is that correct? Chat, do the math for me. Voices in my head, do my math. Mathematics. 1932. Okay, this guy's too young. Alright, you are not a smuggler, but you are denied. Get the fuck out of here, huh? You are lucky that we are not arresting you right now. Suka bliat, get the fuck out of here. Oh, you are a very suspicious looking guy. Lev 1 Abilov. 5A 1F. 5A 1F. XS74 valid. Okay, valid. Date valid. Date of birth 1953. Date of expiry. Oh, your passport is soon to be expired, my friend. Passport matches. Inspection finished. Go ahead, my friend. I will not check the trunk of a guy who already has the proper documentation. Why would I check the car of a guy who has proper documentation? You are not. I am not going to suspect every single person. Oh, this music is suspicious. Elise Krupin, MOV 3 JY 0Y, valid 12 June. Oh, 1932! Please step out of the vehicle, my friend. Doesn't look like there's anything here, but you never know. No roof on this. How do you smuggle when there's no roof? Oh! Very nice. Money. What is this? Alcohol canister. Oh, what do I use to break this? What do I do with this? More alcohol canisters. Haha. You have been a bad boy. You have been a bad boy, my friend. A true comrade never takes money. Are you fucking crazy? You are arrested, my friend. 2 criminals in a row. We are doing very good, my friend. Another day's work, you know. Get the fuck up, Maximov! You lazy bastard! I bet at the top of the hour you don't even know there's a 3-minute ad break. Wait, what? I only found 2 out of 4? Oh, there was under the dashboard an engine? Wait, what the hell? I checked it. How did I miss that? I love Azeristan. Haas, you are fucking up the Empire? What do you mean I'm defending the Empire? Without me, I am the first line of defense for the Empire. Oh shit.
Пашли етоку закликовная, аж транспортная 5 zakrutników ku policyjską maszynu.
A ja madro planiczka rum z koniaciu.
Naughty boy. Ha!
Korosno, pierw zawieri 5 kontraband. Podlicie ku polickiej maszynie, ać potykto lugażnictwo. A teraz użycie pisownika. Eto posłuchać lugażnej statniczno. Перевезните контрабанду, а пшода з вашего инвентажа на трансферовний селектор продомедники ач магазину.
Close the border. This is where your police cars are stored. Talk to a mechanic to prepare desired vehicle or repair damaged vehicle. It's good, my friend. Repnin. Okay, is this it? Wait, what am I supposed to be doing? Move contraband directly to inventory. I put it in my inventory. Oh.
Arbaczej to stanowka, robocny łagra. Wy podrobku ada zakrutników, Liczno et artam, Eliowa znaczenia
What the fuck? This is like a mill sim, dude. First right, go all the way down. Keep right. Oh, this music is so good. The music of my peoples. The music of my peoples. Wait. How do I check my map? Am I going the right way? Oh, shit. Almost got in a... Suka blyat, almost got in a fucking accident. Oh, this is the Karat Motel. Burası Rize. Oh, shit.
Ach, nie tap to. Liczno, ać my nie tap szadzicielo. Pierejno po maszynu. My madro dialecta darog.
You're welcome. I look like a madman carrying this fucking axe. Turn the sirens on. Let's go. Labor camp. Here I come. Out of my way. I have contraband and also criminals with me. I think I went the right way. I do not know if I did. Fuck. I think I went the wrong way. Oh, I did go the right way. Okay. How do I get up there, though? This music is so good. Music of my people. Oh, here it is. Labor camp. Welcome to Siberia, comrades. Tovarish.
Niko, po maszynu.
Tovarish.
Ada? Otlixo.
Manalov. These are now going to be new unwitting, glorious workers for the revolution. Wait, where do I put the contraband, though? I put it in here, but... Contrabando. What language is this? Like, what language are they speaking? Okay, I go right, and then make a left, second left. Oh, fuck, I don't know how to look back. Uh-oh. There is no way to look back. Okay, we go right, and then not first left, but second left. Watch out, comrade. Coming through. Beep, beep. Do I have a horn? No, I do not. All right, not this left, but the next one. Watch out, comrade. Hold up, Tovarish. I'm on my way. Oh! I popped a wheelie like I'm Arab Sheikh. I think this is it. Accordion means we're heading towards Italy. We have a lot of accordion music in Turkey, too. I think, like, Eastern Europeans play a lot of accordion, too. Vlad! My friend Vlad!
Sorry.
Hello, citizen. One day you might be also trying to come into Azeristan. Make sure you have the proper documentation.
O,
Whoa!
eto was budro naszewi nuwoczka komandiri ać gomdra. Meno miano Wladimir Nimczuk. Za to padrodniki Gawryć Maja Vlad. A ja selut
Freedom, brother.
a różniki eto liczno naboj. Hop nawet.
When they said tool, I did not understand. They meant like, you know, weapons. Wait, do I need to buy any tools? Granada. No, but like, what do I get? I have all the tools, don't I? I mean, I don't have a shovel. Pitchfork, crowbar, fire axe, fire axe, kitchen knife. You need one tool of each category. You need a knife. I have a tactical knife. Scalpel, tactical knife. I don't have a shovel. You're lost. Stop, police base. This is where you pass the contraband. Maybe I need a ton for two to beat the shit out of people, you know? I need to be gatted up. Maybe a pistol, huh? What do we think? Do I get pistol? AK-47 I can't get. Vlad! Stop looking at me like this, Vlad, you son of a bitch. You need a commando knife to check behind the eyeballs? I think I have everything. I don't know what to do with pitchfork, but they wear out. Get a backup knife? Okay, I get backup knife. Maybe ton for two.
Eto atabarsni Teresin.
Ha! Nice. Okay. Okay. Wait, there is one more. There is X in here in the back. Must get the X. Extra fire X, you know? What if I were to take some of the contraband? Do I need a gun? Really? I feel like people are fucking faking. I do not need a gun. We can handle situation peacefully. Do I need a get?
Eto atabarsni Teresin.
Some people flee, so you need to shoot them? This sounds very sad. A sad day for all. If people come in and they fucking run away. Very sad day for me. Oh shit. Whoa! Drive normal, you fucking hippies! Counter-revolutionary bastard. Am I going the wrong way? I think I am. Hold on. No, I'm not. Wait, what? I am going the right way. Why is that thing telling me I'm going the wrong way? No, you're going the wrong way. Oh my god, dude. Look, chat. Wait, did I? Oh, I am going the wrong way. What the fuck? I'm going the exact opposite direction. Shit. Oh! I took down that sign, but it was in the way. The sign was in the way of me doing my duties for Mother Russia, for Mother Azeristan. Okay, now I'm going the right way, okay? The sign was engaging in counter-revolutionary action. The signs are a relic of bourgeois governments of the past. And so are corners that we must take. You say turn the siren on. If I turn siren on, I'm using extra government resources. I do not want to waste government resources. Majoristan is a beautiful country, but we are limited in our resources. I hope I'm going the right way. I think I am. Here is the police station. Beep beep, open up, comrade.
No, poszedł kontrabandu.
Now back off, you old bastard.
Oparsna robotca. Was pochwytili od drogi
Oba!
kontrabandu.
A wie pierwszeli eć maszynu, ać powartnickaja, kontrol gondry.
It sounds Italian. Oh shit, I can't see at night. I have night blindness, comrade. I do K-turn here. Time to turn on the lights. What is the sirens? And maybe the sirens as well. Watch out, watch out. It is an emergency, comrade. This is why I need to drive like this, with the sirens. I have the glorious... the spirit of revolution lives inside of me. A good worker, a good proletarian rushes back to his duty post with much haste. This is the difference between me and one who toils the land without with those extracting capital off of their labor. I do this job because I love it. It's not a real language. It's a mix of Russian, Polish, Czech. It sounds Italian too from time to time. I don't know why. Dude, we bought items. We got property maintenance, vehicle maintenance, today's balance. Oh my God, dude. I did not make a lot of money. To me, like, we have some issues with the money. In another life, you're a voice actor, a bad one? How dare you say that? I am the best voice actor. The voice I'm doing is a voice of revolution. I will peace now. Hold on. Piss on his chair? Kaya would never. Kaya would never betray. Okay. Cargo list. The Ministry of Transport has changed the regulations of the import of goods into Azeristan. Drivers to have cargo list is introduced. Any discrepancies in documentation will result in a refusal of entry. Smuggler 3. Telephone conversation, thanks to which we obtain specific information. United Rally is the Nacional. Look at this beautiful flag of my wonderful Azeristan. Hello! Oh.
Pierwsza edycja transportna jak gruz, validny transportny dokument. A walcie propsają jego dokumenty.
Refrigerator, gas range, toilet, detergent, cement, petrol barrel. Vladimir Orlov. Passport number RX4E LVDN. RX4E LVDN. Azeristan. This is a good boy from Azeristan. Is one of ours. 2nd of May. Expiration date. Close call, comrade. You might need to... No, I'm not going to click on them in the thing. I don't want to waste my resources. That's like... It's... Oh, wait. Cargo notebook. I don't want to waste my energy, chat. I have a limited amount of energy. What is it? Contraband detection. Tools. Wait, this is not the right one. Cargo list. When goods are being transported, the driver must have a valid shipping document. Check whether the goods appearing in the cargo list are in accordance with the current state. Confirm cargo. Detergents. Okay. Cement. Cement 5. Oh shit, these are all each individual ones? Jesus Christ. Cement 8. Oh, you just do it all like this. Okay. 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 I see how it is. Is there anything I'm missing? No. Oh. Ten cement, 2 refrigerator. Vladimir Orlov. Name is right. 2 refrigerator. 2 refrigerator. Gas range 3. Gas range 3. Toilet. 1. Wait. What the fuck? Detergent 1. Cement 10. Petrol barrel 1. Where is the second toilet? The skibidi toilet. Kill him. Am I missing the toilet? There is no way a glorious comrade would be hiding a skibidi toilet. What the fuck? Comrade, I want to make sure you understand. You do not have skibidi toilet. You are missing a toilet. Where is the extra toilet? Radimir! Radimir! Why did you do this to me, Radimir? Get out, Radimir. It is a phantom tax, Radimir. You have betrayed the revolution, suka bliat. Invalid? Wait, what? Wait, why? Oh, I didn't put... fuck! Suka bliat! I forgot to check the cargo list. Cargo list! No, he didn't have a toilet. I forgot to mark off the cargo list on the paper for reasons as to why I...
Inoltre vam нужно разпределить грузов для контролы и лебер добраться от крювков продомятов. Wybranie waszego gruskopисотника jest liczno przeplatki, aby mestritować jego na kontrolne jak
Fucking hippie. I fucking hate you. I'm having a bad day. I'm having a bad day. Nicolas Abassi. Name checks out. 9873 90Q3 9873 90QT. May expiration date. Valid. Entry trade. Biohazard materials. Medicine crate. Fertilizer. Gas range. And 1 toilet. You better not have extra toilet. Okay, you're so skibidi. You're so funny. I got it all. Okay. Oh, what the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? You fucking piece of shit. Why did you do this to me? Oh! Let me open this. No, nothing in here. Anything in the toilet? Nothing in the skibidi toilet. Biohazard. Oh, another one! What the fuck? This is fucking bullshit. I thought you were a good one. You come in here, into my country, and you bring ammunition. Why? Why do you bring ammunition? Do you feel like this is America? This is not America, my friend. I'm going to take a second closer look at your upholstery. You son of a bitch. No weapons in here. This is not the land of the free, home of the brave, you know? Not so skibidi, not so phantom tax now, are you? Suka bliat, you fucking bastard. Nothing on the tires, okay. Nothing on the back of the car. This tire is clear. This tire is clear as well. I bet you have some more, you fucking piece of shit. Where is the fucking engine? Oh, it's inside the car. Nicolas, you are arrested, my friend. Ah, fuck you, Nicolas! You're so skibidi, you're so phantom tax. Alright, get this shit out of here. Get this piece of shit out of here, Constable Maximov. Maximov! Clear the area, Maximov! 2 out of 2, contraband, perfect. Nice, I made up for the last issue. The motherland is safe for 1 more day. Nice car. I like it. Oh, I don't like this. The music is making me feel bad. 1 toilet, 1 washer. Ronald Sarian. Name checks out. ROT2. ROT2. 09C2. 09C2. Valid. Tourism? You are not in here for tourism. Why would you bring your own toilet and washer if you're here for tourism? Ronald! Date of birth. Date of expiration. Which country is this from? UR. United Rally. Is that the one that we're looking for? Oh, never mind. We already caught the guy. Okay. Okay, everything checks out for now. Let's take a look. Let me unpack this. Let's do another inspection in here with the fucking black light. Anything here? Nothing on the wheels. Okay. Cargo list is correct. Tires are clean. No glove compartment. Nothing here. Tires are clean. Adidas. It checks out. Something about you does not make sense to me, but the confirmed cargo makes sense. Name makes sense on everything. Ronald Sarian. Check the engine one more time. Alright. I want to believe you, my friend. Do not fuck with me. You seem like a good guy. Get back to your vehicle. Okay. We got the toilet. We got the washing machine. Nothing in here. Oh, wait. How do I send this back? Do I tell the constable? Return the cargo, constable. Check his front bumper. I swear I saw a snake. No, there's no snake. You're wrong. Okay. Akaristan it is, my friend. Come on. Ajaristan awaits you. Ajaristan awaits you, comrade. Valid inspection. Perfect. Oh, this is a big boy. Come here, big boy. Big boy. Big boy, you. No, I do not trust your facial hair, newcomer. Yes, it is necessary. Rashid Dahash. Name checks out. Oh, Dahish to Dahash. Mismatch. Not very good. You have 2 cow. Passport number XTL77LZ0. Al Barak. Nationality. Date of expiration 29th of April. 19th. It's going to expire soon. 27th of April. 2 cow. Where is the second cow? Wait a minute. Where is the second cow? Comrade, you seem to be missing a cow. A very big crime for you. Comrade, under communism, you must have 2 cow when you say you have 2 cow. Where is the second cow? Is it here? Is it inside? You are a cow peddler. How can I get your seats dirty? Suka bliat. Okay. I will look at the cow. I do not want to do this, but imagine if the cow has the contraband. It better not have contraband. All right. Cow checks out. Your entry is denied, comrade. Oh, wait. Here, put the cow back inside. Socialism is 1 cow, but you expected 2 cow? Wait, where is the inspection report? Oh, here it is. Name, surname, cargo list, passport photo, passport number, everything checks out, expiration checks out. But unfortunately, you are denied. Am I making big mistake? What are you going to do about it, huh? Get the fuck back in the car! Move the truck away, comrade! Here, I close this for you. Get out! Suka, bliat. Perfect. Time to get glorious night's rest. In communist Russia, in Soviet Russia, you get 1 cow. You say you have 1 cow, but you have 2 cow? It's big problem. You are not coming into Ajaristan. I am living. Look at my trailer. I am living like Hollywood star. Very excited for work today. Cargo list. We suspect driver who did not stop for inspection yesterday will try to cross the border. 6 day. Why? You look very suspicious, newcomer. Wait, what? Small trading. In a communist state, necessities are often only available on the black market. Small trade can be an opportunity for you to earn extra money. The price of an item in your inventory is the price you paid for that item. Before the sale, you can easily check whether your transaction will be profitable. Wait, this is bullshit. I am not supposed to be selling stuff. Should I sell the pack of cigarette to this man? No small. This is... I'm engaging in counter-revolutionary behavior. It seems to me like this is a very important moment. An important moment of self-reflection. If I sell to him, I feel as though this is a slippery slope. Once you start selling a pack of cigarette, next you own land. Next, you are parasitic landlord. I will gulag myself. I will do it. I did it. I am a traitor. Oh no. Yes, it is necessary. Anton Kravchenko. Anton Kravchenko. Name does not match. You are going to get denied already. There's 3 different names, Anton. Y5, Y1, YFCY, Y5, Y1, YFCY. Valid. It's no longer valid. Your passport is no longer valid. Oh, expiration date. He hooked you up with potato. You already sold him? You might as well let him in. No, I cannot do it. I cannot do it. I am a real... I will buy small goods from him, but he must learn his lesson. Anything in here, I have to check for contraband too. Just because I've done a small business purchase does not mean you will get away. I still have a duty to uphold, you know? Alright, it seems okay. Ah, I hate it. Petrol barrel, 2, banana crate, 3. Gas range, 2. Cement, 2, 3. Oh, you have extra cement too. Comrade, what are you doing? We do small trade with you, but you have too much cement. Constable, return cargo. It's contraband. He tried selling extra vodka. So what do I do? If I buy vodka, I can sell it to the next guy? How does that work? But if it's green, I can buy it, right? Anton, inspection finished. You are denied.
Barasto, Sipka.
I'm sorry. It was a pleasure doing business with you. Yes, drive away. Suka, blia. Drive away. What is this? 6DY. Is a perfect inspection. 6DY. Partial registration number. Oh, this is the one. Hello. Documents. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Where'd he go? Oh, shit. I should have shot him. It's police chase time. He cannot get away. Fugitive. How dare you try to break into glorious Azerbaijan? I knew he was the wrong guy. I have your passport. You fucking bitch. I could have blasted you, you bitch. Let's see. Let's see what he has. Oh shit, I need shovel. Holy shit, that's so much money. Fuck! Oh, bros, we are making out like bandit. Oh, so much monies. Fuck. Suka, bliat. Oh, more money in the bag. Or does he have any monies? I don't think so. What the fuck? I found nothing. I found nothing in the car. What an uneventful situation. Where clearly I went in and found nothing. Time limit on objective? I know. Comrade, the phone is ringing. What the fuck? Wait, this is more than just border patrol shit. I'm like, get in contact with Sergeant Gavrilov Brigade. Wait, can I keep some of the contraband, like the counterfeit money? Can I sell it? I love you, Igor Ajarov, General Secretary. I give you a kiss. Oh, dude, I didn't even need to get the pistol. Pistol. What's going on, comrade? What if it's not, though? What if it's not just... What if it's not just simple hardware failure? Hold on. I'm setting up traffic jam. I didn't even look at my map. I'm just going. I'm going off on my own. I might be going the wrong way. I do not know. Cheeky breaky. Turn off siren, please. Why would I turn off siren? Oh! Voices in my head. Suka, bliat, you made me turn off siren. I look away for one moment and look at the situation. Get in contact with Sergeant Gavrilov. Wait, what?
Nie tap to uvarić. Staršina Gavrilov estio zazdro kriminalov. Aczni ta aralać. Ajo madro uświadomica inspektora ili incidente.
Oh! What the fuck? Oh! How do I get out? Ah! Why can't I get out? Oh my god. I'm good. Oh! Wait, what the fuck just happened? Was I supposed to drive? Or was I supposed to shoot them? That was crazy. That was crazy. Wait. Azerbaijan needs you, comrade. Oh, it's a scripted death. I was supposed to die. Wait, what? Convinced of your death, the rebels escaped from the sawmill. After an hour, the concerned commissioner sends his deputy with a backup brigade to the place. The wound on your head turns out to be superficial. Unfortunately, Comrade Sorokin was not so lucky. It's a scripted death, right? I will get extra potato and pierogi rations for getting shot in the head. Big honor medal, too. Just like you get extra gifts at the top of the hour. By subscribing, you no longer see glorious 3-minute ad break. But all the good comrades that do not have money see the 3-minute ad break. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Dude, this fucking guy, what do you mean? Very lucky. I got shot in the head, dog. I got shot in the head. You and I have very different approaches to luck here. Comrade! In Azerbaijan, you get shot in the head. You go back to work the next day. I win medal. Citizens of Arcade. No more. Kingdom of Arcade. Government has imposed an embargo for the goods from the country. Drivers carrying goods or luggage from the Kingdom of Arcade prohibited from entering. Smuggler. Oberankov gang member. Missing mirrors. Vehicle color yellow. One of our informants inside. Driver age 40. A humanitarian organization from the Kingdom of Arcade has been caught supporting our nation's enemies, the White Dove, while transporting food for families in the United Rally throughout. By the way, you said this is a red baiting? Like one annoying fake revolutionary LARPer in the chat said this is red baiting, but so far this has not been like red baity at all. I'm not even kidding. This is actually low-key like, yeah, kind of sick. Heavy rains in the west of the country led to floods that destroyed many agricultural crops. For the sake of the inhabitants of the region, the government decided to lift restrictions on the transport of food. While transporting food for families in the United Rally, sold weapons to the Blood Fist bandits. Queen K. Ilana has denied any connection with this organization. To ensure the safety of the citizens, our government has imposed an embargo on all food, all goods transported from the kingdom. No more coming in from the Kingdom of RK. Let me take a look at the passport, what this looks like. Okay, I will remember this, Kingdom of RK. This is the last day you have betrayed the glorious Ajaristan. Okay, give me your passport, comrade. Do you have something to trade? Pure vodka, laundry detergent, pack of coffee, bag of potatoes. Can I sell him the counterfeit money? No, I can't. Wait, purple car? Was that one of them? Driver age 40. Both of his mirrors are here. Don't ask me if it's necessary. Why the fuck would I beat here? Metehan. Oh, he's Turkish too. Metehin. Metehan. Your name does not match, Metehan. Also, you are from Kingdom of RK. Name does not match. Date of birth. Date of expiration, 29th of March. Ah, expired. Valid. Visit. Passport number 9EOF 2867. Okay. Let's see what you have here. Metehan. Yes, I will not get your seat dirty. Wait, what? I'm stuck. Oh. Metehan. Let's see what you have in the glove compartment. When I am done with you. Number 11 on the list. Entry regulation 11 checklist. What do you mean? He doesn't have any goods coming into the country. That's only if he has cargo. He's not going in anyway, but on your violations list, he doesn't have any entry regulations. He doesn't have cargo. He's just a trader. Like, when you're a trader, I'm pretty sure it doesn't register as cargo. But I already have his name checked out, his expiration date checked out. His port number is correct. Photograph, also correct. Cargo list, no cargo list anyway. Entry regulations. Wait, I can just arrest him? Wait, why? Let's see if... Get the fuck out of here, huh? Metehan, you son of a bitch. Don't even try to run away. Okay, good. Wait, what did I miss? His photo didn't match? His photo definitely matched, bro. That's what? It's like that? Like even a little bit? Okay, newcomer. Can I have your documents? Okay, from Ajaristan, Yevgeny. April 1945, December, date of expiration, expired. You are not coming in. 3. Yevgeny Nikolaev. Yevgeny Nikolaev. Passport number 3YTH 4ZPH. Valid. Valid date. Mismatch. Photo. It looks okay to me, but who knows? I've gotten issues before. Oh, Yevgeny, why do you do this to me? Is this a crowbar situation? Or is it a... Wait. One mirror broken. Yevgeny, please step out of the vehicle. Weapons contraband. Oh, so many weapons. Yevgeny, what are you doing to me? Why must you do this, Yevgeny? I thought you and I could have a normal conversation. You have betrayed Ajaristan, Yevgeny. Oh my god, it's in the fucking seat and everything. You have contraband everywhere, Yevgeny. What the fuck, Yevgeny? National Weather Service flash flood warning? Wait, it's not even raining yet. What the fuck? Is it? Is it even raining? Oh, it is raining? Did not even realize. It is raining drugs here, though, for Yevgeny. Oh, one more. What are you doing, Yevgeny? So many weapons, Yevgeny. What the fuck? This entire car is filled to the fucking brim, Yevgeny. You can't do shit with the counterfeit money, huh? What is this? Outpost management. Oh, okay. I'll do that later. Wait, what? Looks like Yevgeny to prison today? That's so dumb. Yevgeny, I hate to do this to you, my friend, but you are going to super jail. You are going to the most jail, Yevgeny. It's gulag time. Hold on. This is where you rest. Sleep regenerates perception. Warehouse. Okay, I'll do this after. Clean up this fucking mess. Maximov, you are always fucking sitting around on your fucking ass. Your stupid ass. What the fuck are you doing? Wait, great. Contraband hiding under the rear seat? Oh my god, that's crazy that I missed one. Dude, I'm cooking right now. Give me your passport. Under detergent, huh? Bag of potatoes. I will not buy. Okay. Give me your documents, please. RK. Kingdom of Arkaisys, Sevin Kohut. Alright, name does not match. You are not getting inside. 8 U 6 W UR 68. Okay, passport number matches. Valid. Expiration date not valid. Date of birth 1927 to 1981. Name does not match. Expiration date does not match. Does your passport photo match? Okay, that does match. Cargo list. You have no cargo list, but... Oh, nice. Okay. That does not Yes, I do not believe you, though. You say you are not hiding anything, but... Do they let you plant drugs on them? I feel like that's expert level. Okay. Inspection finished. Denied.
Nie tap.
Yes. Don't even try to run away, you bold fuck. Yes. Get the fuck out of here. You don't have to carry check every car for contraband. Only listed smugglers carry contraband. Perfect. Driver age 40 and vehicle color yellow. Ibek Sikora, also RK. Well, you're not getting in. You are not allowed. EO02 50509K 509K. Kingdom of Arkai, valid. Alright, date of birth. Date of expiration. Alright, that's valid too. So what do I do? Because he has a cargo list, but it doesn't matter because like he's not allowed to bring anything, right? From RK. We will see if you have toilet. Yes, let's see if you have anything. Suka, блядь. Okay, you have toilet as well. Yes, you have skibidi toilet, I see. You have very nice skibidi toilet. So, they're not allowed for anything, right? Like, we're not letting anything from RK come in, right? Seems like your tire is popped, my friend. I don't know if you're aware of this, but you are not allowed to leave the country. You can just deny him and send him on his way without unpacking. Soap, 4. Cement, 4. Washer, 2. Toilet, 1. Refrigerator, 1. Alright, well, your confirmed cargo is correct, but unfortunately, my friend, I beg, it is unfortunate that you have entry regulation problems. Expiration date expired? No, it didn't. 23rd of November, 28th of May. What do you mean it expired? They don't match though? Yes, they do. We will keep these. I wish we could just like keep all of his goods. You know what I mean? Toilet to skibidi. What the fuck? Why do you sound like you're going to kill me, huh? Listen, fix your fucking tire, dumbass. Seemed like a threat to me. Okay, here we go. Oh, we have poultry. Nice. We have pigs. Take it, but I need it back. Yeah, no shit. Yes, this guy looks like he's a fucking real passionate guy. TN2S N61U. TN2S N61U. Azeristan, April, 27th of April. Your shit is about to expire, my friend. Valid. 2 pigs. Now, let me check regardless. Okay, this is like one of the first instances where big homie checks out. Yes, yes. Keep being a fucking...
Работный — это всем отдельная атма-оборнитка. Обаю инструменты, перевозку заключников, Илью отитиха.
Free a place in jail? Oh, does he mean just like bring them to jail? Bring the jailers to... Shit. I think this is the time where I actually free a space in my brain. You only let one person cross the border today? Yeah, of course, dude. What do you mean? My job is to make sure that they don't cross the fucking border. I'm done. I have a headache. You may lose unsaved progress. How do I save? It doesn't... Does it automatically save, or do I have to do the day again when you sleep? Yeah, but I want to fucking let the guys... I want to send off the dudes, you know what I mean? But I also don't want to lose... I don't want to lose progress, so... This is a big day. Fuck. Ajaristan. Okay, I gotta take Kai out too. She getting rowdy. Anyway, guys, that's all I have for today. But gaming is back in a big way. Suka bliat. That's a fun ass game. I'm surprised I didn't play it for the longest time. And then, of course, when I inevitably end up playing it, I'm like, shit, that's fun as hell. Anyway, love you guys, and I will see you tomorrow. As always, peace. Bye bye. The starlight to the starlight to the topic just begun. There is again her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. There is again her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord at your prop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There is again, her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. There is again, her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. Reading a live stream, fair comments, Austin show chat advice. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord, frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There is again, her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming.